Yeah, I mean, it was just so much.
Send me soft things about it for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Because some can gain influence and change the game for the worse.
Being like that brawl character, not so much a dive hero, but in this game, I mean,
you could say that about anybody.
Because it just
like, okay, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you for half a second.
Was it Hogs? I don't remember. I was talking to WAV maybe.
The
one of the pro players
average online complainer
so easy to take these
is genuinely a fucking moron.
Shooters. I think it's you have to fight for space.
It's easy for people to look. I'll give you an example. It's easy for everyone to look at a tier list and go, this tier list sucks because they dislike like 2 or 3 things on it, right? But if you ask individually what things they disagree with, it falls apart because they'll say, like, for example, like, let's just say Hella S. Someone's like, oh my god, Hella's more like an A. And then someone else is gonna go, what the fuck are you talking about? And then they'll argue with each other over it, right? But if they all just agree that if they don't like it and it's shit, because they can all pick on one small thing that they don't like because it's a big collection, then they feel like they're all in agreement, right? Magnify that further to where people talk about things. Like, let's say, I'll use myself. Let's say I look at something and I go, this is OP. I don't know. Let's just say, like, oh, this Hawkeye is too strong and needs a nerf, right? That could be very much true, and most people agree with it. But if you are in disagreement because you play in gold and Hawkeyes don't really take over in your games, you're gonna think I'm a moron. And then, if I did the same thing with Hella, and then I did the same thing with Star-Lord, and I did the same thing with whatever, you still remember the time I talked about Hawkeye, and you're like, yeah, I don't trust that guy because I disagreed with him in this other one. And that's how people start to build that mentality of like, oh, so-and-so is wrong about the game. They don't know anything. And that can happen to either the best player or to the worst player. And I think it's a little disingenuous to say the casual streamer, your, for example, at the time, your Sykkunos, your Valkyries, were giving meta takes to call for balance changes. It's more of a, sounds like a very big what if scenario. Because that didn't happen. So, respectfully disagree. And I remember back then, people were happy that a lot of those people weren't playing anymore because they, quote, weren't good at the game. And you know what the funny thing is about the Ninja stuff, like last month or a couple weeks ago? A lot of people were happy Ninja was quitting. Not because they said he was toxic, which, granted, a lot of people did say that. But a lot of people said they were happy because he was not good at the game. And so, you're creating a very interesting problem in a game that's supposed to be a casual-focused game, and that game that wants to be casual-focused, in that which, if you are not good at the game, your opinion does not matter. But the game is supposed to be balanced towards people that are not good at the game, because they're inherently casual, right? So, you see where now we're getting into a bit of an issue here, where if the people who are only allowed to say something have to be the best of the best, but the best of the best are going to be in a different league, right? You know? Talked about accountability, but genuinely, Ninja never took accountability. At this point, I don't even blame the guy. Did you see what his games look like? Did you see like how people treated him on every platform? At some point, people just say fuck it, and they just crash out, and that's it. You know? Not every game, it was quite often. By the end, it was quite often. That shit drives you insane, man. You know? Not saying, like... You know what I mean? Like, I even said back then, like, I was like, I didn't even watch... I never even saw a lot of the streams from a day to day, but I always saw the clips. Everyone always saw the clips, you know? So, I think that there's... I don't know. A lot of things there. Energy reciprocates. I think that it's very easy to sit on the internet and say rules for thee, but not for me. And I see it quite often. You see it very much. You see it happen quite often, actually.
Welcome back, everyone, as we just witnessed Ego get kind of destroyed by
I'm
Fly,
sick of this stream. I just want one more Twitch drop, then I'm out. Here, I'll fuck you up one more time. Have an extra ad on the house. Open up. Open up. Here's another one.
And ensuring they take home the W.
Yeah, right now for Ego Death, their next evolution for this team is, you know, potentially we'll see how they do versus FlyQuest, right? Like we talking about Techie, it's cherry on top because they're already qualified for the playoffs. But for Ego Death, their next evolution is definitely increasing the hero pool a little bit, maybe marking the flanks a little bit better. There's a lot they could work on after this one. And this is when we talk about losses. You learn a lot more from losses than from wins a lot of the time, right? We talked about how, I think in interviews, you know, across the pond, when we see teams play against, you know, better teams and they just get dominated, you're like, okay, this is what we could do better, we can improve. And it's almost like if you're
I think people should let people play what they want. It's not hurting them, it helps the game. Yep, I agree with you. I'm with you all the way. Lurking for drops, my new favorite chatter. My new favorite drops chatter. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Chat, get a sub. Make sure you say thank you. Appreciate it.
Playing against each other, usually 2 blocks a day, so you're playing 4 to 6 hours minimum.
Respectfully, I agree, but if you put out Toxicity, is it not going to come back to you tenfold?
In those practices, you have to be, you know, figuring out what to play, and especially when
I think that randomly flaming people in the middle of games is wrong. I think if you get into a game and someone starts hardcore shit talking you, you have every right under the sun to shit talk them back. And I can tell you, as a streamer, I have experienced where people get in my games and just start shit talking me or my teammates for no fucking reason at all. And then I will see a clip ended up later where they cut out every single part where they are shit talking me or my teammates first, and they just make it look like I was just shit talking them for absolutely no reason. And that's why I want you to be careful on forming such a strong opinion off of just clips that you saw them. That's why I said I didn't watch like everyday streams, and I said if you watch the everyday streams, then you probably have a better idea than I do. But I guarantee that most people were not watching the everyday stream. They weren't. Scottbog, think about tier 1, and I think there's a lack of accountability in that department because they will say, no, I have a good idea, I saw so many clips.
Yeah,
and it's like you're missing the point. You're seeing clips.
It doesn't tell the full story.
Clips are very easy to manipulate.
That, like, momentum was the hard target, right? It's a team effort to clear out these angles and or even play the dive comp yourself, right? It's tough.
That's all.
I think how they played it.
For example, you want to know? I'll give you a good example right now. You know that guy who's been the guy I just flamed? That guy's been shit talking in my chat for the last while, right? And he's just like, I hate the stream. I hate you. I don't want to be here anymore, right? And you know what I just said? Yeah, you don't like being here? Guess what? I'm gonna make it a fucking miserable one. Here's an ad. And that guy just crashed out and just started like going crazy, just got banned for it. Now, if you clip that out of context, right? You could clip that where I just started being mean to that guy for no reason.
Isn't as common when you're going.
That's how clips work.
So
you know.
Now that they weren't running dive in that last
White Tigers think about this 12 months.
Struggling to catch up with the vanguards, and they were falling over quickly. So you need to make sure you have eyes on them.
Not saying you, but I see streamers sometimes shit talking to teammates about provocations. Yeah, no, and I don't agree with that.
FlyQuest took that away.
I don't agree with that at all.
As you saw the 9 KOs there, excuse me.
I'll complain to my stream though. I'm not like a saint, right? Like I've had games where someone on my team is playing like ass, and I'm like, holy shit, this guy is fucking trolling. But I will not ever unmute the mic and start shit talking that guy mid game because I know that's not productive. Now, if that guy decides, oh, I played with Flats, let me go watch the VOD and see what he said about me. Well, then you kind of hurt your own feelings. You know what I mean? Like, ah, man, that's tough. You know, that's tough. You kind of hurt your own feelings on that one. But like, I'm not gonna be outright like rude to you. You know, that's like the same thing as like, you know, someone on the bus smells like shit, and you're like thinking in your head like, oh my god, that guy might not have showered in like 2 weeks. What the hell is that sound? You don't say anything to him, right? But like, you know, if he somehow had mind control to read what your thoughts, like, did you really say something? Did you really fuck up that bad by thinking it? No, not really. Streaming's kind of the same thing because you're just constantly putting your thoughts out into the world. That's how the entertainment is, right? Like you're just constantly knowing what's on my brain Yo, Pinkish thing the prime. Obviously, you don't mean hard flame them and be like, this is the worst play I've ever seen unless they're actually jumping off the map and are just terrible, you know? But like, I'm no saint. I've had games where someone whiffs and all, I go, holy fuck, what was that? You know? Maybe about Cloak and Dagger this season? I think Cloak and Dagger is actually really good and was overhated, and now I see it in almost every one of these matches.
Maybe we see these sort of unsigned teams. I feel like
yo, Yoms, thank you for the prime, and then yo, Jushla with the 10 gifted.
You know, we saw Techie do a similar thing, only changed one thing, put in the Luna Snow this time.
Thank you for the big 10 gifted. Appreciate you, appreciate you. Jav, get a sub.
Since the ban phase was,
make sure you say thank you.
Not exciting, but maybe
appreciate you.
You know,
much
the
love.
same thing as last time, Shib. What since you're the lore guy, you know, what do we got here on this map on Araco? You know, is it similar to Krakoa?
Sure, yeah. So Krakoa and Araco are essentially sister islands. So torn apart, Araco is more of an aggressive, war-focused, more of a battle-focused island. So Ultron has their eye on Araco. So you'll actually
your thoughts on Jeff?
I
don't think he's very good.
Actually walking Krakoa towards Araco.
I think he's actually even worse than maybe we thought. He's fun to play though, but
you see right there,
we've so far seen Jeff played 3 times in these matches for the Storm team up, and they've lost every single time.
And starting off, FlyQuest gonna play triple Vanguard, triple strategist, right? We see this a lot of the time, just to hold objective, right? Just to make sure.
The new map, this map, it's fine. I just don't want any more teleporter maps. I'm over the teleporter shtick. You know, like please no more teleporter maps. I'm begging. That's all I want.
Making sure this cart is never taken for ego death.
Who's the best team and player in the tournament? Best team is probably either 100 Thieves or Envy. Best player, couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
It's really clean now. Energy just on this flank angle.
Dude, what is this flank on the side? Do you see this?
Similar to a duelist would, and right now, I mean, that's pressuring ego death.
Wait, they're running triple tank? Wait, they're running triple tank, triple support. They're running goats, and they have energy playing the off angle on Magneto like a flanking DPS. This is crazy. Beans eating the prime and Ghost eating the prime.
The cooldown for the passive pop, and they are literally at the door here with this triple Vanguard comp. We're seeing a lot more of this now on defense.
Yeah, I'm surprised Loki's didn't get banned.
About holding here for as long as possible, not expecting to keep them in the door, but instead to buy as much time so that you
big Groot ult, forced Rune and forced Luna ult. He fell down the hole! He fell down the hole! Oh, that's tough. Oh my god.
He fell down the crack.
Oh, that's fucking ass.
Back up to the top here. Again, going to be shoving them back in, utilizing those ultimates, not finding a ton of value.
Poor guy.
Best going to find Zatex, though. Again, well done by FlyQuest, getting these early picks. Energy.
Poor guy.
And they cannot get out of this zone. They are
well, Cloak and Dagger is pretty much unplayable if Magneto's in the game. If there's no Magneto, you know what, you should try to ban Magneto every game if you only play Cloak and Dagger. I bet you'll win many games.
This to me is experience right now for FlyQuest finally coming into fruition, right? They able to take those flank angles. Ego Death, you know, tunneled on that. We're trying to take it back as a full unit, and they got Groot ulted. So right now, FlyQuest shoving Ego Death towards their own spawn. It's been tough for Ego Death to find any purchase here.
Yeah, Ego Death is kind of getting steamrolled here a little.
Point forward, but Vess again on the Zatex. Another early find here, doing that almost every
it's just super easy to get rid of Cloak's ult, and that's like where Cloak gets a lot of value.
Gotta make sure they hold on and use ults together as the covering time. Not gonna find much value either, as the team just was not prepared for it.
Energy took another angle on the right side, just boops away that Wolverine who's trying to get close to him. He's keeping him at arm distance, you know, like an adult with a child. Now, as Zatex finds Spark Chief earlier,
an adult with a child
from the beacon is just bringing Spark Chief right back into it. So FlyQuest still trying to win. Cooper with the copy now comes in with the fate of the worlds.
Yeah, and we're just gonna hold on to that Meteor M here for Energy, potentially trying to shut down this fate of both worlds. And I'm just gonna like
dude, they've been spawn holding them for 3 minutes.
As Energy's just been sitting here on
hello, Boger.
With no contest.
What's up, buddy?
Up we go. Cooper gonna be dropping Sombo there, and that's another find early on as they are just sweeping through Ego with all these ultimates. FlyQuest is gonna be roughly even. Maximum pulse goes down.
Dude, this is gross. I'm here just to say hi. Hi. How's your job farming been? Hopefully it's been good. Good farming.
Zatex. And are you kidding me? There is 30 seconds on the clock.
3 minute, 30-second spawn hole.
I mean, easily the most dominant we've seen on Aranka, unless Ego Death just have the biggest last stand of all time. It's all on self here. But that's why we see Iron Man's. It's been tough to get ultimates off on that character against Meteor M. All these Magneto players just hold their ultimates.
I thought this was going to be a much closer game, if I'm honest with you, chat. This is not even close.
And he's able to find Spark Chief yet again. And then Vess.
Yeah, the res is going to bring back Spark Chief early. Number still down for the side of Fly. Zatex taking out energy, and there we go. We're finding some value here again. Self making the rest of the team go down. That's 4. Make it 5. Self now showing up, but we are in OT, and things are getting serious. Alt advantage. Actually, neither team going to have much. We will see 2 for the side of Ego, who need to make some big plays here with the cap and the maximum pulse. Teleport goes out. It's going to wall off some LOS. And
like it's just random drop chatter shenanigans.
Why did the bicycle fall over? It was too tired. Happy 30 months and a fun herd in caps.
Yo, thank you, Pale. Appreciate the 30 months. Oh, the drop chatters today have been very interesting. Very interesting drop chatters today.
When you have the Magneto, maximum pulse goes out.
But it's also been maximum farmage, so oh well.
Was not ready for the Meteor M.
I mean, energy is constantly on that Iron Man, even though he has the snowflake pressuring him out. Here comes a Meteor M on the backside. Does it?
Never seen anything like it. Oh, I have. It actually, it reminds me of early Overwatch 2 drop farming. Actually, early Overwatch 2 drop farming was horrendous, and the view count's about double the when I used to do those ones. So it's actually like just, if not worse, it makes it so much funnier. But at least every time the ad goes off, I feel better.
Got it to this corner, which is very much a defensive position.
Huge win from FlyQuest, and right now this is looking how the first series should have gone.
Wasn't OG even worse with SAS? No, SAS was fine. I remember people were really mad about SAS. I remember people got really mad at me actually in particular because I made a little banner being like for the support streamer thing, and I was like, yo, help me pay off my student loans. And people were like, why the fuck should we help you? But you know what that ended up doing? That started like this weird hate brigade, but it actually made people be like, the guy just wants to not have student loans. What's fucking wrong with you? And it actually made more people show up. And it's to this day the highest sub count I've ever had. To this day. Energy on the Magneto, and my stream has quadrupled in size, quintupled in size. It's still by far the highest.
He was constantly keeping them off of him and then falling back to his team. So
I got close one time. I think we got close. We got to like 16k subs one time, or 15k subs, or some 14k subs, something like that. We got close. But even the Echo one wasn't close. Echo was only like 12k. The SAS for that was 17,000 subs, and I started at like 2,000 subs or 3,000 subs. Echo one was 12k, and I started at like 6. Where are we at right now? Someone do command subs. I think we're like 8k.
Not as prepared team, but regardless, Self is that dominant player.
8k.
He could pop off on this defense.
Yeah, we'd love to see that from Self. Great line.
Were we watching someone film me in? We're watching the $3 million Ignite tournament.
Of the team up with Luna. Self going to be on that Hawkeye. We talked about having that in the bag, ready for play. Good tackle there. Talked about off angles. There's plenty of portals here that'll get you those off angles for free as energy.
People come in to hate, and then they go listen and go, oh, give me some good points, except for food. What are you talking about? My food takes are top tier. Hello?
That is a really smart portal idea, and you love to see that from Fly, who will not allow them to escape that corner, and they just kind of walk them in there as they push around the first corner with 3 minutes. Oh, and what a pick again. Great freeze there.
Yeah, Wolverine's really good. Really fucking good.
Next fight, these portals do find you those off angles. You talk about off angles.
Top tier food takes like pineapple and pizza. Mods. That guy right there. That guy. Ban him.
And this is what we
execute
see out of Ego. I mean, yeah, sure, they're only getting picked anytime he has the frozen arrow up, but regardless, you talked about this shit.
All I heard is you don't have student loans. Not anymore. Not anymore. Thank God.
Yeah, I think Self is a really mean Hawkeye. You can see
that is still a top 5 moment in my streaming career.
We've seen nothing but
I'm very blessed.
Since the start here, great by Energy, and that is massive. As Energy finds Soko, Zazex goes down from Adios.
Wolverine moment.
Was looking very similar to last match, and they know that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We see more tackle here from Energy, just chasing through these portals.
He's just chasing him down.
He's gonna reset on point, and they are very.
Oh my God! Yo, leave him alone!
W, they do.
Damn, that was a crazy 2-0.
He got him. All the portals, Tom and Jerry-esque
for
sure.
Thanks, dude.
Music,
how long is the tournament going today? This was game 2, map 2, so just finished. We have 2 more games. The next 2 games are actually going to be crazy, though. This game wasn't very good, but the next 2 should be sick.
Playoffs themselves, but that is going to give them the lowest seed in their bracket. Regardless, to even make the playoffs as an unsigned team is very impressive. And for Ego Death,
Jedi, I think the Prime. Sorry, I missed that.
Who they go against in the matchup, because they're going to go against either Sentinels or Nemesis, who, you know, in Group B look pretty strong as well.
You're sure to master first.
Yeah, I mean, you look at
the
stat
genre.
line here, Energy, there wasn't a ton of
I want you to die less.
Smart and at least
you probably die way too often. No matter what role you play, you die too often. So you have to learn how to play the game like you currently are, or like what you think you're supposed to be doing, but die less often than you currently do. I know it sounds like I gave you a riddle, and I kind of did.
Crazy trying to find a way through it.
Yeah, right now Ego definitely needs a little bit more time together, maybe some experience, as well as FlyQuest, you know, looked like the better team. And by the way, yeah, no, Adios was not playing the name or the
FlyQuest got revenge
at the first half. So if you're wondering why he has the lowest damage in the lobby, it's because he was playing, you know, no damage rocket almost, right? So right now FlyQuest looking like a pretty strong team, like you said, Shib, and I would be scared of them moving forward, because maybe group A is still like that group of death that we were talking about. It's just been an absolute gauntlet.
It is a bit of a riddle, because anything more complex I feel like might be confusing. So it's just like a good baseline to think about what you're doing. Like think about it. Every time you die, could I have not died there? Could I have done something different to not die? Could I have ended this game with less deaths? How could I have kept playing the game the way I'm currently playing without dying? Goosing the Prime.
It was just super well played, very much practiced, and that
more of a state of mind as opposed to like do this, because I can tell you to play anywhere, right? I can tell you to play a corner, I can tell you to play a hero, but teaching you how to actually like fundamentally play the game, that's tough.
The devs love these sort of gimmicky maps, so I'm curious to see, you know, what kind of comes up next.
You're gonna watch the Overwatch map voting and rework stream? Are you talking about the thing that was earlier today? Maybe tomorrow. I will definitely play the new season, but
now does this win over Ego Death put them back in that conversation to win the whole thing?
I mean,
is this a real team, a real force to be reckoned with in FlyQuest?
Yeah, they play so well as a unit. We talk about teams having good talent, but maybe not necessarily playing well together. And I think FlyQuest is a great example of a team that plays very well together.
Thanks for the 5. Oh yeah, the Iron Fist. I forgot about that. All right, let me run to the bathroom real quick in between maps. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right, everybody get up, stretch, do what you got to do.
FlyQuest is very much a team to be afraid of. I think they do have the ability to push through this tournament.
I would agree. I mean, we'll have to talk to FlyQuest and see what they have to say about it in a second, or at least one of the players from FlyQuest. And, you know, for FlyQuest, I would agree. They've looked really strong, and here we have the group player himself from the second map. We have Vess in the call for the conversation, and I'm curious to see if his hair looks the same as yesterday. Did you? Oh, it's looking a little bit more washed today, Vess. I mean, not to say that yesterday wasn't, but I'm saying your hair looked crazy as hell, and now today it looks awesome. So good to see you, man. Good game. I mean, how do you feel after that series?
Oh, I mean, we feel great. We're very happy with how we played today.
Absolutely, and Invest. You farmed, I think, 3 ultimates on that second map and stuff. And obviously you played that triple Vanguard composition. Is that something that you guys like to play a lot? I know that we've seen a lot of teams play that on Convoy and on Convergence, because obviously get a lot of fights and stuff. Is that still something that you would maybe run elsewhere? Maybe on Domination? Is there really no opportunity just because the Domination is so fast? I mean, what's your take comparing triple Vanguard, triple strategist from Convoy and Convergence going over to maybe like a map such as Domination?
Yeah, so obviously playing it on Convoy is very good. You usually get 3 fights because of like the strange TP and stuff. On Domination, it's not as good because like you just play that comp to stall really. So if you can't capture the point really, then it's not great. I'm sure it could be played other places. We just personally haven't scrimmed it like that, so we just prefer it on Convoy.
Awesome. Well, I have to ask this because it looked so studied. Did you guys assume that that was going to be the map selection? Because it looked beautiful, and I know they've done that in the past. So is that going back to the tapes and preparing for that map?
Well, you know, we got to prepare every map against every team. So we have scrimmed that map a lot, especially since it just came out. We have less practice on it, so that gets played usually every scrim.
Yeah, it looked like it. I'll tell you that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Invest,
Right.
I think for you as well.
I'm back.
It was a phenomenal series from you, and you had a great series as well yesterday. And you know, I know it means a lot coming back into today, but like you said, you have to prepare for every team. Is this sort of your take on this on the new system, on the new ban system? I know that a lot of people are
We get
wondering.
chased around the
I'm
map,
sure
but your
what
team is doing
opinion and on your
nothing,
take
even
on
after
this
telling
sort
them.
of, asynchronous ban system that we have right now for the Ignite series.
One, every game isn't going to be like that.
Yeah.
Two, I find telling them is actually
target
useless.
Banning teams is really strong with this new ban system. Like you get 4 bans.
Pause Dusky, Prime.
So, you know,
You,
you get
the
to, like, really
true
choose
answer
what
is
other
being
team
able to
has
solve the
available to
problem
them, and,
yourself.
like banning out individual players.
Enter things
is
in 2
pretty
months.
strong.
Just frustrating,
I
but
mean, you looked really good on the Groot there. Obviously, energy taking over your Magneto. I believe you're in the conversation for one of the strongest Magnetos in this tournament. So I need to ask you the question because I'm sure
not picking the Prime.
How do you get as much value?
Yeah, what's up,
with
Cozy?
Mag? Do you consider it more
Favorite match
defensive
so
ultimate,
far?
or you
Like in the
focused on
whole
shutting down
tournament, I
strategies, or,
loved the
you know, more
the
impactful
Jobless
backline
Bums. Jobless Bums. I'm so sad they got rolled.
I like to use Maggot defensively. You know, when you load into a match, you look at the enemy
What else would
comp
be my
and you just kind of
favorite
see
one?
like what ultimates on their team you can eat with your mag grav. So like things like Hela or Iron Man. Sometimes you can eat like a Groot grav too.
I think there was one yesterday
so
that I really liked.
Gotta, like, use it defensively.
remember.
Look at what you can do with it into the comp.
I'd have to go back and look at the VODs of like which
you were
team
getting
was
3 and
which.
4 pieces yesterday. It was
Not
looking
Schmungus.
clean,
I didn't
so
watch
we were well done
Schmungus.
there.
They were EU, and I was not waking up
Invest,
that
I think
early.
for you guys in FlyQuest, I mean that it's now that it's been sort of this lower bracket run. You know, I mean obviously a lot of people think you guys are probably back. Up in the top side,
Ego Death FlyQuest round 1.
I think in the meta, are you guys
The first time they played,
now, you know, to either go against the 100
back
or
here.
with this
Yeah,
specific
this one was
composition
pretty
you're running,
good.
or
This was the one where they ran. Wait, was it this one where they ran BP?
Protect phase?
Or was that a different team that ran
We
BP?
definitely do have our confidence back, and we're
Solar
playing
Envy
really
was
well.
pretty
Like, even
good.
going into today, we knew that we were gonna win.
Also, it's got an
Absolutely.
echo.
And, you know, moving forward, we'll see you guys.
What was the other
against
one that
them.
was
You
really,
know,
really
100
good?
Thieves, you secured
There was one
yourself
BP
into the
game
top
from the other
seed.
night, from like last
You
week.
know, thanks for coming, Vest, man. Is there anything? by
Shroud
the
X
way, that you
Nightmare was
wanna say
solid.
before we let you
True,
go? It's
true,
been
that
a
one was
as
good.
well, so I'm sure you know we get some more interviews with you in the future. It's always awesome talking to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I agree. All those were really good.
Nothing else I can really think of. I appreciate you guys having me.
Awesome. Been a pleasure talking to you, man. As always, well done, and we'll see you very soon.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, the echoes drive me a little crazy, but
Humble and locked in, Vest, just a Vanguard monster, taking things out on Groot and
please put
Magneto.
broadcast
Definitely
audio
someone
up.
to
Your
look
mic
up
is
to
too
or
loud
to
compared to the
watch if you're
stream.
trying to
My
learn
brother
how
in
to play
Christ, you are
Vanguard
watching
role
a
well.
co-stream.
Once again,
That is the
FlyQuest look like
point.
a clean and improved team from these last few games.
Absolutely, they're looking way better. And Sentinels versus Nemesis will be that next matchup in the upper bracket. And by the way, if you have any, glaring questions,
I mean this in the
have,
nicest way possible.
make sure
That is
to maybe,
literally the point.
Ask us in Twitch chat, ask us in any sort of social media chat room that we have available for you guys, because I'm sure, all these pro players definitely want to let their opinions be known. They want them to be seen by you guys. So any specific questions you have, make sure you ask them at their Twitch streams as well. There's a lot of these pros that do stream on social media. So
Overwatch
make
better.
sure to check them out as well.
Listen, my
But
friend.
now, Shiv, like you mentioned,
I have no
we
problem if
have
you like
that
Overwatch better
incredible
or you
matchup
like
coming
Rivals
up
better.
now in the
I
upper
got no
bracket
problem
side.
with it.
These are going
I
to
play
be the
both.
top teams of the tournament so far.
play both.
But we're going to go short
I'll
break
play
before we
Overwatch.
come
New
back for
Overwatch is
Sentinels
next week,
versus
actually.
Nemesis.
I'm looking forward to it. But not everything got to be a competition all the times, I don't even know if today's been commentary. I feel like today's been like a philosophical stream. I feel like we've talked about some of the weirdest shit today. Been watching your Elden Ring movie? Which one? The first one or the DLC one? I don't have plans to check out Night Rain right now, though. No. I think I'd probably rather play either Ghost of Tsushima or Dark Souls 3 if I was going to do another Souls game right now. Also, Ender, did I get your prime in knockout? Did I get your prime? I don't know if I did. If I didn't, I apologize. I miss when people play the game for fun and not always competing. I don't think there's anything wrong with competing. The only time I think it gets really bad is like when like things like quick play, like their experience gets ruined by people that like are hardcore tryharding and like getting mad at you for not swapping or playing your best. I think that's when people get really upset. I have not tried Expedition 33. I know a lot of people said it's a masterpiece of a game. And I've got it, like, I definitely made a note of it. God, I just have so many things I'm trying to do. Like, I started a Terraria run. I want to finish that, or get at least a little further. I still kind of want to play a little more Siege. The new Siege stuff was kind of fun. What else? Oh, the ZZZ stuff. ZZZ was cool. Seen Fire Force, I have. And then we have new Overwatch season next week. And then next weekend is the finals, or I guess it's like group stage finals for Rivals Tournament. And then I have some other stuff, which I haven't told you guys yet. I will tell you soon, though, that I've been doing, which is probably exciting. So I don't think I've actually been more busy than I am right now. Ever. You got cookies to go with your milk since you're an adult? Nice. Well, I've also just been doing like other stuff in general, you know? I think things will be a little different when Rival swaps to its new format where it's a new hero every month, because like the content pace will be much faster. But like at the current pace, like at the like before mid-season and like at like before the start of a new season, that like week or two, it gets so slow. Which is like where we're at right now, you know? So, yeah. Do I have a producer? No. No. This show is, well, my stream is mostly me, or if it's like technical stuff, like Crap helps out, or mods. And then the YouTube side is pretty organized. We have a lot of stuff on the YouTube side and the short side. But there's no like content producer or anything like that. Best place to AFK for drops with 3 or 4 minute ad breaks. I feel bad for your poor audience. Hey, what are the letters AFK stand for? Away from keyboard?
Welcome back, everyone.
So wouldn't they not have ads because they're not from their keyboard?
Thanks for bringing more eyes.
You know what? Just for that, here, have another round. Yo, Cozy, appreciate you. Thank you for the prime.
Push towards the grand
Hey,
finals indeed.
appreciate you. The casts have been great. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the 2 months as well. Bobby Bezel, thank you for the prime. Alex, thank you for the prime. That guy's just been complaining for the last 30 minutes, so that's why I just had enough of him. Gaming, thank you for the prime.
In energy, it's wild. But regardless, Sentinels versus Nemesis. This is going to be such a fun game. I think Nemesis has been.
He's mad at another chatter saying, "Did you even read the message?" Brother wrote AFK.
Yeah, I think the conversation with the Nemesis is
brother doesn't even remember what he wrote.
A top team, but they need to show it.
It's
right?
funny.
They want to prove it to everyone that they can get this W against a major name such as Sentinels. I think Sentinels maybe don't always get the flowers that they deserve, as they are a very
this is a
team.
big game right here
in the conversation for top 2, but they can definitely find themselves there, as they are a team, in my opinion, that could be considered a top 2 team. As we look back on their previous game, or excuse me, this is the first time they're gonna be running into each other on their previous games in general, but this is going to decide who goes to the grand finals and who heads down and faces off in the loser side finale. So this is going to be a very intense one, as I'm sure the teams are going to want to you know, prove it to themselves that they're a top contender in this entire
instant
series.
thing, the gifted, appreciate it.
I love this. Both teams, you know, visually back and forth, you know, both good on Krakoa, both, you know, pretty solid on these,
next 6 hours? I don't know if it'll be the next 6 hours. It'll definitely be like the next like 3 hours though, for sure.
The best map for
I'm gonna watch the rest of the tournament.
Nemesis. I mean,
then maybe what time does OCE start? Because today's gonna be the last like big grind day for me, I think.
Beginning of the tournament as well.
I'm just like mentally checked out from the drop shatters today.
How they played, and I like that sort of graphic we have to display, you know, map win rate, because that's sort of what's decided in terms of what maps are actually your best maps in practice. When we go to Convoy, when we go to Convergence, a little bit easier, like you said. But that random first.
Well, you'll have like there's still like 3 weeks left on the magic drop, so you'll be fine. Yeah, now you're sick of them?
Sentinels, very well known for running that Guardians comp and being, you know, very threatening on the Guardians comp. And
this is such a fire match.
Conversation for the top of their position. Everybody finding.
Wait a minute, I just realized there's a team named Techie XD, and Techie XD plays for Sentinels.
In this tournament. But Nightmare,
wait a minute, hang on. What's the lore? I don't know the lore off the top of my head.
1 year anniversary.
Both teams feeling confident going into this, and this is going to be a close one as we push for.
Nemesis has been trying to be in the top 4 combo. Sentinels are constantly left out of the top 2 conversation. Either way, we will answer something. True. Isn't top 2 like thought of for NA? It's Hunter, Thieves, and Envy, right?
Nectar popping off. Unfortunately, you know, he's doesn't get a lot of the limelight.
How did you just notice, brother? Listen,
I've been that player to come in and play well, and that's the cool thing about Sentinels. They're able to sort of adapt, you know, pick up Techie, pick up Nectar.
Thank you, Alexis, by the way. Appreciate it for the 12 months. Much love.
Who they play and who is kind of starting on these.
YBS, did I get your prime? If I didn't, I apologize. Thank you, the prime.
Formidable, and you know, it's a shame that we won't get to see Sentinels versus Techie, I think, at all, because you know, Sentinels kept winning, and then Techie, you know, went to the lower brackets and kind of had to come back, but.
Where's the $3 million prize pool coming from? The tourney? Marvel Rivals or Ignite? It's Marvel Rival. Ignite's just like the name of the tournament, but it is Rivals, like NetEase.
Top teams, right, Chip?
Yeah, they're not afraid to run that Groot as well. That Groot has been.
There's no Lord icons to my knowledge from the spectator client. You can't see them.
We know Crazemang is a mean Groot, and they do a great job comboing.
Like 100 Thieves, but mostly because you watch Nade Shot a lot. Nade Shot's cool. I always see the craziest Nade Shot clips. You know what's funny? I've never sat in a call or like ever talked to a Nade, but I was hanging out in his chat one day. Like I forget, it was like he was like watching some rival stuff, and I said something. And he sniped me out of his chat and called me out and was like, yo, big fan of your stuff. I've seen you around for years. Like, game respects game. And then he like VIP'd me in his chat, and I was like, whoa. Well, I was like, I didn't know you knew who I was. That's crazy. That was a big holy shit moment for me. Because like, you know, being in little Overwatch land, we're very on our own island for years. So that one caught me by surprise.
I think Team Nemesis has had
Buddy of mine grew up with Nate. He's a genuinely good guy. He seems very much like a straight shooter, and I respect that.
You know, it's been sort of a smooth.
Can relate to this?
For Sentinels, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I see people talking about you all the time with snap stuff.
They're strong and confident, and that's the key in these. When you have
at least when we first, I mean, still see it now, but like that was like when I first saw you on broadcast and stuff like that. Alabama, I think the prime.
What it's like to be under the brightest lights, and I think that is a massive advantage as you go into a game. Who's
winning this map? I don't know. I want Sentinels to win personally. But it could go either way.
Afraid to say, hey, we wanted to go ahead and allow my friend Nectar to get in the game because he plays a mean Wolverine, maybe does a little better than I.
I'm new to esports. What's the difference between a high-level streamer and a pro player? A high-level streamer typically just plays ranked. They're like a ladder player, still very talented, but they don't have time to scrim. Like they're making content, they're doing other things. Pro players like are on a team, practicing, VOD reviewing 6-8 hours a day, working on strats. And scrim play is very different than just ladder ranked play. Organized play is much more serious. It's much more intense. One small cooldown usage from one of your teammates can cost you an entire fight. Yeah, probably just Twitter just to get it, and then Discord after. I don't really use Twitter that much, but if I know to look for it, I'll find it.
The first time trying to make a team, they were like, hey, Super Gomez literally told Hogs like, "Hey, I'm playing duelist in this game, by the way." And then they just
Unforeseen, by the way.
around
Thank you
it.
for the
So,
33 months. Appreciate you. I
how,
can't believe you've been here for
a
33 months
former
harassing me.
Vanguard
That's
player
crazy.
Decides, okay, I'm gonna play duelist in Marvel Rivals, and he
Also, I like the new
strong
ban
for,
system
like,
is
the
very
first year of the
interesting. I
game.
like what they
You know,
did to
they're
try to
still
keep
pretty
people from
strong
having
percent
mirror
on defense for the
matches,
team
but
right
now that everyone's like so
instead
refined and
of
so
Nectar.
scrim heavy versus each other with no patch, the bans are pretty much the same every game, with some small variations.
He may play a better Wolverine than me. I'd rather kind of learn and practice and try to get some of these heroes that we may need added to our roster in case we need me to pull it out. As the bans are getting a little more unique, we're going to see.
He'll harass you a lot more when BL4 drops.
Has been very frequently selected across the board as that final judgment ultimate.
How do they fix that? I don't know if you ever can. Pro players are very good at breaking shit.
Is gone surprisingly on the side. Actually, Sentinels.
Do they have scrim against teams in the upcoming tournament? Well, they'll scrim against teams that are just as good as they are, if not better. And so a lot of times those are teams that are in the tournament or were recently in the tournament or just got knocked out.
Terrifying to go against.
Yeah, yep.
And that way,
well. I mean,
like they won't play against teams that are in their bracket though. Like they'll try to play against other teams, you know.
There we go. The Mantis gets locked.
So they don't give away anything.
You get a flex, right? You either could play the Adam Warlock, like it's getting banned now, but now the Ultron's.
Last, can you unban me on Twitch? I don't know why I got banned. I don't believe you. Throwing an unban request and mods will look at it. Nobody in my chat gets banned for no reason. My mods are very, very good about it.
Boost up the Human Torch, and you can one shot. You can do 165 body shots on Ultron. So there's a lot of value to be had in Mantis. I know that the
throwing an unban request, and we'll take a look at it.
Carry, but you
someone who would be different from
this Human Torch alongside an Ultron.
That was a TikTok
we'll
message.
See if they do it. I mean,
it'll be different from whoever banned you. So
sort of Captain America dive composition outside of Europe. So we'll see if Sentinels wants to do it over here against Team Nemesis today on Hell's Heaven, which that's the map. That's the map that they lost, right? That's the map that Nemesis lost, right, Shib?
I believe so.
It was the pineapple pizza guy. Real. Okay, real.
Interesting on the side of Sentinels was the discussion that we recently heard on the Cozy Cast with Aramori, who suggested that she wasn't as comfortable with giving comms out and liked to play more of that Strat 2 role, which plays a little more technical heroes and instead is more focused on their own job rather than calling out for the team, but allowing the switch over here to allow Kurova to play those more technical heroes while she keeps her eyes forward and focuses on making the team play together with some strong comms. And that conversation about letting strats decide how that works out was very interesting to me.
Holy shit, the Wolverine throw.
Perform very much, we talked about, like we said,
nope, I don't
team
do
rather than individual talent, because they are
I don't really want to do many more spectating for a while.
Given. And up here, Mello on the Wolverine looking for the tackle as Crimzo going to be playing Captain America.
Stomp part, I think.
That's a very unique insight, Shib, as you know, hopefully we get more players to share such insight on the Cozy Cast. Sentinels, a team that has a lot of things known about them. We'll see all these other rosters, you know, what's to come, but Dink's already on Techie.
Yeah, Armory's cool. She comes from Overwatch.
Like said, Shib, that angle from the Wolverine was beautiful.
I actually met her and her, I guess their fiance now, Crimzo, at Patriot Place. Me and Emong bumped into them in Foxborough. I forget what we were there for. We were at Patriot Place for something, and like they were walking by, and like we kind of looked, because like new Crimzo, and I was like, wait a minute, is that? Like, wait a second.
So much off of that tackle, and here goes the throw directly on to the front line. Ricky goes down for Crimzo though during that fight. Crimzo gonna find it.
I think that's when I think he was still with Uprising at that time. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to deal with, but they come back through. They do pop that Eternal Bond, but we'll see what Sentinels are up to do. Kurova, ultimate available, dives on in there, keeping Ramazing alive. Nemesis now at a disadvantage.
Saying we retired Overwatch Pro or currently a variety streamer? I don't know if I wouldn't use the. I never played professional Overwatch. I played professional Siege, but it was console and gear. Bug on my wall. Bug on my wall. I gotta fuck this thing up. Look. Where you go, little shit? Yeah, get fucked.
As Crazemang does pop poke, Scatter goes up in the sky. Will the dunk happen? Not able to.
Sorry, it was a fast bug. I had to move quick.
Nice freeze there from Aramori to hold and stall that as Techie finds one, Nectar finds two, and Sentinels are going to try to retake this.
But no, I never played Pro Overwatch.
2% on the side of Nemesis. Great first hold.
Yeah, good first hold indeed, and that's kind of what happens on Domination, right? The tickage kind of just goes up so fast compared to every other game mode. Domination You know, I would argue maybe we'll
Now I have
see
to
what
hold this
happens
thing
in-
till the
in
round
terms
ends.
of rule set. Maybe it needs to last a little bit longer, but regardless, Team Nemesis 77% on the board. Like you said, all they need is that one fight and the deal.
Yeah, we didn't know how to play against the Jeff Nato stuff. It was still so new. Now that everyone's figured it out, it's like, damn, we could have probably done something about that, because Riggsy was a really good Punisher player. But we just didn't. We literally just didn't know. We had no clue how to beat it at the time.
Probably going to enable his divers, save people with that meteor.
To be fair, though, I think we probably would have lost anyways, even without it. Like, Luminosity was really good. Like, we made a run much further than we ever should have, because we never scrimmed. We never scrimmed at all. I think actually, that's not true. We scrimmed 3 times total, and the 2 of those scrims either ended early or ended with like people being super tilted, and the third one, we ended up not even having like our full team, because I think like I wasn't there, and then SK was there, and then SK didn't even end up playing because she was moving. So I don't even know if that counts.
Desperately wants to know what kind of bug was it.
I couldn't tell you. It kind of looked like an ant, but I don't think it was an ant. It was too fast to be an ant.
Going down as well with that last stand is awful. That was one of the huge
Yeah,
for this fight.
I'm making that one my last like tournament, like serious tournament though. I want to just.
Yeah, that was a good.
I just want to be enjoying being a streamer. I want to be more of a spectator. I want to be more of a on the casual side these days. Yo, Lumber Dan, thinking 35 months. This is the nice side, you know.
And down goes Nectar as well, and Amadian showing off the power of.
Yeah, I want to do some variety stuff too. Yeah, for sure. But like for example, there was a time like those couple days where we did scrim. I was actually supposed to. Well, I wanted to play Battlefront, and I didn't get to. And then by the time I went back to Battlefront, there was like hackers everywhere, stream sniping streamers. So I didn't get to play it. So I was a little upset about that. Yo, Jam thing the Prime. So just something I thought about. I was like, yeah, I wish I got to do this thing, but I didn't because I didn't want to be like let down my teammates. So I kind of hit the point where the only way I was gonna get any higher in the tournaments and in play is by actually putting in work and starting to scrim and to like actually take it seriously. I think I took it about casually as far as I could.
To retake HP off point if you are on point. Ooh, Crazy has to fall off there and reset, trying to get the reset to portal back in before that goes away. Nectar gonna take out Ricky, Karova on a scatter, and Techie on a Dinks.
Okay,
and wow,
Jack, give me 2 seconds. Let me go throw out this bug that I've been holding in my hand for the last 2 minutes.
Unfortunately, Team Nemesis committing every single ultimate in the previous fight now, or at least Stratus ultimates in that fight resulted in this next upcoming one. Just resulting in a crazy disadvantage, right? Sentinels just runs on in there with the Captain American charge, and then, you know, after that, just kind of run down these Stratus players trying to hide, and you can't really hide from Captain America or a Psylocke, you know? It's sort of like, it really turns into a horror movie dealing with Captain America and Psylocke if you're a Stratus player, and we all know how hard it is to play against Cap Dives in the previous patch when he had the extra 50 HP, and he still is that character that, you know, that could do that sort of stuff. That just shows the show how strong he was in previous patches, and right now Sentinels, you know, playing pretty, you know, strong, right? They're playing together as a unit. I think that even though they went up to 77% Nemesis, that is, on the first fight, they were able to kind of come back into it, set up aggressive dives, set up plays, play
Bug has been annihilated.
And I think that sort of favors these dive compositions. We'll see how Team Nemesis does on this upcoming map. Maybe these squids get a little bit more value out of a Amadian on the Namor, but right now,
Marvel tracking the Prime
on Sentinel's side and alive as ever.
Yeah, Sentinels just showing their presence, their experience in these situations, even small things like Jeff Bubble there out the spawn door to give them a little bit of a lead onto point. So they can
did you get to a point where you lost the fun in the game? Yep.
Tackle, but that is a flying hero.
Yep.
Who can come right back off the map, but a good idea.
That's how I mean, I've told the story. I mean, most people that have heard the stories have already know what I'm going to say, but when I stopped playing Siege, I went and played Ark for a year. I spent a year playing fucking Ark, which is crazy.
And at this point, are going to hold the point off the rip instead of Nemesis, but cycling back to what we were saying.
And then after playing Ark for a year, then I started Overwatch.
How calm and collected they can be as a team who retook that point.
How? That's simple. Me and like a bunch of my friends played Ark for like 3 days. We just wanted to go for like a week and just see what it was like. And then on day 3, we woke up and all of our shit was destroyed by this like alpha tribe, quote unquote, of like these like literal like 40-year-olds, and they were shit talking us really hard. And so we were like, I bet we were going to absolutely annihilate you. And it took a year to catch up because they hunted us. They actually hunted us on the server. But we had like 20 people, and so it's a long story, but it took a while. But we found a way to eventually set up, fight back, survive, build up to the point where then we overtook them and then destroyed them. Took a year. Took a long time. Was this before transfers? No, transfers existed.
This is what we're talking about, the pure value of these fire tornadoes, making teams think about where they need to go, and honestly, just the clutter and the visual lockdown that it provides is value as well.
We had a whole, I mean, this is fucking turbo nerd shit. Do you know what a jerboa is? So Scorched Earth was like the new DLC at the time, and there was these little like little animals you could get called jerboas, and they were cute, and you could get mutations for animals. And we found on our iceberg, because we lived on an iceberg, it was the only safe place we could live. We found a puddle on the iceberg that was deep enough that it would put the jerboa in stasis, like it would float, but not deep enough that it would drown. So we wouldn't have to sit there and feed it for like by hand for 4 hours straight. We could feed it like once or twice and then be good, because it was floating. It technically wasn't taking like resources. It was like a slowed rate. So we were able to make a jerboa farm of like these little cute animals in different colors. And so we had like a Pikachu one where it was like yellow with black stripes on its back, red ones, blue ones, pink ones, whatever. And then we went on Facebook Marketplace and listed them, and specifically targeted especially women who were in relationships, and because we knew that they would want the item, and their boyfriends were typically the ones who would buy them, so we would charge the boyfriends exorbitant prices to get the cute little item because they were so difficult to get. And so we charged really fucking high prices. No one else on the market had them. We would neuter them, that way they couldn't breed them. We had a monopoly of it, and we got the red items. Like, you know how you get red items and then you can get like percentages? We had the best versions of every red item that existed in the game, from saddles to ARs to rockets to everything. It was actually a diabolical operation. When I say we took that shit serious, I mean we took that shit serious. Yeah, we're watching the turning right now.
This is gonna be brutal for Nemesis.
Yeah, you can't have that happen, as that is map defining in terms of just a huge net value loss. Right.
Holy yeah. Hello, welcome to a Twitch stream.
Play this all is getting a ton of value. Bubble out again into the sky. Amazing, make that 3. Can I see 4 onto the Wolf, who has to touch now. Very close. Passive is popped. Wolverine, and that's virtually 4 as Cap is holding. Crazy Man just trying to hold on as much as possible, but it looks like it is going.
I'm not gonna lie, Sentinels kind of dominating. I thought that was gonna be a little closer.
And, you know, moving forward, I feel like this is where we're going to see a lot more Human Torch prioritization. I know you talked about it, right? You talked about how important it is to get rid of that hero, and I think you were 100% on the money right now.
No, your 4 hours does not reset every channel you watch. It's cumulative.
With the Psylocke MVP, well deserved for
what are your thoughts on Ark 2?
Ew. Top flyer player in the game in general.
They literally just redid the game. It's like the same shit. They didn't solve anything. They did a 10 times worse Overwatch 2.
Unfortunately, like I said, I feel like that was a bit of a comp diff, and luckily, because
that was definitely a big comp diff.
Because they have top tier coaches, they adjust, right? It's a best out of 3. It's only for seeding, but regardless, I'm sure we'll see some changes from Team Nemesis in the ban phase, because their prioritization.
Ascended is Ark, not Ark 2.
Didn't really work.
Okay, I know it's not Ark 2 technically, but like, didn't they basically get rid of like everything in the game and start over, and like have to redo all the DLCs,
you know, the way I would
or all the updates?
Are a lot like top tier MOBAs almost. You know, if we talk about,
and then it got delayed 9 million times.
Specifically MOBAs, but it does feel like this
Arc
game
2 is
all about
upcoming
making
still?
less mistakes, right? If you could play easy heroes that
Wait,
kinda
what?
synergize well
They still haven't
together,
finished it?
really hard to utilize.
And you gotta
to a
buy it
high
again?
level and
Wait,
make
that
sure
shit never
you can
just
kind
came
of
out?
Group together as a unit. It's all about making the game.
Wait, I thought that
easier
shit
on
released and
yourself.
everyone
Right
just said
now,
fuck you and that was it.
Sentinels with this dive composition with the Captain America and Psylocke setting up these off angles that you really can't clear on a map like Hell's Heaven. It feels like
Wait,
it's the
that's
smart play,
hilarious.
and it feels like Team Nemesis are just fighting a losing battle off the rip, running this not dive.
There's 3 arcs? I'm
Yeah,
over it now.
I'm with you on the point about Punisher into Torch. You know, you think hit scan into Flyers and you think that is going to work out for you, but the sheer movement ability out of Torch and the escape ability, he also has an insanely high skill ceiling. So just the raw talent that you can bring to that character and just natural value with a ton of different implementations, from damage over time, from burst damage, from, you know, that
Arc 2 has Vin Diesel? Stop.
There's just so much to his kid.
Stop.
You know, Zald even takes a ton of
Sentinel's looking pretty good,
work
though.
out with combination. We saw a couple picks there where there's a ton to Torch's kit. In my personal opinion,
Yeah,
if
we're
I'm
watching
not running
tournament
Torch, I'm saying goodbye to Torch, but that's just how I would play.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what the ban phase is in store for Nemesis. I think we have our ideas on it, Shib and I. We'll see what the players and the coaches choose on Team Nemesis. It is a best out of 3, so they have another map to potentially come back on. We'll see you guys after the short break for game number 2.
Oh, short break. Maybe? Okay. Short break, for sure. Thoughts on boneless desktop PC setups? What the fuck did I just read? Chat, is there OCE matches tonight too, or nah? Trying to think if it's worth staying up super late again tonight to do one last big farm. Yes, OC is on. What time is it on? How does OC compare to other countries? It did look a little bit more disorganized slash like not as insane as some of the other seasons or other regions, but they're not like bad. It's just like I think that there's just less teams, so a little bit less competition. Yo, Kidsley, what's your one? The YouTube video, the Arc story? I don't know, maybe. It probably is, it probably exists somewhere. I've made so many videos over the last 4 or 5 years, I don't know what's where anymore. They exist. A smaller player base, yeah, so it's natural. It's not like not to slight them. Oh, I mean, it's looking like 100 Thieves Envy are the number 1, number 2. So let's see how that game goes. Pick up my phone calls. Who are you? Yo, are you the guy that keeps claiming to be my unpaid toll? Stop calling me. Fuck off. I just want to talk about your car's extended warranty. If I fucking get one more goddamn piece of mail that's like, warning, open immediately, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I open it, and it's like, it's written to basically try to trick you into thinking your car's normal warranty, like your powertrain warranty, is going to expire and is not going to be legal or not going to be usable unless you call them. But it's an extended warranty. But they word it so that unless you truly know what your powertrain warranty is, they make you think that the warranty, if you bought a new car within the last couple of years, is going to get fucked if you don't call them right away. And the best part is, if you never call them, they just keep pushing the date back. And so they'll go, oh, if you don't call us by, you know, the end of next month, your powertrain warranty is gonna expire. And then the next month goes, oh, you still have time. Oh, the next month, you still have time. The next month it's like, you still have time. And then the next month it's like, we'll give you a little longer. And then the next month it's like, are you sure? Like, you can still call. And then the next month they're like, it's gonna expire. We're telling you. And it's been 9 months, and you're still getting the fucking same goddamn thing every other month. And it's like, brother, that shit should have expired 2 fucking years ago for how many times you've sent me something in the mail. Fuck you.
Casualties and 10 final hits.
What is that account? Dad left for drops with the gifted sub.
Just securing those KOs.
Bro, these are some of the most unhinged drop names I've seen ever. We have like 4 new accounts that are like only here for drops, only here for the Overwatch 2 drops, drops only for 2069. I made this account for drops, and now we got fucking Dad left for drops.
Amazing player, amazing. He put in so much work.
Nameless thing of 48 months.
And
Appreciate it.
To kind of pop off. Same thing with Crimzo. So
you having car anxiety? I want them to stop fucking sending me mail. I'm sick of it. I'm sorry. I'm sick of them sending me mail, and I'm sick of getting an email every fucking month where they're like, we have an offer for your car. Call us now and we'll give you an offer. And it's like fucking 30 grand less than what the truck's worth. Fuck off. Sorry. I'm sorry, thinking of the gifted. Sorry, that was a lot. My bad.
Versus Shroud X. So for Team Nemesis, this is their better map. Maybe they'll show that
Killer Nation. I think it's 23 months.
More of a map differential. As
why do you need a truck? Because it goes vroom, 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 zoom, zoom, zoom. And when I get rear-ended at a red light like I did the other day, and the guy fucks up his car running over the sidewalk to fucking run away, and I don't get a goddamn scratch, I remember, damn, this was a great exception. This was a great buy.
Finding new understandings, new learnings nearly every day in these scrims.
Fuck.
VOD reviews, they are just picking up new things and forcing it down the enemy's throat here as we see a lock-in of Cloak and
wait, did I miss the car crash story? Yeah, you did.
Side of Nemesis, similar lock-ins here from Magneto.
I told you yesterday. It was like what, 2 days ago now, 3 days ago, whatever the fuck it was now. It's the other day.
Much in terms of their composition for Sentinels.
No, I don't think so either. Luna? Luna was played last time as well, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
But the difference is like that torch, like you said. So I mean, that's a good change. I think that's a hero that we talk about being a nuisance.
Okay, this is about expected for bans.
They got rid of the Emma. They got rid of the loot.
Wow, they're the exact same bans and saves, except the Luna versus Cloak.
Except now we have a
Eclipsing the Prime. Shit.
But it doesn't matter because nobody was
gonna have to restart TikTok straight into that rant. True. Actually, not wrong. I probably swore too many times.
Yeah, going to see a similar comp here. Obviously, may change, right? Amazing showing the Panther. I would love to see that, but we do see a bit of a change here for Nemesis. Which
go back to being a part-time streamer. I can't watch the 18-hour streams. I'm sorry.
After seeing how strong Sentinels played together there.
I saw you talking about drops on TikTok, so I'm leaving this on for drops while I do my final exams. Hey, good luck with your finals.
One to watch. We've only seen this a few times in the tournament so far, but it has not gone the distance, from my understanding, or at least not in the last few days.
Yeah, and if you're taking anything away from number 1, it was, I think, less to do with the players and more to do with the compositions played. And
your warranty's been with my laugh mass. Like, what warranty you want? My tank of gas.
The mirror, sort of, or both teams sort of
figure out their
thing
for 3 months.
Because, like we said, I mean, people are probably wondering about Mantis being manned. It's like, okay, Mantis is not that good of a hero for a lot of people. His character enables other heroes, right? It enables the Ultron. It enables the Human Torch. And with the Human Torch removed, You know, you could still probably play something along, you know, the Human Torch, the Atom with the Mantis, but Sentinels. Oh, the Amazing
Top demon thing, the 18 months
is coming out early. That's awesome.
Yeah, I saw it being hovered. Just I'm surprised to see it actually being executed.
Who on map 1? Sentinels. If you're ever curious who's up on maps, do you see above on their names, top right, top left, there's a bar that's there. The colored in bar means how many wins they have. So it's first to 3 or best of 3. So you see how there's one white bar for Sentinels? It means they won a map for the future. That truck thing gifted. What kind of truck do you have to not get a scratch from getting hit in the back of your car? I have a 23 TRX.
And now they're all fighting down main. It's amazing. Trying to find this off angle.
Yeah, already set up for the dive. Unfortunately, they couldn't push him off, and Ricky gets deleted off the face.
Oh, wait a minute. The BP.
Teams have been working on the Panther. Maybe Sen's self kind of showed how strong the Panther could be still in this meta. You know, they've seen a lot of tier lists, and everyone keeps saying Panther's not it. Maybe not it, but when you get a coordinated team with a person that can spin 180 with high sense, he is a threat. And we see Techie taking out Dinks.
What was that dash? Did he try a double dash and got stuck on the wall?
Nemesis loses another. Ricky takes out Crimzo, even again on point, but we are too.
I wonder if this is the pick that people said that Mori was talking about. There's gonna be some pick that people don't see coming. Maybe it was the BP.
The Vanguard's alive, but they just cannot. Techie's there with the follow-up onto Amadian. It's 1 by 1. Could the trades come through for Nemesis? They did before.
Haynes, by the way, I think the prime.
What's happening today, and the portal also blocks off this side.
Yo, the BP.
Dominance of Black Panther yet again.
Oh my goodness.
Amazing.
Hey, Jinx.
Panther looking incredibly strong. Just a nuisance. And with getting things like Loki off the field, I believe Loki was banned out. It makes it even more difficult to keep the strat line up and healthy there. As you're getting dove, your comms start getting nervous. You start yelling at your front line to turn around, and that
he's got the ult.
The meta and just in terms of team flow. So really well done here.
Yeah, this is the tough part about this patch is that, yeah, I mean,
Black Panther this week has to be Panther. Yeah, people were talking about that earlier, and people were asking if you figured out what it is yet, and I was like, nope, this has to be it.
Right now, Sentinels setting up the dives, goes in with the bast.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought he was gonna instantly die when he popped that ult. You have to watch someone who has the magic drops. Not everyone has the magic drops.
Nobody goes down, even though the fire. There wasn't a ton of movement left and right to juke. They just kind of soaked it with cooldowns. Well played again. Sentinels as a unit. Crimzo on height now. Amazing. Just back and forth here with the Panther, trying to keep eyes away from his back line. And again, out goes the dance of the butterfly from Nectar, fighting one. Ricky goes down, and again, odds are in the favor of Sentinels. Make that 2, 3, and 4 as Sentinels are already.
Oh my goodness.
3/4 of the way through.
Yeah,
the dive is actually going crazy.
Development in this game, in this patch.
Yo, don't let him go. Chase his ass. Oh, not that far.
React to these patches sort of live, right? Super last second. Nemesis now coming back through with the portal. They can maybe touch with a clobber.
Oh, they are an old build. True.
Yeah, I do like the thing switch. Very difficult to get that Yancey Street onto a dash by the Panther. Actually, you can kind of predict and throw it on your strat line and hope that he dashes through it. But once again, Amazing just sweeping here. Patient, waiting out some of these cooldowns. Electing to dive when things are gone. And that's the key.
You're not getting Emma drop percentage because you have to finish the magic drop first. I don't know why it works that way. That's just the way it works.
Like crazy. Ricky goes down. Crimzo finding one. Again. And Nemesis is just trying to hold on, and Amazing back to full HP, just not getting taken out and being such a menace here again with the dance of the
no, the patty cake fails. But it's still winnable if they can kill the. No, it's not. Oh no. Oh, I don't know about this one. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think he probably wants that one back.
Sentinel so close to Shredder's ultimates and unfortunately couldn't build them in time, resulting in Mello's ultimate connecting onto both strategists and removing them. Sentinels now also without Techie's ultimate as he tried to clutch it through. But right now, Nemesis finally
fix the 2-0 prom. I don't know how you're supposed to fix the 2-0 prom. Because if a team is just better, they're gonna win 2-0.
Side as Team Nemesis trying
many
to
times.
counter the force that is the Sentinels dive alongside Amazing on Black Panther and Nectar on that Psylocke.
Crimzo with the engagement, immediately freedom charge. The team will follow up. Remember, as Cap is moving forward, if you follow in his wake in that trail, you will gain shield. A lot of
the tough thing to stop from happening.
You actually need to run through your team, allow that trail to be there.
Actually gets Cart going a little bit.
And then Scatter trying to find a pick here. We do see Invisible Boundary right on point. And the entirety of the squads are both holding on.
Honestly, Retro, I don't remember. Brother, I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember.
So back and forth. Teams are both very strong in these fights as we see Amadian take
fluff thing for months.
again onto Dinks and Ricky, and Amazing on this Panther is insane right now.
Yeah, he's able to just roam free. Portal as well coming in late. Scatter using his earlier is a bit tough and gonna go down as well. And right now Sentinels just sort of surrounding this objective. Nemesis trying to figure something out. Amadian off the Punisher is onto that Star-Lord. We've heard, you know, people talk about how Star-Lord is maybe the switch up as well to deal with this Black Panther dive, but right now dive looks so damn good. Nectar as well gonna go back over to Psylocke off of that, that Strange for that portal. Last phase, this is not the best point for these dive compositions, so we'll see if Nemesis can stabilize with the
It's very interesting. They're actually running dive with the mag
haven't done the worst job necessarily in the streets phase, but
mag cap, and it's kind of going hard.
Yeah, no, we have a Star-Lord out with the lock. Does help against something like Panther in the spin to win on the back line. We are going to see a shift here and see if the momentum changes.
They go Thing to try to stop the dives.
Their footing here, starting to group together. Panther initiating that dive with Cap, and you said it. Together is the key. Combination of timing as they both go into the same time. Out.
Sally's taking the prime.
Doesn't find anything. There's some value. Nectar goes down, and Amadian gets one. Bubble goes out. The combination made in heaven. Scatter and Amadian.
Oh,
that spin to win. Amazing out to Ricky and Dinks.
Oh my goodness.
From Techie Aramori onto Amadian, and oh my goodness, it looks like Sentinels are going to sweep them all, and they do.
Dive not dead? Question mark? Dive is alive? Chosen the prime.
Had to go back to his team. They had Kraz and Mello looking for Rye and Crimzo, so you got to match, you know, 2-2 on those flank side. Nemesis still coming back. They do have ultimates. They saved them for this upcoming
I like the Hulk figure in that back. Thank you. Chat sent it to me.
Yeah, the retake, alt advantage heavily on the side of Nemesis. We said it wasn't going to go the distance, and Caster Curse is very real. Haven't seen it in a while, and here we go. As we are going to see a fresh engagement. Nectar off the rip here. We're going to force out the dance floor. Team is
Luna ults. It's pretty good, actually. It's a good trade.
As you actually can look in the center of the dance of the butterfly, you'll see a little ring, and there will always be Psylocke planting there after the Meteor Ram out. Amadian going to take out Armor before it even.
I think they just get a reset right now. Oh, never mind. They're up 2. Never mind. Oh, if he gets a kill with us, then.
Just trying to hold on with Mello's ult here. Nectar on the Scatter. The numbers are heavily in Sentinel's favor right now.
Yeah, they are, but here comes the Galactic Legend met by the Meteor M. Does not connect either, so he's able to get another
TP back
as well. But here comes the Invisible Boundary to let Sentinels hold on to this point and get rid of Crimzo. 5 seconds left too, and they don't have a portal. They're gonna have to come back in with a very late ultimate from Aramori. Strategist ultimate, not gonna keep really anybody else here for the side of Sentinels. They only have 3 people on this payload. Kurova does switch to the Doctor Strange, but you're gonna have to stall in overtime for him to come back.
Great pacing by Ricky with that ultimate there. It did allow the team to retake. This was a really good retake there. The numbers were heavily against them, and that should be enough to hold on.
Yeah, that's one of those classic cases where a game where it looks winnable, where they probably should just reset. But I mean, even right now, watching it in the moment, it's like, oh well, we got 2 picks. Like, it is winnable.
Fully cap out, but not a bad job.
Charging the prime, by the way.
Towards the very end, keeping the strategist alive, at least one of them alive. I mean, that's really all you could do versus a good Black Panther player. And on the opposite side, Mello finding
say magic drop. Yep.
Kurova or Armori right before they have those crucial ultimates
on the Twitch.
Picked. So
magic drop.
I mean, it's hard because the strategist line, it's not like their whole goal is to really pop off. Your whole job is to kind of stay alive and sort of keep your flankers alive when you can. It's a hard job to ask out of your strategists in this patch, but Sentinels usually a good job at doing it. Right now, Nemesis kind of staving off, maybe forcing away those ultimates just in the nick of time every single time Aramori or Kurova were to go down.
Yeah, that's where you may see something a little more unique, like a Hulk. You know, you may want to run Hulk Namor, try to do something to shut things down a little bit, or the, you know, if you're FlyQuest, the Penny with the lockdown there, and just try to hope that your strat line can.
It's insane how tame this chat is. Really? Well, I guess honestly, it actually has calmed down as the night's gone on.
Really
it wasn't earlier.
As you can look across the entire board,
it was fucking chaos earlier.
Goes to show you that this team is playing together.
Oh, in that department, yeah, is what a lot of people were
but
vibing.
Still, Mello trying to do everything they can right now. 7 final hits now on Strange as we see a new retake here from Nemesis. Portal play off the rip.
Portal play off the rip, also making sure to float just in case any shenanigans happens.
You know what's funny? They're probably in the official Rivals channel at this point. Because I think it was when, guys?
Is it too high? For some people, no, they can jump up, barely.
That was
stubby legs on the thing.
That would have been a little bit scary, but a good play there as they're going to own and completely flip the side, giving them height advantage. This does help shut down dive a little bit as the people that were setting up are no longer going to be able to and are forced to retake, but the setup is there.
Wait, so is Crimzo
on the left side? The team's not aware of it yet, and here comes Cap from Crimzo trying to reflect the thing. Going to own this zone. This is my backline, and I will.
What a TP play! They all went through, then he went back and swamped.
Excuse me, Cap. Well done on the patience. Just reset together. Don't commit too much and be ready to go back on the back.
I want to see more of the BP. Let's spectate more of the BP.
Here's Mello now coming through in the dive, and they're able to take down backline yet again. Nectar's going to fall too. So Nemesis really doing a job at living and just kind of coming back into these fights, forcing.
I just ran over their backline. Unlucky.
This is what we didn't see in the Ego game earlier, right? Team Nemesis kind of forcing out Rymazing, making sure that his cooldowns are used out of the fight, and during that time, during the downtime of Rymazing's abilities, when the cooldowns are up, that's when they're taking full advantage, running towards Kurova, running towards Mori. And right now, I think Nemesis are playing perfectly. This is what we would have wanted to see out of Ego death earlier on versus FlyQuest. Good
there was some chaos earlier,
like
but
this, and Nemesis are that
pretty
team
chill
that
today.
can kind of take control of flank angles that Sentinel set up.
And one of the genius,
someone else's live got flagged on Shameen on TikTok. What are you talking about?
Like Panther, but it allows your
the tournament
charge as the thing to get a ton of value. That zone of shutdown, limiting dashes from Panther and cap jump is insanely valuable, especially when it covers the entirety of a hallway. Good throw here, tries to get value, but no luck. Amadian going to continue with the legend. Returned right back here by Nemesis as Amadian finds Crimzo.
Not able to
land the Meteor M, the meatball, if you will, but
the meatball.
On point as Panther alive and well, holding on.
The tournament? Really?
Now we're going to see a ton of ults get popped. Kurova
interesting. Mine's been fine.
Here, ready to use that dance of the butterfly. We have Mello right back. Similar story with the strat line and a ult here from Psylocke out from Mello, and there is the Ricky ultimate to keep the
good survive. Gotta play patty cake in the backline, but they're getting so low.
I mean, they're constantly on the back foot. Nectar finally able to find Dinks, but this
only gets one though.
They're able to stay alive. Ricky pushes away Nectar, lives for a little bit long enough for his team to show up.
That was such a good play from the Invis.
Great job from them. Both
great play from the Invis.
This cart is still pushing, and Nemesis almost towards the end of the phase.
Oh, the BP's in trouble. Oh no.
Oh no.
They're staggering.
Pick onto Rymazing is brutal.
They're staggering really hard right now.
3 minutes 30 on, a similar position.
I mean, they'll still probably be fine, but
Sentinels at this point with the time in terms of the location of the point.
Just a few sloppy little plays.
They're gonna have to find their footing here. They do have ult advantage in this fight, so they should theoretically take this one, as we do see that cap out immediately. Freedom charged up, allowing the team to have a ton of HP. If you look at the back
bonk, 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 bonk. There you go. That's what you gotta see.
Looking for another. But the escape is there. Great play there. Still holding on to Aramori and Rymazing.
Wait.
Mello trying to find the trade, cannot, and finally Sentinels get a hold.
We're rooting for a certain team. I want to see Sentinels win this.
Snowballed a little bit towards the very end, but they've stopped it for now. 3 minutes left on the clock. Nemesis. Scatter. Buddy.
He just fat fingered.
Sometimes
no.
Tab and then you hit Q, you know what I mean?
Hope they in 5 months. Oh no. Fat fingering. Oh shit. Oh, that's tragic.
Great shots.
They literally get a free cloak ult now.
Directly onto the strat line. Great bubble there. Talked about a 55 HP per second. Psylocke gonna pop that butterfly. Nectar still not able to get much. Let's force out some stuff. Korova with the dance floor. Clobbering timeout as well. Back and forth. We see Q's pop. There is the value as Amadian finds Techie, and that is a nice pick. Dropping a Vanguard this early. He's gonna find space until
goodness.
pops out that all. Dank's gonna take out Korova though.
Hey, they get Korova.
Everything they've got to stay on.
They should still be fine though. They have another support ult, but they're not playing in the support ult. They're all over the place because split. The TP back. Crim's is so low though. Oh my god, he lived.
The game, Crimzo barely hiding behind the box now, trying to take away. Amazing was on the flank. I mean, he's playing pure anti-flank, chases down Amazing, cooldowns out.
Another TP. He gets a big nuke right here. I honestly, I kind of wanted to see him get a big kill right there for just to feel better.
Again, Sentinels looking really good in these fights, and
oh, big thing all. Oh boy, dude, Nemesis looks good right now. And I'll be honest, not to be that guy, but I feel like Sentinels is not playing together all of a sudden. I know they're playing dive, but they're not on the same page. They had double support ult advantage and lost people during support ults. I feel like that should not happen. Yo, Bruno Man, thank the Prime, and Sunscreen Queen with the 5 gifted. Thank you for 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Chad gets up. Make sure to thank you. Iron Man swap. Interesting.
Right now, Kraz over to the Hulk as well to this third phase instead of the thing, and right.
Ooh.
Nectar gets picked off again.
Oh, losing someone early again.
Yeah, and Nemesis is finding their footing. We talk about them, you know, maybe not feeling as confident on map 1.
Needed to get the kill on that, but the bubble.
Iron Man to try to find some picks onto the cloak and dagger during ult. Unfortunately, did not work out for him. There, Mello with a good dash and escape. Meteor M up, not able to find much. Very weak, but does not get the pick.
I don't know how Armori survived right there on the cloak ult, but that was huge. Oh, gets the kill too. That's huge. Uh-oh. They need to die right now. Everyone needs to die and reset. Die and reset. Die and reset. Die and reset. Do not die late. Do not die late. Do not die late. Oh, they're committing. Oh no. Ah. No, you're gonna wish you had that one back, dude. Oh, you're gonna wish you had that one back.
And the Hulk to deal with Amazing on this Iron Man is huge.
Aramori onto the Jeff swap? Wait for the spawn hold? Wait a minute. I like it. Wait a minute. I actually like it. Oh, never mind. It was just to get back to the point faster. No, it was just the bubbles. She just bubbled everybody in the back of the spawn to get there quicker.
Oh yeah, out of Jeff, out of spawn. Good call. Amazing.
Wait, actually, that's a big kill though.
They're gonna have one more major touch at this as a unit. They're gonna have to reset. You do not want to get picked now. You want to come in hot with a potential portal play if they decide to do it. Doesn't look like they're doing it just yet. It's just going to be a natural touch here, and then if anyone goes down, that switch and teleport in.
Wait, did they lose Monster Hulk?
That grand finals of their group. They're going to have that maximum pulse. Scatter's going to have Meteor M to go to counter it. We'll see if he holds on to that ultimate ready to go for this. Melio, meanwhile, Armello drops in early with the Dance of the Butterflies.
Yeah, and that's going to force out some stuff. No, Amazing goes down, and that is a giant pick, as we will not have that
losing the
ready to counter. Danks is going to ult.
Well, hang on. It actually might work out. If the mag ults early,
the spawn timers, an additional little bit of time here. The dunk goes out from
Nemesis's mag ults because the Iron Man is dead, and he comes back and ults, it could be huge. Oh no, he's disciplined. He's not using it. There it is. Wait for it. There it is. So Amazing came back, did not use his ult right away, went for kills. The mag did not pop ult until it was too late, popped the ult, and then he had Iron Man ult, but it was already too late. So he actually held the ult so long, waiting for Iron Man ult, but it ended up getting no value because they waited too long. Holy shit, that was crazy.
I mean, beautiful gameplay from Sentinels towards the very end, and at a Nemesis, right? I think
Ryan Mason kind of had to clutch that a little too much, I think.
And that's what we talk about. That's what we want to see, right?
That was spooky. Some questionable ults, some questionable plays.
I feel like it was hard. I feel like they did get
questionable team play for a little bit there, but they pulled it together. So, hey.
Really well. So did Amadi in this entire roster.
You definitely can't do that though against 100 Thieves or against Envy. So
I mean, they had so much time in
that's
the
pretty
bank,
good.
But so did Sentinels on their attack. That just goes to show how hard it is to capture out Clintar as Sentinels stopped Nemesis last second. Definitely
the bubble play from Aramori though was actually so smart. I think that got them back in time to really like hold well. Alright, chat, I gotta go pee real quick. We'll be back in 2 seconds, alright?
On the damage charts for Korova, strictly just raw damage out there for Luna Snow, who has 20 elims there, just popping off 2 finals, but 13k damage alongside 57k healing for Korova is absolutely obscene. Needs to get some attention. So well done there. Most healing by over 12k damage. So yeah, just a beautiful work there for Sentinels playing together as a team. You talk about it, everyone's stat lines looking pretty similar across the board. Sentinels once again showcasing why they should be considered a top seed and pushing through on Clintar, a thing that we haven't seen too frequently. So very well done again by Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, it was a back and forth matchup. Ryan switched to Iron Man towards the end on third phase. Definitely more of a comfort pick for him. I think Flyers in general are really strong. Storm and Iron Man. I think people talk about, you know, who is the next up Flyer outside of the Human Torch right now. I think Human Torch right now is probably the #1. I mean, some people could say Storm. Storm has had their moments as well, but right now, I mean, you don't really know exactly what to switch. We haven't seen too much top tier, I think, Iron Man gameplay as well. It's been tough for Iron Mans in general, but maybe this variance of Iron Man against the Hulk, against this Psylocke, I think a lot of these changes kind of enabled them, especially since Black Panther on third phase is a bit rough. But here is your MVP. It's Korova from the series. He played pretty damn good.
Yeah, we talked about the raw damage. Korova, absolutely great positioning, great ultimates, a ton of damage out there to help things like that dive by Panther, clean up some of those KOs and just find value with a single dash. So Ryan Mason, great play there. I love to see that as well. Panther to Iron Man, definitely more obscure picks. Definitely something you might see in ladder, but maybe not as much in tournament.
Yeah, maybe not as much in tournament so far. I think we'll see moving forward. I think Sentinel's definitely favoring that. I think they showed a little bit of their cards, at least on third point on Clintar, and you know, for Nemesis, I think that's something, you know, you don't feel too bad about that matchup. I think Sentinels was a good team. I think you can maybe look at slight changes. Like I said, I've been really impressed with Mello. I think that this whole team as well, Nemesis, they're a very talented roster, and I think their macro is pretty good. I feel like Mello's improvement is definitely understated. I think he's gone from like magic one trick to just this. I mean, he has so many heroes in his hero pool. He's pulled up the Psylocke, he's pulled up the Human Torch. I think he plays so many heroes for this Nemesis roster, and I think even though they lost 2-0, that he's definitely improved to me as well on the Wolverines. So we'll have to see more of this Nemesis squad in the loser bracket. We'll see what they could do, see if they could secure that second or first seed if they give themselves that run back into the grand finals. But for Sentinels, what a 2-0 win for them, and a team as well that definitely needed something like this to prove they're still a force and still a top tier team.
Yeah, and 70k on the line, moving this deep into the tournament for that first place prize is going to add some pressure. I do agree. Mello, most damage in the entirety of the game, 29k damage, 13 finals, looking really good. Amadian up there with 13 as well. Oh, excuse me, Amadian at 13 too, so very strong by both of them, looking really clean, but just could not clutch it up at the end there, as Sentinels do a great job in those big team fights, always staying calm and finding value with each ult. A lot of strategists negating big ultimates.
Reload.
Amazing, trying to make some plays there with Iron
oh yeah,
Man.
it's desynced as fuck.
Ground makes you virtually immune, and you can just deal a ton of raw damage.
Yeah, I think that goes to show. I think that series as well kind of proved, because they played Cloak and Luna, right? And then on the other side,
Unk. Hey, watch him out.
Did they play Invisible Woman alongside? I don't remember, but regardless, no, they played for both teams.
Yeah, I think Invis came out for Ricky towards the end too for Nemesis as well. So it was Cloak and Invis towards the end, but I believe that was the case. But really, yeah, I liked. We saw those boundaries get a ton of value as well. 32k, a ton of damage, you know, out on both sides for the strategists. The strategists are really good damaging.
Well, what do we rank these heroes? Because right now, I think strategist wise.
Why can't we call you Unk? Because I'm not old.
You're kind of in their own tier, and then Invisible Woman sort of like bouncing around, right, between the top tiers. Maybe still is one of those top tier heroes. I mean, compared to like.
Why did you just type LMAO in all caps?
Duo.
Why is that so?
Strategist duo.
I can't get too
it's difficult because
it's nighttime.
at this level of play,
What is that supposed to mean?
Not see in ladders. So we're gonna get a lot of these questions answered here.
You look
right
old.
Now,
You look old. Fuck you. All right, you're old.
Who is one of the newer additions to this squad in terms of being on the playing field and is just an absolute force out there. How you doing, Nectar?
Hey, what's up? Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Hey, I just got to ask you quickly. You guys are really seeming to enjoy that committed dive comp. You are going in heavy with the Psylocke and Crimzo with the cap. Is that something you guys recently?
Don't wake up the family below you.
Well,
at this point,
I think I do like the
my last week here, whenever that is, I'm gonna fucking crash out. I'm gonna stream at like 3 in the morning. I'm just gonna fucking scream the entire time.
You know, we play off each other pretty well, and it's like I feel like since like the first day I played with
we're gonna do a screaming stream.
Like I felt like there was sort of a lot of synergy with each other, you know, on these dives.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, a lot of natural synergy between you two, and you know, for Sentinels, for your roster as well moving forward. I think that, you know, we would not be surprised to see you guys sort of make these dives, and I think that the great
over
part of
18 is Unk. Sorry, Unk.
That sort of variance towards third point on Clintar. Can
One,
you sort of discuss
no,
that, like,
okay, we call that illegal, a fucking adult. 2,
against Team Nemesis when
this whole chat is old as fuck. Half of you fucks are older than me. Okay, half of you fucks are older than me, and you say shit to me about being old. I have seen you. I have the demographics. I have the data. All right, I have the data. Most of you are older than me.
First domination, you were 30-2.
Peyton, you turned 29 the other fucking day. I didn't forget. All right, we are the same age. Watch yourself.
Committing to this dive and being more aggressive. Are there any heroes you want to ensure are always gone? Something like Loki?
Yeah, I feel like Loki makes it really hard, especially with
you beat me to it. That's fucking crazy.
It makes it pretty hard for Psylocke and divers like that to find in the fight. But
fuck you. You know what? New York changed you. All right.
Response, you know.
You used to be cool. New York changed you.
Makes Vanguards turn around too much, you know.
I said it.
And on that, I mean, like, Nectar, what do you do on like Psylocke if you are being looked at a lot? Like, do you change your play style a little bit, or what's up?
Yeah, I think that's the best.
Do you wish you had a lawn so you could scream at them to get off your lawn? Yeah, I do. All right. That's why I'm running ads right now for the house fund. You know what? Thank you for the reminder. Here, have some ads. All right, contribute to the house fund. Have a nice fucking day.
You be a lot more proactive and make your own opportunities.
And do you think this is sort of the way moving forward with this patch? You know, I think a lot of people were running Storm, Punisher previously.
Kara, I think the Prime.
You know, maybe
Zadlov think the Prime.
Are we going to see a little bit more dive regardless of bans and protects, or do you think things are still up in the air, maybe with the triple res compositions and stuff, and like Mantis maybe?
I think this patch allows for a lot more creative freedom, especially since the bans aren't universal for both teams. Like, teams can play into their best play style. You know what's best.
My girlfriend calls me a cradle rocker, even though I'm only a month older than her. That's crazy. That is actually. I thought, you know, sometimes you think things can't get worse, and then I see something like that. My condolences. Scrub Slate, I think in the Prime.
Really, you know, appreciate your insight. Obviously, a very intelligent player. Any major thing you want to say for the final thing? Any shout out? Anyone you want to thank before we say goodbye to you?
Yeah. I want to thank my team, you know, for taking a chance, because I was kind of an unknown player before, and thanks to my girlfriend and my family.
Awesome, man. Humble, love it.
Thank you.
Really well done out there, buddy.
No way, my guy just hopped on broadcast and flexed having a girlfriend. That's fucked up.
Yeah,
love it.
Love your stuff, and can't wait to see what else you do in the elderly gaming space.
Top of the ladder. So, appreciate it, Nectar, coming on in. Shib, man, what a series from Sentinels. Good to talk to Nectar too. Good to see you, Nectar, as he longs off to go relax for the day. You know, an incredible matchup. Good to talk to him for the first time as well, because like they said, I mean,
do you think you're talking to?
Him, right? He was sort of unknown player coming into it. You know, on the ranked ladder, everybody knew him. He was popping off, but I mean, what a series from Sentinels. And
I think it was through 6 months.
Yeah,
my grandparents were born on the exact same day. My Nana is just 4 hours older. If you ask my granddad, though, he's a spring chicken. And she's and when she was born, they had to etch into some stone tablets to write.
And Shroud X will be duking it out again to see who's going to go back and try to take out Sentinels.
That's crazy.
That spot.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an incredible matchup. Whoever wins in Nemesis and Shroud X. I think Nemesis put up a good fight, and they also beat Shroud X earlier. I'm sure Shroud X want to avenge themselves. So this is for seeding, and I think Shroud X as well is looking stronger as the tournament progresses. We'll see how they do. Obviously, Dogman came in earlier to talk about how, you know, losing their
you can be my
deal.
girlfriend.
Now that it's not their tournament, maybe now that they're in away territory in the Ignite series with the pressure cooker heating up. I think, Shib, we're going to see a lot of the best out of every single team. Maybe not Scatter in the last game, you know, with the ultimate, but mistakes happen, and I think Nemesis
still
sugar
mama?
Well, regardless of that ultimate not being.
Are you some billionaire's child?
Still kind of a funny flub up. Hopefully
can you make
Scatter,
peanut butter chocolate or peanut butter cookies?
Forward,
yeah, that's what I thought.
Still funny to see.
Yeah, that's one of those
Sorry, I have
standards.
standards.
Off, right? Everyone has had those moments, every single last one of us. But yeah, it was a ton of fun to watch. We know Nemesis is strong. It was one of those games that took against Shroud X to game 3. So I'm excited to see that rematch. And before we get into our final match, which could potentially be one of the most intense matchups that you're all looking forward to, we're going to toss it to break. We'll see you shortly.
When next match? Timer on screen is 5 minutes.
My children, make yourself useful.
Where can we find bracket? Maybe Twitter. 1-2 Scrub, thank the Prime. Was there matches tomorrow, chat, or no? Moist Darkness and the Gifted. There are tomorrow? Shit. Wait, isn't the OC tonight, though? It's not tomorrow? Tomorrow's the best of 5 games? What? Tomorrow night, OC best of 7 grand final. Isn't it tonight though? Not tomorrow? I'm literally a coach. So what's tonight in a couple hours? Isn't there OC games tonight? Someone told me there's games tonight at like 2 in the morning, my time. Max and everything 27 months. What's tonight? Oh, it's semifinals tonight? Oh. So wait, is there game Sunday? Are you alright after the long stream yesterday? No. I want to snap and kill half the drop chatters today. Okay. Ungrateful, I'll take my drops elsewhere. Wait, hang on. Before you go anywhere, Okay, are you listening? The button's not going off. Hang on, give it like a minute before you go anywhere. You ever heard of clouds and how they're fluffy? It's on fucking cooldown. Clouds are fluffy, and if you look at them for a while, you sometimes can see moisture, but only if it's raining. And sometimes they look like marshmallows. You fucking go off already. I think I broke my ads button. You gotta be shitting me. There's no way Cloud just subbed. Yo, thanks Cloud for the Prime. Appreciate you. Enacting the Prime.
Looking for 100 Thieves versus Envy, both of which are in the conversation for the team of the tournament. I cannot wait to get eyes on this.
Real. Thank you for the bits. Hey, I appreciate you just being here, though.
Super excited.
Thank you.
Top teams playing. We just saw in the last series in Sentinels and Nemesis. You saw what high-level thinking can do, high-level gameplay as well. So we're definitely in store for that. This was the technical group of death, Shib, man. So we get to see 100 Thieves versus Envy, and this is the matchup everybody, like you said, probably wanted to see.
Yeah, so Envy had dropped the map. 100 Thieves flawless so far in the tournament, but Envy, obviously, you know, we know how strong they can be. There's a lot of contention for, out of all of these roles with these players, can be considered some of the top players in each individual role on both
so
sides.
The Clouds, by the way, right?
Arguing for
the Clouds are
forward. You can see here Envy, as shown, only one map lost to Solaris, an incredible team, honestly, who had a tough bracket layout, who got a win on Envy. But you look over at
Clouds are
walking through Luminosity, walking through Jobless Bums, and here they are, ready to take on Envy.
There's something
as we head into the
they're in the sky
right before the finals here of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the matchup indeed to look out for, and like you see with Envy dropping Hell's Heaven to Solaris. That was when they were playing the Storm competition. They're doing Jeff NATO, and it wasn't working out because Solaris played super well around it.
Washed.
For 100 Thieves, it's been
you should try it sometime.
Pretty much every
smelly
single
fuck.
map. So we don't really know their weaknesses publicly, at least just yet. Maybe in other tournaments we've seen it, but yeah, Shib, it's just going to be a good matchup, I think.
Yeah, you got similar, you know, hero pools on either side too. You got the flyer selections, you got the unique picks. Back in the day, we saw the hella back and forth matchups. Those were a ton of fun to watch. So
I think I swore too many times. I think that the TikTok algorithm got pissed off at me.
As we head
one thing I can see it.
Before we go into this match is the skins.
All right, if you're on the TikTok side, the Twitch stream's gonna keep going, the YouTube stream's gonna keep going. But I'm gonna restart the TikTok stream here in a minute, because if you swear too many times, it gets mad. So I'll be right back.
Iron Fist here. This skin super cool. With Ultron taking over, I can't wait to get my hands on this in game. I'm sure a lot of Iron Fist mains.
I don't want to restart it, man. The fucking shit I've read today over there. I've just
maybe seeing Phoenix soon. I'm a huge fan of.
I've read quite possibly some of the stupidest fucking shit I've ever read today.
Decked out in red and gold here, super cool look, and Moon Knight still definitely playable as we've seen him a few times in this tournament.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, as somebody who abused that character early on when he was when the hand of Khonshu was a little broken, that character's awesome, and that skin is freaking amazing. I mean, I just love that skin. Not to talk about too many skins too much, but I think that's definitely his best skin, at least from my perspective. But we'll see what happens with that skin and with Moon Knight specifically if he returns to the meta. I know that we saw Bedtime, you played with him before in ranked. That guy can play Moon Knight to a pretty high level, but you know who also plays every single hero to a high level? It's both these teams in 100 Thieves and Envy, man.
Yeah, like I said, you could talk about the Vanguards, the strategists, and the duelists on both sides, and honestly, you could put all of their roster in the conversation for being the top of that specific role. So I think we're going to see some serious competition back and forth here, and they could see some mirrored compositions, and that is going to spark some serious conversation as we see Terra, Delena, TTK, Vinny, Harvey, and SJP. TTK, the story behind him, a controller Vanguard. Rarely do you see controller at this high of a level. Obviously Smash over there on the duelist line, and then you got TTK here on the Vanguard line. Just a menace out there with Strange and Magneto. Delena very strong with things like Hello, a little more hit scan, Namor, Psylocke, we've seen Iron Man, and then Harvey, just the jack of all trades. Harvey obviously Loki in the back line doing a great job in the strat line. Honestly, I could speak about all of them. Terra plays virtually everyone. It seems like this team is insane.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. I think that this is definitely a star-studded lineup, and you know, maybe we don't have to talk about the control discussion anymore, too much rather. I love pointing it out, but it does feel
entertain
like
yourselves.
Always, you know, there's always somebody in chat that's like, he's on controller? No way, he must be terrible. But it's like, TTK is definitely Timothy John James Jr. the third, whatever you want to call him. I mean, TTK is him in this game.
Gamble your hearts out.
Probably in contention for the best controller player in the pro scene, but you know, there's a lot of good players over in Europe as well, and DRP and a few others. So, you know, we'll see where that actually goes. But 100 Thieves, definitely a great team, like you mentioned, and they have so many players who've made the transition between metas very well, and that's really the benefit. That's what the strength in this game.
When you're talking about clouds, hang on.
The tough part is it's being meta proof, right? This meta, I think, this patch change to 2.5,
how much longer am I gonna shoot for? I don't know.
Stuff, adding these characters, having so many changes has made teams rethink how they play the game. Team Envy, one of those teams, speedily coming in, being that Psylocke player, coming over, playing Storm to a high level, and Cal also deviating away from the Hela. He was known as probably the best Hela player, now going over to things like Wolverine at sometimes, right? So the flexibility is key, and this team, Team Envy, definitely one of the best at flexing.
Yeah, and then we could talk about Kaluj, some of the biggest strange ults we've seen in any tournament over these last few matches. Just very, very confident there. Window, not afraid to pull out the Groot. We've seen Emma.
Yo, thank you the super chat. Appreciate it.
Got a shout out, I believe, for Month in the last game. Month doing a good job
I
on the
recently
kind.
started to watch you when Marvel came out and listened to you while in work. Much love to you flats.
Thank you, Doozy. Appreciate the 5. Much love, dude. Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Even we go back to 100 Thieves, Vinny still making Groot super powerful. Same with Window on Envy. It's just like they can still run whatever it takes and get the maximum, you know, value out of that character, even in a meta that maybe doesn't favor them as much, or even after slight tuning of that specific hero.
Yeah, at least I forgot to ask, because it was the first time we have interviewed.
They just show a highlight of him missing 5 shots on Jeff.
I feel like
that's fucked up.
Conversation to see maybe who recommended him for the tryout for Sentinels. Maybe it was
first chat here. Wisdom. Cutting quesadillas is easier with a pizza cutter.
Tryout, so we'll see. You know, when we talk to Nectar later down the line, but for Team
you know
Envy, like you said, it's just over across the board. Everybody is so good.
Some good wisdom. Appreciate it.
Formerly a top tier duelist player, picking up strategist and kind of popping off. Same thing with Month. Month has been such.
You can always just make a pizza. I suggest buying a pizza oven.
So Envy definitely up
I
there.
feel like a pizza oven's like a
everybody else, and you know, I wonder if we would
big
ever
expense
have,
for
like,
something you probably won't
you know, I
much
think
with.
we talk about it behind the scenes, but. You know, and we talk about it here maybe a little bit, but I don't know, maybe we could have an official.
Can you check my edit and let me know what you think and show love, like, and comment?
You know, who the all-stars potentially could be. I know that there's, you know, other scenes that make like little cards where they put like the rating out of 100. You know how you would like a sports, like a soccer player or something like that. So
did I get a new camera?
Some awesome fans who are talented at the graphic design could make something along like that.
Opening some packs of rivals.
Pizza cutter, God.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
I'll be down.
Yeah. Listen, man.
I got one. A small flex. I got one back there a little bit. They did that kind of thing. You know, back in the day. But so maybe we see
pizza oven can make more than just pizza.
100 Thieves, both teams.
What else can pizza oven do?
You know, definitely win this whole tournament, Shib, and both teams have shouts at the potential all-star lineups that we were talking about.
Yeah, I think we can see some really, you know, different bands here, although they are.
I have an air fryer. Yeah.
That they may see
got about 3 inches of dust on it, but yeah.
These teams just have such a diverse and deep roster, so they can really run whatever.
All right, let's roll.
High level. We do see the Loki ban out there, as well as Emma trying to keep.
Bands are pretty much the same. This should be a really good game.
The most in the first weekend. It's probably going to be close here for a similar ban out in the second weekend. As we progress forward, we are going to see
Torch ban, Storm ban.
Holy, we've talked about that.
I will see
Absolutely.
actually. Mag ban or mag saves, Emma ban, Loki ban, Loki save.
Anymore. I think we saw it early days, but Hunter Thieves, one of those teams that does prioritize that Storm ban. Envy locking up the Loki. And I think there's something interesting we talk about with teams that do well, Shib.
Which character am I? I'm all of them.
If you do well, despite, you know, composition, sometimes you can get baited into playing off meta, quote unquote, right? Because if you do well and you're not learning, right, this is what we talk about the teams
Group
that lose.
ban.
You know, they try to go back to the drawing board, figure something out. If you're winning, a lot of teams are just comfortable with winning, comfortable with
save, Luna save,
and sometimes you can get quote unquote baited into playing bad compositions, as you know that can happen 2 weeks into a meta, right? So we're still early days into a patch. We don't really know what is the best just yet, and
Wolverine save. Whoa,
as a Wolverine protect
that's actually kind of smart because they're like, we can save Luna or Cloak. It's like, well, we're gonna get one of them either way.
I think you're going for there. Where it's like,
thanks, Gorgon. Appreciate you. Thank you for 13
months. And they're finding a composition that could beat the comp that you were winning with. So if you get complacent, it can definitely be a pain point, and they can exploit you as they find
Punisher
ways
ban
to shake this up. They're gonna get rid of that Punisher too. We're gonna see the lock-in of Wolf.
Smart.
Wolf is
I like that ban.
terrifying for everybody on the front line there. The Vanguards. It is in. He's in my nightmares for sure with that Weapon X skin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right on that, Mark. 100 Thieves. Been also a team on Krakoa to specifically play. I believe it was either Punisher Hela or Winter Soldier Hela on that map. So they love to play that sort of anti-dive composition. They have not forced towards that dive. So the matchup is going to be interesting because I think Envy loves to play Speedily on that Psylocke. By the way, Speedily, you freaking jerk, change your name back to Speedily. Stop being Speedery. What are we doing, man? Come on. We love your gameplay, but change your name back, please, for us casters, okay? We're too small brain.
I love it at this point, man. I'm locked in.
No! Don't stop! Don't encourage him. What are you doing?
At this point, it's my norm, brother. But one thing I got to call out here is this the first time we've seen Hela today. And I know we talked to Cal, and Cal's like, I still think Hela is better than Punisher. I cannot believe we just aren't seeing Hela out here like at all. So exciting to see that come back here. At least it was shown for the moment. Yeah, Delena looks like they are going to be locked in to Hela here off the rip.
Well, I don't think they want to have to play Wolf. They don't have to, but it's a good thing to have. Yo, Gordon, thank you for 5 gifted.
Already with the Jeff.
Thank you for 5 gifted. Appreciate you.
It's a difference of opinion, right? We have
Jeff gets some issues. Thank you.
Versus Hela enjoyers, right?
How bored are you at the moment? I'm about as bored as you as your mom on a Friday night. Fucking shut up. You guys couldn't tell the difference between boredom and tired if you fucking sat down and explained it to you all night. Chill out.
Just to get healed. So we'll see if this Hela can work out for 100 Thieves, who's playing pretty much pure anti-dive.
Speedery trying to engage early there onto Delena on that off angle. Both taking the same thought, but with the Venom, this could be really impactful. Good escape there again as the teams are just kind of buying each other, testing each other a little bit. Delena going to find month early though. Down goes the strat immediately for Envy.
I feel like this game is going to go pretty much if Delena goes crazy on the Hela, 100 Thieves wins. If they shut him down, Envy wins.
Defensive position on both sides. Some teams, depending on what they've scrimmed, they like to do that early, especially if they're running flyers, but it looks like they do not want to do it yet as we start up this second fight, and down goes Cal.
I mean, Delena might have the most aura out of any Hela player. I think Cal is up there as well, but Delena to me has always felt like the best Hela behind the scenes. Cal though is gonna match it. We get that classic matchup like you mentioned, Chip.
Oh, Hela v Hela.
This is what we saw in the future on Midtown. We're gonna get a look at it again here on Domination. TTK holding this height, just trying to build that all charge. You can see on the bottom right there the sticks on the controller. Gotta love to see that change in visual as they just play very patient.
Holy shit! Look at the bottom right. You actually see the fucking buttons.
You don't want to hold down that trigger. You want to click it when you can. And there's an immediate alt there. Dance the butterfly from Speedery. Cal drops out. Does avoid it. Speedery trying to make a play. Excuse me, there's a Delena. And we do have a Bucky out here. Start with a Kraken impact. Been a while.
Yeah, been a while. Terra trying to find something. Gets that resets as well.
Fucking
over the
nuked.
Top
Jesus.
On to both Nero and Mont. Trying to just remove. That's one way to do it, Shib. Opening it up and Delena spacing.
Dude, everyone was saying that Envy is much better. Like, I mean, I think Envy beat 100 Thieves multiple times
best map
recently before like
Psylocke's worst, right? The spacing is so easy to do because
this part of the tournament. I think
so close to the Hela. This map is so wide and so long range.
Meanwhile, 100 Thieves looks fucking phenomenal.
perfectly. And I think this is the best we've seen him play so far. It's obviously an easier map to do it, but right now Speedly's having
What's that? Is that someone complaining about ads? Hold up, I got you. Here's some more.
Over to the Doctor Strange now as well, and off that Venom.
Yeah, a lot of Hellas here are looking to hold on to that all until they're
Moon, by the way, I think 3 months. Appreciate it.
HP bar gets you in the sky with a fair amount. Delena and Cal just back and forth here, doing a little bit of the dance on Hella. We're going to see this initiation with the right click, getting driven back heavy. Now Envy starting to apply some pressure as Month is copied up, starting to use that dance as they press forward. We see Speedery take out Delena, and this is what Envy needs to get this point, as they're down almost 90% off the rip. And there goes another as Month takes out Vinny, and down goes CTK and SJP. As
they do have Cloakle, but they have Mag-ult.
Who are slightly up in ult, but that will change shortly as TTK.
They probably Luna ult first.
Have it as well.
Yeah, I guess Vinny's gonna stay on that thing to match, you know, speedily on that Psylocke as Envy
Ripper
for ultimates. I mean, this is still anybody's game, even though 100 Thieves got up to 88%. These domination games go fast. Ultimates aboard from every single squad. Strategist ultimate's gonna get popped. We'll see how the mid fight turns out. As on 100 Thieves, they don't have the crystals and they're missing that.
We're gonna let him walk in a little bit, then go for a strange ult.
Just able to take that space back without anything major committed.
He's looking for it. He's looking for it.
He's gonna have a fair amount of
he stops though. We're gonna wait out the Luna ult first.
Trying to make something happen, but no on either side.
Blocks it.
Nope, not able to land that either. As all of these are just being traded back and forth with no value. The time, good decision there from TTK.
That almost got one. Trying to hit the wall. Get the crystals. Almost got one off the wall too.
But not able to collapse. Great cloak there to escape as they're still battling. Cracking it back up for Terra. Trying to land again, but out goes another dance floor. These are being traded back and forth.
The ults run out though. It's crazy how much your ult economy matters. This whole fight came down to one thing. Chat, who could tell me what this came down to? Where did that fight come down to? The entire thing.
The butterflies, Delena on the back left, looking for Cal early, making sure he pressures out Hella in the back line.
Yeah,
it came down to who support ulted second. 100 Thieves support ulted, Envy support ulted, 100 Thieves support ulted, waited a few seconds, Envy support ulted again, they win. It literally came down to whose supports can hold their ult longer. Oh! They left Nero behind. That's a big strange ult though. Gets both supports. No supports on the side of 100 Thieves.
Drops window so back and forth here again, but it looks like this one might go to 100 Thieves.
We have the Jeff swap, pops bubbles and spawn, swaps to Strange, swap over to Cloak and Dagger. Wait, they see 9.
This is absolutely the highest level of North American Marvel Rivals. Round number 1 goes in favor of 100 Thieves. That percentage they built up, you mentioned earlier, Shib, just ended up to be too much. I mean, they played almost perfectly, Team Envy did, right? They almost zoned out, but it is the smallest of margins that you can absolutely lose.
I knew they were kind of losing, but I thought they still had their mag was still alive.
Had a rough kind of
I guess he died. I didn't see him die.
On the Hella, but it's difficult because I think Delena gets a little bit more sustained, right? Gets a little bit more help in terms of, you know,
yeah, they would have won either way for sure.
Introduction as well as Delena. Pretty much, it looks like his entire focus is just on Cal, right? It seems like everybody else on the side of 100 Thieves is focused on an actual team fight, as Delena making sure.
Dude, Delena 5 final hits, 8 and 1. Cal 3 and 4, 0 final hits.
He's in a tough spot. And I think
it's all about the Hella right now.
I think Speedily should do a little bit better on this round.
Yeah, that's kind of what I told you guys was going to happen.
Wolverine is going to keep sticking with it off of the Bucky.
Yeah, it goes back to the conversation about what they wanted to decide to do.
Snippy thing, the Prime.
I mean, like you're saying, that focus on Cal could have very much been a strategy decided prior to this game, just shutting down somebody, having full focus, doing things like that damage reduction out from Vinny, as that has been major value here with the thing that we're seeing at this level of play.
Yeah, TTK is on a controller. Oh, God, someone call 911. I just witnessed a murder. Oh, God, another one! Holy shit!
Instead escapes Terra. Just so terrifying, if you will, on this Wolverine.
It's a massacre. Wait, oh, actually, wait a minute. Hang on, Envy's flipping it. Wait, Envy's flipping it. They just got a quad.
That's why this man seen as the best Psylocke in North America. Cap definitely has a shout, but Speedily has that throne. He's got 5 in this fight alone with no Stratus ultimates in sight. Or rather,
that was kind of gross.
There to counter them. Now Envy, just off of a fantastic ultimate from Speedily, set themselves up. And this was talking about
no support ult was ready, or if they did have support ult ready, they didn't use it.
Specifically, when we enter the Warrior Falls, this character can kind of pop off here.
Yeah, there's a lot tighter.
That was gross.
Tighter rotations. You don't have to dash nearly as long to find like an escape route or natural cover. And I do agree with you. I think it's a great, you know, it goes to show you how certain heroes can perform better on various maps, and more of a difficulty there prior. But now, definitely tighter windows as we press forward. Envy does have ult advantage and 30 on the ticker right now. Terra does.
They need to look for cloak ult, but they don't want to get mag ulted. So like, what are they gonna do? Oh, they're actually gonna go for Luna ult first. Smart. They got a pick though. Oh, force the mag ult now, so now they're free to cloak ult after.
Yeah, doesn't even get the hell like you mentioned. Now they come back
what
in
the fuck am I witnessing?
Terra got Kaluji off the map again. Are you kidding me? And then Delena on to
dude, that was a fire shot. That was actually so good.
Cap this point back. Psylocke here can't contest the objective, but it's still doing damage. Also, portals here. Ayavagomoto unfortunately is gonna miss. Speedily still gets Delena and also Harvey.
Yeah,
wait, he gets 2.
These picks are very valuable in this moment on the back.
Wait, they're
the front line's doing a ton of work, but SJP, nice spin there. Take out Speedery. Here comes Terra.
Are they flipping it?
And I gotta stress, it is very difficult to get a ton of off maps when you do not have rocket jump. No more.
They did flip the point, but I think Envy's kind of winning now.
Again on the point. Here comes the teleport in.
They TP back. Good TP back. Fight for the point. They lose the Wolverine, but I think he'll make it back to TP one more time. They're on the triple tank too.
Unfortunately, Hella sort of losing a ton of value as this map collapsed, and you know everything kind of closes in terms of sightlines. You have nowhere to go. Here comes a massive Meteor M though into this.
Did he make it back? Oh! Gets 2.
Oh my goodness! And that is
wait, the Punisher. What just happened to that guy? Wait, did he just try to? Wait, what? Why did he go so far?
Upward, giving them more time to burn that shield, and when that shield popped, just having that extra height, just due to the time of the meteor coming in, that additional distance means more time to pop the shield. So well done. He does a great job of that when he knows that it's going to be risky for him to throw.
I love the angry drop chatters. Here you go. Here, have another ad.
The distance is longer,
yum yum. Open wide.
Shield, and it always seems to work out for him. That's like the 3rd one of those that I thought was being thrown at a shield that got a multitude of picks. Really well done again by TTK to find 3.
Yeah, that's why you have to go back and rewind and clip things so we can see what.
Huge cloak ult, but they. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to survive in cloak ult as Punisher versus. Sorry, as Thing versus Punisher. I think your hitbox is so big you just die.
They do have ult advantage again. It's all about Envy finding. Oh my goodness! And out goes a mean ult there from Delena on 100 Thieves. Still not able to find any purchase. Once again, Envy up plenty of ult besides the last stand, which could be huge here from Terra. No, not able to make. Oh, they do follow up on the side of Envy with 3, 4. And Envy now.
I don't think they have TP though.
And this is real Marvel rivals right here. So back and forth in every fight.
They don't have TP to get back.
No portal play available either for 100 Thieves as they used it earlier. Also, no ultimates, but TTK.
Yo, ain't no way I just watched a guy type in his feelings in the year 2025. I would be embarrassed.
Window. Does he want to set up a flank Ayavagomoto? He does float early, so he's going to drop down last second, but it's a Meteor M coming up from TTK.
Yeah, he's at 96. The ult could come through prior, but not yet. Great ult.
That's a huge ult. But I think it got bubbled, actually.
Unfortunately, doesn't look like it got a ton of value, but at least forced out some cooldowns. Zelena going to take out Speedery early in the fight, and that is massive for 100 Thieves, who once again retook without the teleport. Up goes TTK. Can he get another? No.
He needed to get a kill with that.
Great positioning. Good dive out there.
Oh, that's really bad.
Everybody at this point is just stalling.
Yeah, because here comes the Punisher ult.
Should still be up for 100 Thieves, but here comes Cal back.
Big Thing ult. Wow, he actually didn't get any kills with it. That was their chance right there. He had to get a kill with the Punisher ult, didn't get any. Damn. Holy shit. Dude, this is gonna be a crazy series, I feel it. Ace Nightshading the Prime.
If that's map 1, I'm curious to see what happens in map number 2. Warrior Falls for 100 Thieves get the W. And Delena, Matt, I've heard us talking about speedily being the best Psylocke. Delena, definitely a very flexible player.
Commentate. Oh yeah, Shib is great. Honestly, Shib and Dogman are a great duo. They've been really, really good. Here, for that guy that was complaining earlier. Here, have an ad. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. BRB. Open wide.
Crucial pickoff that changed it. Window, unfortunately, not able to set up a good eye of Agamotto. 100 Thieves read it every single time, Shib. I mean, what do you do, I guess, when they just read it, when they look around trying to find that Strange who was floating above? Unfortunately for Window, was not able to connect. And really weird map there at the very end for Envy. I mean, it was so back and forth, but at the very, very last moment, Delena again came up clutch. Terra as well. MVP on that Wolverine.
Yeah, 23k damage there from Terra. Wolverine, such a force, saw a ton of impact. You got to show some love to TTK as we're looking at him here. Some mean ultimates there, finding a ton of value. It just seems so consistent there with that Meteor M. It's just always getting a pick, and then he seems to always follow up too and get a few after while the teams are trying to escape. So really well done again. You talk about some of the tough ults there for Strange. It's, you know, it's just experience. 100 Thieves really only had the mag bubble. This is a, you know, that was a mean ult right there. I'm not gonna lie. Good pick off from Window, but the ones right at the end were definitely more difficult. Good focus and good understanding of what was coming, because that was a surprise ult and it's still not able to get a ton of value with it. Speedery though, 11 finals, most in the game, really showcasing how good of a Psylocke that they can be. So well done, got to show some love there. 18-7.
Yeah, Speedily played very well, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter how well you play throughout the whole series. Okay, so yeah, you're right, Shib. That shield broke on the Doctor Strange. That's why I love this game, man. It's so awesome that you can just go back, like look at a clip, like this is what we're talking about. Like you can't, yeah, and that boop off the map too. You're right, that was beautiful, but you can't see everything in this game at the same time. You know, it's like there's 6 people against 6 people, right? In a 12-player lobby, everybody has their own very impactful abilities. It's a hero shooter, and it really is a hero shooter, right? Every character does so much damage, so much value. Terra, MVP on that Wolverine did super well.
Appreciated.
But this is why you have to go back, you know, look at VODs, look at what happened. You know, earlier, I think in a different tournament, I was watching in the fight night, I was watching a Meteor M gonna hit a storm in the sky. And last second, you couldn't even see it. It was literally like a few frames. An Invisible Woman shield comes up to save the storm. I had to watch it back like a few times to figure out exactly what happens. And that's, you could agree with me probably, Shib, right? That's the beauty of Marvel Rivals, is that you can't catch everything live. You have to look at things back.
Yeah, it's almost like the more you play, the more you can just kind of get a sense for what's happening, obviously, right? If you're new to Rivals, you'd have no idea why that didn't connect. Similar to the story as to how I just assumed that it was
Battlefront 2 broke its peak players again? No, I didn't. Again?
I played a ton of Vanguard, so I just know that's probably what happened. So I just think that this game just has so much nuance, so much skill expression, the millisecond windows like you're talking about. But these two teams really take advantage of those millisecond windows, and I can't wait to see more of them after this break.
Dude, Wolverine doesn't have a single skin that's a miss. It's crazy.
Look who just showed up.
Thanks, Joel. Oh, I'm new here. When can I use my Prime sub? Whenever you feel like it. Whenever you feel like it. Yo, thanks, Brando. Time thing the Prime as well. Sorry I missed that. Nightshade thing the Prime. Oh, I already hit the button before I walked away. You want to break from the ads? I love that you don't care about people complaining about the ads. Listen, I've seen streamers that literally run the minimum, like this lowest possible, and people still bitch at them about ads. And you know, during these big drop streams, a lot of people AFK, and I also get the most insane, like, I don't even know where these people come from, chatters. So you know what? I'm gonna farm the absolute fuck out of them. I don't get to put on my taxes babysitter. If I get to put on my taxes babysitter, maybe I'd consider running a few less, but I can't do that. So I'm rolling you. I can make that happen. Why don't want it? Where we get audited? IRS is all talk, trust. I don't know about that one. Not doing that. Not trusting that one. That's one thing I will not fuck with is the government. That's too scary. I got that shit done by the book. The way the Emma drops work is you have to finish the magic drops first, and then once the magic drops are done, the Emma drops start back up. Just a quick 4K plus likes in a couple minutes. These screen tapper devices are kind of legit. Is that what you have? I don't know how you make that work.
Welcome back, everyone, as that was what I was hoping to see from these two teams. Nail biter down to the wire, and I'm expecting the same thing going into map 2. What'd you think, my man?
Yeah, I think map 1 was a predecessor to what is the map number 2. That will be even better. Not to
is Shroud X Shroud's org?
Give
Yes.
it too much, hope, I think, going into game number 2, but I think both Envy and 100 Thieves look good that game number 1. 100 Thieves specifically, I think they look even better at flexing towards the very end. We get to see like the hella, like you said, we don't see that with any other series really, and that's the unique part of 100 Thieves. They're willing to play more hit scan oriented styles, and Terra kind of that ultimate flex
Rivals is a good collab. I'm hoping for a SpongeBob collab.
Has been an incredible player.
That's a wild ask.
Definitely is a fan favorite.
Probably be fire, but it's a wild ask.
Yeah, I think that we saw a little bit of a, let's match each other check there, and Delena and Terra came out on top for sure. Although we saw some insane plays there by Speedery on the Psylocke, but I expect to see a little bit different bans potentially, as we do see the Emma double lock off the rip. Obviously an incredibly strong Vanguard right now, and a super common ban, and Torch again, which I personally think is a great ban.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens when we go to Convoy. I feel like both teams just played it so well that I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of similar variations. And You know, in the Sentinels Nemesis series, we saw we saw Sentinels ban out the Mantis, and then also Nemesis started copying that. So maybe Envy is willing to run that Human Torch. Or, I mean, no, Human Torch got banned. Sorry, I forgot about that. But we might see still some sort of Ultron.
All these ads aren't bad.
Alongside that Mantis potentially for Team Envy. If they
some other guy's gonna complain, he's gonna get rolled.
Dive. I think they prioritize that Venom instead of a Cap, even though Cap wasn't banned. But we'll see what Team Envy wants to do with these last protects.
Dude, fuck these ads.
I believe last time on Ultron 30-1, it was definitely a dominant performance over there on the Ultron. But typically you run Ultron when you got another flyer next to you, because you just get a lot of value being able to dance with each other with that drone. Ultron, obviously a very fast flyer similar to Human Torch when you use that dash. So just a ton of movement, but I'm not sure that we'll see it now without it, but we'll find out very shortly. Kaluj, looks like Nero's going to be running that.
Button didn't work.
Going to be on the Magneto.
Give it a sec.
Again, we do see potentially a very similar matchup, and now Window showing the thing. So we're going to be on Spider Islands, which I think we will likely see a very tight hold here for point 1.
And I like the Iron Man switch up from Speedily, and you can see this is what we talked about earlier in the Sentinels when we talked to Nectar and Vest as well earlier. He said that you banned for the team you're playing.
As I heard that I need to get off your lawn.
Play a ton of Human Torch, they play a ton of that.
Brew, thank you for the Prime.
Storm. I think Speedily is like the new age, sort of one of the best flyers in the game. Amazing as well was one of those guys. And, you know, against the side of Envy, they're just banning out that Storm to make sure they don't have that combo. And so we talk about that.
Makes you think the Prime Shadow, think the Prime.
It almost creates opportunities elsewhere. And for Team Envy,
think you misclicked? Oh, no, it definitely went off. I just saw everybody that group that went and complained after. But maybe you got lucky. Maybe you somehow dodged.
100 Thieves, you know, they're also incredibly strong on this map. We'll see how they react to these sort of bans. And they've obviously favored a lot more of that.
Doing on all platforms? Yeah. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok.
Gonna potentially see some of this Ultron without the Mantis, though.
I was curious to see
push for drops. YouTube if you want no ads. TikTok for I don't know.
Like we have talked about, for those who may have missed it, they like to
for
fight
mental endurance.
3 fights on point 1, and no matter what, that's a fair amount of time off the clock because you can teleport back with.
All right, triple tank spawn hold, running goats. Some things you can never escape.
Trying to get some ult charge ready, but Ultron hyper aggro there from Nero to try to put some pressure back on them. They're gonna have to do a little bit of a strat dance.
If Flats is in an AI, he reads this, and then there is 5 gifted. Where's my 5 gifted?
And that is an insane alt speed as we do see Delena get our res up to immediately. Pulse goes out, not able to find any purchase there.
Good escape.
Going to be on
I think Rocket's dead. Yeah. So they all walk forward, just die points so they can get a second fight. So now what they're going to do now is they're all going to spawn on the Strange TP. They're going to Strange TP in on someone's forehead, and they're going to all in with probably Cloakle and with Strange ult. Oh, this is smart. They're trying to keep him from portaling, but I can't stop it. So they fight early here, and that way, even if they lose, they get a third fight. Yo, Real Zoro. Hey, Real Zoro, thank you for 5 gifted. Hey, they weren't lying. It was 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Life is uncutie. Thank you for Prime. GG's. Thank you for Prime. Gotta thank you for Prime.
But an immediate freeze after. Great work there. And they're oh my.
Alright, so even though they lose that fight pretty badly, now they get to swap on their actual comp. So you'll see Hella swap and then Wolf swap. So now they're going to walk back, they get a third fight, and they'll have 1 ult, 2 ults kind of coming up to maybe hold. And even if they don't hold, they've knocked a couple minutes off. It'll probably be a minute long fight. They'll knock 3 minutes off the clock going into second. This map is already pretty much has a meta, and that's pretty much it. Playing spawn hold triple tank.
Yeah, I'm curious about that for sure. And off the rip again, Window just trying to build that ult. The clobbering time, you're just going to try to hit as many as you can here.
By the way, Retro, are you here? To your question earlier, I think it's this one.
And that's going to be a nice trade there, but still, and be down 1. Terra down. We still have ult here. We have Strangling Prison for Vinny. No ults besides Cal, who does. Ooh, Cal actually over there on the Luna. Not feeling maybe as confident on the duelist after the last round, but you know, Luna essentially is a duelist now with that left click.
Yeah, I mean, just playing this triple strategist. Nero as well. Been a very talented player on this Ultron, so could be the potential. Oh my goodness, there's that meteor we were waiting for.
Yeah, TTK is just unstoppable. Nero, though, on its
Nero
own,
kills
and
2.
TTK returning it right back. Ultron, that ultimate hyper aggro, use it offensively, and only turn.
I don't think 100 Thieves is winning this fight. Wait, they actually got a kill. I still don't think they're winning this fight, though. Unless Delana just kills everybody, which is possible.
Potentially thinking about off point, but did have birds, so didn't want to risk it. Smart play there.
It is actually possible. Delana just killed 3, maybe 4.
Delana is one of the most evasive Hellas in the game. Gets grabbed, finally slammed.
Gets solo ulted.
They're still trying to win it with speedily.
So even if they lose this fight, this is a really good hold for 100 Thieves, because look at how much time they've killed. They're already down at 30 seconds. Yeah, this is the upper bracket.
There's no reason to try to do damage when you're inside of the dance floor, and the numbers are now evened up. We do
I don't think it's upper. Is it final? It's the upper bracket for NA.
Matched right back by month. Who's going to take that copy, and it's going to be a stall for a moment, and it's anyone's fight here as Vinny has the strangling, but he's at 1.
Big Groot ults?
Launches it very low. Surprise that picture come through. Delena taking out window.
Wait, they kill 3, kill 4. Wait, are they gonna full hold?
With 3 seconds on, they have to touch. And this is a very tricky position, and wow, 100 Thieves shutting it down on point 1. Can it be
100 Thieves full hold? Can't even think the prime. Didn't 100 Thieves win the last turning? They did, but in the play-ins to this tournament, they actually lost to Envy apparently multiple times.
So well for Team Envy. To me, this screams. I feel like Envy's slightly behind.
For some reason, Envy has fallen back behind them.
I feel like these days, at least what we saw in EMEA, they were playing Ultron alongside the
not over yet. Havoc thing the prime.
Warlock.
Both of
those characters are free to play, but because Loki went through, because Luna went through.
By the way, if you don't want to get slammed with ads, check and see if you have a free Twitch Prime sub. You might be sitting there. The way you check is by hitting the subscribe button, and there's a little box, a little square box. You click on the use free Twitch Prime. You might have it. You're already paying for it, and with your Amazon Prime, you might have it. And you didn't even know, so you should check to see if you have it. Get ad-free viewing for 30 days.
So there's a lot of things we need to worry about, especially in the ban phase. But I feel like EMEA might be closer to solving this sort of meta at the current moment. We'll see how the defense comes out, though, for Team Envy. But personally, I feel like they're lacking at least a little bit of damage boost in their composition, and it's because, you know, they've banned out the Storm. They don't have that 12% or 10% whenever the E is not activated. But regardless, now on this defense, they're going to be running triple Stratus, triple Vanguard Shib against 100 Thieves who are maybe prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to show some love. Delena, it just, what is it, 7? I saw 7, I believe, final hits there already.
Wolverine throwing his... Oh, they got him! They got the Ultron out of the sky!
Out of the sky, getting some shots off while they were still flying. Incredible work there. Again, Delena with some strong shots. It was essentially like skeet shooting, finding somebody in the air. Really well done again. These tackles are massive here by Terra, and they're just following up so smoothly. 100 Thieves really learning this meta and figuring things out.
That was gross. They actually just destroyed their spawn hold. So they're going to do the same thing. They're going to TP back with the Strange. Wait, this is so smart. Pulls the Strange away, make sure he dies last. Ah, he didn't die last. So they'll still TP back, but they didn't even kill a minute. Same day delivery.
Of the map on Spider Islands. Gonna get a portal play, so they have another fight here. Speedily's now onto the Ultron on Nero, back over to that Luna Snow. So they're
what is this TP?
Things out Team Envy is at the moment as they portal back in.
Yeah,
oh, they're setting up for... Wow, they didn't get it fast enough, so it's only one more fight. They don't even get 3 fights out of the comp.
And it just affects a ton of people down this alleyway. So 100 Thieves really playing off that raw damage. Crystals go out early, and we do have a last
big wall vault coming up.
Pretty scary right here. Tackle back into the team. There is going to be a dance floor to try to match it there.
Didn't get anyone though.
It is. They're holding on strong. Terra just able to get so much free space and tackle. Try to follow it up. Ooh, 2 ultimates there. And still,
I think Envy's looking pretty good here.
Who's already 42 to another last stand, and that
Envy probably holds, yeah.
That kind of value and that kind of shutdown there from SJP on 100 Thieves is just it's a lot.
Envy has to play so perfectly to win this, though.
Envy could hold. I mean, 2 minutes left. It's totally possible.
They have to win this fight with like just Luna ult and either just
as we say in the hero
Cal's Wolf ults or Ultron ult.
To this before, we'll see if they do it again.
Yeah, I mean, if any team can
there we go. Hey, that's big. That's big right there. They had to win that fight with only 1 ult, maybe 2, and they did it. Yo, Real Zora with the 5 finish. Thank you, Zoro. Appreciate the big 5 gifted. Chat gets something she's saying. Thank you, saving 5 more people. Ads. Appreciate it. Robo, thank you, the Prime. Thank you.
Yeah, speedily one of the best players in the game. Mechanically gifted.
They almost have Maggle too. If they win this fight with just Wolvo and Luna ult, that would be huge. Big block on the shield with Strange. That was huge. It's just stopped the group combo. Wait, that was so smart. Big Wolf ult gets 1. If he can live, goes for the ult on to the Hela. Smart, actually. Keeps him from killing everybody. They need to shut him down. Delena is just basically hard carrying. I mean, Terra's doing pretty good too. He's actually kind of insane, but like, just so far the entire series. Oh. Uh-oh. I think that's the end of Envy. I think that's the end of Envy. Holy shit. Dude, Envy's, I mean, 100 Thieves DPS might just be the best DPS in the whole tournament. They just hard carry all the time. They literally just hard carry. Holy shit. So I think, does that mean 100 Thieves is your winner of the upper bracket?
The group of death, now they're in the grand finals of their group. To cement themselves as that #1 seed going into the playoffs would be massive for them. Obviously, every team is qualified already, so, you know, it's not like it's the end of the world if you lose, but I'm sure, at least from an ego standpoint, everybody wants to win and make sure they're that top seed. So for Team Envy, I mean, they put up a good fight, but unfortunately, 100 Thieves, like you mentioned earlier, Delena just had absolutely insane.
100 Thieves
and has
is the winner.
Like the best Hela so far, not that we've seen many.
Yeah, which is surprising to me. I think Hela's still in a really good spot, but obviously the pros kind of elected to not only pick Hela, but Delena just consistent on the Hela there. 9 finals is huge. You saw Speedery with 7, Nero with 8 there as well.
Who plays next? That was the last match of the day.
It was so back and forth.
I'm surprised that was a 2-0 though. That honestly wasn't as close as I expected.
That last fight looked a little dicey. It was all about that last stand follow-up after the Strange ult, which got a few.
No, Envy goes to lower bracket now.
Terra essentially countering it there, sweeping everyone away before they could find value and getting those picks, and it just turned from there on. It was just a steamroll, just kind of rolling them down the hill like a slinky.
Yeah, I mean, exactly like a slinky.
Rolling them down a hill like a slinky.
So
what? Shroud X won their game.
You know, towards the meta, towards whatever they want to play, and right now, I mean, I just want to see, you know, first of all, it's going to be incredibly exciting to see who wins this grand finals matchup, but I don't know. I want to see who wins between in Group B, who gets that grand finals win, who gets the grand finals win in Group A, because, I mean, we're going to want to see that matchup for sure in the upcoming weeks, and as the meta progresses, as, you know, I'm sure once we go to the grand finals and once we move over to the playoffs, we'll change patch, we'll go over to that Moon Knight and the
and we lost
Thor, and then also the Star-Lord changes will come through fully. You know, that's going to be exciting to see if there's any potential changes there as well, but as of today, I mean, we had some amazing matches, Shib, and 100 Thieves, they definitely look like the strongest team today. I think that they are my favorites. I don't know about you, Shib. I mean, we'll see what happens on the other side of the bracket. I mean, Sentinels haven't had a chance to prove themselves, but I mean, what a matchup, and the MVP for SJP on 100 Thieves. The whole team really rallied around everybody very well.
Yeah, SJP 27k healing.
Serena Star
by far, 57% accuracy. Honestly, you know, 6k damage. Still really strong on the damage front there. Just Luna in a great spot right now, plays really well into what he can do. So I'm with you here. 100 Thieves, you know, whether the discussion is who's the favorite to win it, they sure looked like it today. I can tell you that much. Just absolutely clean, especially there on the assault. Almost got held. I thought Envy started finding their footing and started playing really well together. But as you saw in that last bit of the highlight, that ultimate there from Terra at the very end after that Strange Eye of Agamotto was game winning.
Yeah, it was almost over for 100 Thieves on their attack, and they screwed it up before. I don't remember against which team. I think it might have been a FlyQuest game or somebody. But 100 Thieves, I think they.
So wait, does that mean Envy and Sentinels play tomorrow?
They didn't do that again today. So this team, you mentioned how experience is a big thing, Shib, right? I think that experience definitely showed out today. I mean, 100 Thieves, a team that is a veteran at winning in this game in Marvel Rivals, took over after Sentinels did, and then obviously things have been changing constantly in North America. Now same thing in EMEA, but right now it's been a very fun matchup, and I think 100 Thieves look like a top team right now, if not the team to win it all.
Yeah, and we get the pleasure here coming up shortly, whenever ready, of speaking to the coach of 100 Thieves, iRemix. And I have a ton of questions from a coaching perspective about this whole new layout, so I cannot wait to get on the mic with him. And they just looked so confident, so strong out there, so he's clearly doing a good job.
It is. I don't know.
I can do things for 2 months.
Here's Remix for the interview.
How much longer is she gonna go?
Teammate of mine.
I don't know. I might try to get to OCE and just like push it super long tonight for one more super drop stream.
Sorry, yeah, you first. You got it.
And then
I was just gonna say,
I'd be satisfied.
I feel like with the new banning system, coaches are super impactful. I know, you know, there's a ton of different conversations of what the meta is and who you need to ban out. So can you give me your take on what?
Well, I have them on screen. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get up, stretch and stuff, and you guys can watch that. Then we'll probably play for a little bit, just hang out, and then
I go team by team.
I'll try to make it to OCE so we can farm for late night. No promises though. All right, I'll be right back.
I make sure that my players know everything they need to know. If this happens, if they ban this, we're doing this. If this happened, this, you know. And then basically MB, I know they play around Speedy Lee's Flyers. So I just know that if we take that out of the way, is the team like it's easier to beat them with that. So I mean, at the end of it, versus every team, I just try to find a solution for them.
Beautiful.
Oh yeah,
it clearly works.
Yeah, your brain is huge. I just want to real quick. Let me sip my tea real quick here. Remix. Speaking of Team Envy, you used to play for them. You know what happened there? Now you're the coach of 100 Thieves. What's going on?
I mean, things happen. Maybe teammates don't work well together, and I guess I was the one that was like to blame for that, and I decided to to be honest, to be completely honest, I went into a coaching role because I wanted to like play it against MB, and I couldn't find a team to play against it. I was like, if I join this team, I think I can make them good enough where they can beat MB. Like, I think I have a lot of experience where they'll be able to beat them. And here we are.
Oh yeah, here we are. Yeah,
they've been gassing you up as a coach for a while, and clearly you know what you're doing, man. And the team looked great out there. It's obviously big competition, and you guys took that home, heading over to the grand finals, and you have the chance of either going back up against Envy or Fly. I know Fly is not afraid to do a little bit of obscure stuff, and we've been seeing a little more dive comp coming out of the win. I want your take, just out of curiosity, of this new cap dive Psylocke with maybe Torch. Do you think that's the new meta? Because I see you guys sticking to more traditional compositions.
To be honest, the meta depends on the bans. Like, a lot of things happen depending on the bans, but like every team has their own way of playing, right? So some things like playing dive and stuff, but like I'm not gonna reveal too much of what my teams like to do, but like I'll always, if I'm going into a dive team, I'll always find a solution and something that works for my team, the team that I'm currently on, so they can have an easier time. Like, depends on their hero pool, the bans, what do they play, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Yeah, it makes sense to me.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely, Rubik's. You can tell you think a lot about the game. I know you don't get enough credit in general, so it's cool to see that you're, thriving in this head coach position. And speaking of that, I mean, is there any other coaches that you could tell that? I mean, it's tough to tell, but behind the scenes what's exactly happening. But what can you give credit to any team specifically in terms of how they play the ban and protect phase? Is there any team that you think is always a hard chess match for you and your team at 100 Thieves?
I would say probably BP is one of those teams that always have like good bang and good understanding of the meta. And I don't know much about other coaches, but for me, coaches that I would shout out are not in this game. Like, it's coaches that I had in the previous past, like when I was a player in Gladiators and stuff. Like, those were good coaches to me. I haven't had good experience with coaches in this game yet. But I'd say like BP and maybe FlyQuest, they do some unique stuff. They always have, like, it seems like they they give you a comp and they try to like do the draft to brainwash you into playing something that they have the counter to it. I think that is like the strongest thing about a good coach, like knowing, manipulating the draft to make them play a comp and then countering with it. And yeah, we did a little bit of that today. We manipulated the draft to make them play Wolf, and then we just have a counter to it, and they're just getting brainwashed. But yeah.
No, it's genius. I mean, it's such a mental game, right? Like, it really is a chess match, especially as a coach. And that's why I think this new way of handling bans and maps it involves the coach so much more, and it gets really crazy. But one thing I needed to ask, just because I'm happy we were able to talk to Coach, we see a lot more Cloak due to the damage buff and how fast Cloak can get ultimate. You guys clearly electing to run that today, Harvey, on the Cloak a ton. Do you think the most valuable part of Cloak is that blind with damage boost? Because we've seen a lot more damage boost coming out of the win.
Yeah, I mean, Cloak is almost as strong as Luna. They're both really strong characters. It's just coming down to the team that I'm playing against. We have to pick our poison. Do we want to play against these flying characters? Like, maybe Luna is slightly better, but like those flying characters are really strong given their team, right? So I'd rather take that out of the way and then play they might have better supports, but we might have better DPS. Like, you got to pick your poison in this game given the team that you're playing against.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Remix, it's obviously awesome to have you. I hope we get to bring you back on more for more interviews. It's always awesome talking to you. And I mean, even like your path to pro, before you became the head coach of 100 Thieves, you know, playing on that generator back in Puerto Rico, as you call it, Captain Puerto Rico. Yeah, you played on the tryouts for professional teams and other hero shooters. Now to come over here and be a head coach, it's awesome to see you. So, you know, Remix, any shout outs, any last thing you want to say before we let you move on and get ready and get some sleep for tomorrow?
I mean, shout out to every single one of my players.
Are you still going?
Shout out to
we're gonna have some water then.
And for giving me this opportunity. To the players, I mean, they're the ones that did all the work. I'm just like, I'm trying to help them, push them forward so they do what needs to be done, but they're the ones executing everything.
Awesome, man. It's been a pleasure talking to a coach. She obviously did a great job out there, so big shouts, and we look forward to talking to you again. Thanks for your time, man.
Thank you.
And love Remix. Honestly, great guy. You know, I just don't like what he did with my team back in the old days with Michael. I mean, that's sort of something that can be discussed another day, not for the Marvel Rivals discussion, but you know, Remix, great player, great coach as well. I know Captain Puerto Rico streams a lot himself on Twitch, so make sure to check him out. iRemix as well. A very funny guy. He's amassed his own little cult following as well, and I think, you know, it'll keep growing with how he is as a personality, like you've seen, Chip.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to witness. I mean, the discussion and the thought about how much time he puts in per team has got to be crazy, especially per ban basis. The amount of just permutations of like what you got to think through per ban against you is insane to think about. I can imagine like the Excel sheet or whatever his process is.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah, it's got to be. So yeah, it was awesome to hear his perspective on the meta and what he wants his team to do.
Yeah, and that's the thing, that he said that really well. I think the toughest part about this game is that sort of thinking about what you're going to put the enemy team on. You don't want the hardest part for these unsigned teams, for like Techie XD, for Ego Death, right? They have coaches and stuff, and it's great to have a coach as well. You need to take that sort of mental pressure off of your players, right? Because you want to put them on the roles to succeed, and sort of give that role, like Remix said, to the coach to sort of lock in on the, okay, we're going to make them play, this is what they're going to play, and then take that sort of mental pressure away, the decision-making process away. It's sort of the, what is it, like a Mark Zuckerberg type of thing, you know, removing as many hard decisions as possible and simplifying your job. And for an esport pro, it's a very complicated job that giving that sort of delegation off to Remix has definitely helped for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking forward, as we look forward here into the future for the next 2 days, talking about the strategy coming up and what a coach can do for your team. We are going to dive into today's results. We had Shroud X 2-0 against Techie. These matches, you know, they may have been 2-0s, but they were closer than it seemed. FlyQuest 2-0 into Ego. They were quick, but the teams definitely were showing up, especially towards the second map. Nemesis and Sentinels. Sentinels looking really good. Nemesis looking to come back here if they can win that lower bracket, come back and take them out. And then obviously similar story here with Envy and 100 Thieves. It was a tight match. It's a 2-0, but it was a tight match. As we look forward to tomorrow, FlyQuest versus Envy. Who's going to be meeting the opposition in the finals? In Shroud X versus Team Nemesis. What do you think, man?
Oh, both series are going to be amazing. We get the rematch from Nemesis and Shroud X, and then FlyQuest versus Envy, a classic matchup. And FlyQuest is looking a lot better than they did in the first day, and you know, they're slowly improving. I think they've gotten the better grasp of the meta, and we're starting to see, you know, the top teams back at it. And it feels like this is a repeat of, you know, MRC days. The only real like difference is the fact that we don't see Team Magnets and Dark Zero gone, Citadel gone.
Jawless Bones were eliminated. Yeah, they got eliminated earlier.
Big deal.
Or not earlier, the other day.
Versus FlyQuest up first. I think that'll be my match to watch, man.
Yeah, I think
so wait, what time is OCE on in EST tonight?
It's a best of 5 starting tomorrow, so there will be some more understanding. That's where like another level of gameplay comes in. It's the bans are always one thing, and you did it for 2, maybe 3 maps, but now it's guaranteed 3. Teams are going to start understanding who the problems are and start eliminating those problems off the rip. So whole nother level of strategy coming into play. Speaking of coaches stepping up when they need to, now is going to be the time as we push forward tomorrow.
Yeah, the coaches definitely have an underrated role for sure. I think behind the scenes, like you mentioned, they do a lot of the dirty work, and I know that this discussion has been on them for sure, like a lot. But you know, it really is the case. There's so many good coaches that are in the game, so many coaches that are trying to improve. As we're still in the early days, coaches still trying to figure out what they even should be doing. You know, like we said with the 100 Thieves, figuring out how to, you know, do these ban processes. So, and with from what we talk about too, with this ban process being so important with the asymmetrical bans or asynchronous bans, whatever you want to call it, you know, in non-global bans, it definitely makes it way more important, the ban phase as well, to prioritize the team you're playing against and also to focus on the meta. So it's 2 different things, and then also map. So very hard game. Marvel Rivals is at a macro level, at a competitive level. That's why we say that, you know, metas really aren't even.
Can I look at your Spidey? Absolutely
not. The best heroes that are played in a composition in a 6 versus 6 scenario. Those sort of things are not decided until the very end of the patch, usually, considering all things. So we'll see what happens in the future.
So wait, do we know what time it is tonight? OCE? Right? OCE is already on? How is it already on?
Teams are using a ton of different heroes. We saw value with.
That's not possible. We're on the Marvel Rivals channel. It's not on.
Punisher still banned out more frequently. The rise back of things like Hela and Wolverine. There's just so many characters at this point that can be played at a high level. But I gotta say, I had a ton of fun casting with you today, brother. These games were insane. That final matchup may have been a 2-0, but it was incredibly tight down to the wire.
Ban something in 3 months. It's on in 1 hour. Can we get a confirmation what time OCE starts in EST?
Will you be with me tomorrow for my co-stream to watch EMEA? You're going to be there in the morning. You're going to wake up at the bright old time of 8 a.m. PST. It's only 11 a.m. for you, or 12 p.m. for you. What is it? 11, 12? Yeah, about 11 a.m. for you. Wake up, man. Wake up.
We will see you tomorrow, brother.
Come on.
Depends on my
Come on, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe you.
No, man. It's been a ton of fun to watch.
It's like my voice is dying. I'm like, I gotta sleep, dude. I can't do this anymore. Give me a break. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, the fact that they do 4 games back to back to back to back is actually insane.
And just enjoying and talking about these teams. So. And it's been a pleasure, brother. Once again, I've been iRunShib. Thank you guys for joining us. Dog, man, it's always a pleasure casting with you. It's just a ton of fun, man, as we dive into these teams. And we will see you guys tomorrow, 7 p.m., best of 5s, as we push forward to the grand finale. Who will it be? Hopefully your favorite team. I'll see you in the next one.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, you can still get Magic. You'll be able to get Magic for the next, like, 3 weeks. Okay. All right. Chat, I don't know if I'm being baited or what, but people said that OCE starts in 1 hour. So if OCE starts in 1 hour, I will stay up and watch it. I will stay up and I will watch OCE. Sound good? So I just realized my YouTube chat died. Also, I need to restart TikTok. Let me reload the game though first. I will. It's 2 hours away. What am I gonna do for 2 hours? What am I gonna do for 2 hours? Take the thing with Prime. I'm not watching any of your gameplay. I'm good. I'm actually
damn 2 years.
Sick of
also
that.
Just had my third and final baby poopa poopa.
Thank you for 24 months. First off, congrats. Second off, that did not the TTS did not read that correctly, and it sounded like poopa poopa, and that was wild. Thank you for the 24 months. Jelly Bean Donut, thank you for the Prime. All right, I need to restart TikTok. 1 sec. Okay. I will do my best to stay up for OCE tonight. That way everybody can farm drops for a little bit longer, and I can farm you for a little bit longer. We sell posters? I don't know, should we sell posters? The Giants game is on? You've been demoted to 3rd monitor? Captain. The low blow getting demoted by the Giants of all teams? Honestly, yeah, I feel like I should be more offended. What? Alright. Honestly, the QP games were kind of low-key miserable because I was just getting people chasing me around the map trying to stream snipe, so I'm just going to play ranked. Fuck it. Even if the ranked games are ass, at least it'll keep me up more. I'll stay somewhat more awake. Yo, Trash Panda. Our bits. Appreciate it. Why is it ranked crossplay? Because they made smart decisions. Be the Necomana thing the Prime. Time's it for me. It is 11 p.m. So I'm going to try my best to power through. What's up, Athena? I'll try to power through to OCE, and then we will watch as much as we can, and then I will go bedtime. Tomorrow, I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow. I might stream at night. We'll see. Yeah. Wait, I just realized. No wonder my queues are so long. I have it just on North Virginia, but I don't need to have it on just North Virginia. That was when I was playing with Riggsy. Do I do weddings? What? What does that mean? The Emma job after Magic? Yep. Yep.
Never give up. That's what Tony Stark would say.
Nah, no way I load in someone's already open mic.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Kill me.
He doesn't know. Unless your name's like not hidden.
Can we ban Ultron?
Ultron, okay.
It's a great sign.
Wait a minute, I know that voice.
Now,
We're in our last game.
who am I gonna banish from this match?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, my bad. I'm just misremembering.
We're banning Ultron? Oh boy. I'm in the shitter, aren't I?
Wait, you went that one guy in Bronze 3 that I played with? Unfortunate.
Nah.
Wait, you're actually in Bronze?
Yeah, man, sorry. I don't know how I got here.
My fucking god, why is it always on my rank up?
It's okay, man, it's okay.
Rank up? These are like LARPing. This has got to be a Dallas server, man. This is a Dallas server for sure. Alright, they're way too fucking chatty.
Here? No ban? No ban?
Nah.
Right,
they're way too fucking chatty. This is a Dallas server 100%. How do I check? Yeah, I'm 45 ping. Yeah, this is a Dallas server.
Tennis, bro.
No timeline exists where Magneto.
Why would we ever ban Penny here?
I mean, me personally, I'm more of a Black Widow band kind of guy.
Yeah, Widow's a pig character.
It's been Penis.
Okay, we can just play Penny.
Oh, okay. All tanks, we got it. I believe.
We're getting Ultron.
Hold on, let me select them. Oh shoot, I can't confirm it. No.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Oh boy. Dallas server is something else, huh?
Bro, no one is playing Penny.
Kind of want to see if I can strange TP him off the map.
This shit is not Midtown.
I presume you didn't. Definitely.
Should have been Gibraltar. Oh.
Gibraltar? Did that guy just say
People
Gibraltar?
actually play Overwatch.
5, 4, 3,
Look, I came here from Roblox.
1.
Wait, you came from Roblox? So did I, bro.
Stop them from securing
Specifically the one in
mission
Minecraft.
area.
Love that game.
It's mostly UFC. I came from Block Streets and Roblox. ABA. Oh, Mirage is gone.
I like playing Doom this Tycoon.
Much better.
Rip cap.
Yeah, come down, man. Get down, boy.
Gotta
down.
How would I go down? What?
I'm gonna break the squids and freaking.
Luna damage OP. We can just shoot him.
And we're
Yeah, you guys gotta. Okay, I'm dead to Rocket, I think. Not Rocket, Psylocke.
No,
why would they run so far? Hello?
Yeah, it's light, but like, you're just making it a little tough for us right now.
Yo, nice ult cancel.
Good boy, Punisher.
Oh, actually, I don't need it.
I wouldn't have gone that far.
Good boy.
We got flats, bro? Ain't no way we got flats. Flats Junior and flats on the same team. That is insane. See, I knew you were the guy talking about Flats Junior. Oh my god. Why aren't you on your Spider-Man? Cooked.
I gotta fill.
Feel that.
Flats doesn't want to fill, so I gotta fill. Don't do anything for a king. I'm like the prince and Flats is the king.
Dude,
yo, I got the freeze.
I don't know what the world's been going on.
am ready to put on a show.
Oh, there's my vault zone, so.
Ours is better. Oh, thank you.
I am ready to put on a show.
We have
about to be over.
2, 1.
A nice deep freeze.
You are under my protection. I'm doing this my way.
I'm back soon.
The water looker has been slain.
Ulti max. Wow.
I'm here, don't worry, Flats.
Hostiles up front.
You know, maybe I was too harsh on the quick play games.
What is this pig doing?
That's the second time it's supposed to be canceled, by the way.
Maybe I was too harsh on the quick play games.
Twice in a row now. There's a Namor.
We're getting flanked by a Namor.
Lads, help us.
Common.
Nah, I don't think we need help, man.
I mean, if it's from Flats, I'll take it. I'm down, no res.
That's okay, it's okay.
Oh my god, nuke from down fucking town.
Oh, he didn't hit me. Never mind. I'm good at video games.
Our Luna might be able to farm ult.
I have ult.
Okay, I got res.
Actual three-pointer.
Here they are now.
I'm down to 30 seconds.
Your powers are mine.
Don't let them break us.
That's the pop, I was gonna die.
I'm with you. Yeah, don't worry, bro. It's good ult. I'll save my ult for the Punisher.
But that's Loki?
What the fuck is Loki doing?
What is he doing?
I think he copied Psylocke by accident.
He's bored.
Portaling.
Yeah, he was doing that last game.
That's his third ult cancel, there's no way.
Ready to put on a show.
This guy's not having a good day. Shit, Luna, maybe we can kill her.
Might be dead? No!
No!
Wait, where'd my bubble go?
That's why I like you, Flats.
My bubble's on cooldown. Yo, kill the
Okay,
Luna.
we have Captain support ult.
Double KO.
They have no heals, so.
I'm getting died.
Just do whatever you want with them.
I'm dead.
Yeah, easy.
Good job, guys.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things
From
up,
down fucking
including
town.
the side you're on.
Oh, but what's
I
a
don't eat
rocket?
chips.
Really?
Only
feel that.
Timeline exists
Ah,
where Magneto
healthy man. I can
You'll
respect
need a
it.
top-notch team to win this one.
Can we get a penis?
We can walk out with
Thanks,
all
Shiesty.
tanks. I think that's a good strategy, guys.
Okay, we could. We just do it for one
Definitely
fight,
prime
though,
as
and
well.
we just farm ult.
You know what we could do though? We could teleport 4 tanks, 2 supports, and just run them down on point. We could do that.
Okay, do it.
Any penis players?
Yeah, I play Penny.
We just need someone to play Strange. We can do it.
Any Ultrons?
30 seconds
The
before your
GG
turn.
Avoid
Get
Lancer.
ready.
Is that their Psylocke? Because that guy did get kind of shut down 3 times in a row.
Not as human as you are you?
I am not human at all. I am a god, and you would be wise to treat me as such.
Whether god or otherwise, respect is something to be earned, not
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission.
Yo, where's our 5
Got it?
tanks? What?
Nah, we're just gonna play the game normally. It's okay.
Bro.
No Ultron? We
Oh,
lost.
substantial thing to prime.
Yeah, man, I tried to pick him up the fan screen again, but it wouldn't let me hit enter. Sorry. What if this theoretically draws? Wouldn't that be funny?
Perchance.
Can't just say perchance for no fun. Also, my goodness, my left clicks
Good,
are
we're up
fucking...
1.
Freeze!
My left clicks are horrendous right now.
Someone go on the healers. We just win. Let's just put them out their misery.
They're on their healers. Oh, they're done.
Let's kill them all, please.
That guy really is AFK in their spawn. GG's.
We gotta put down the pigs. Easy.
That guy really is AFK in their spawn.
0. Another epic victory. Big win.
Yippee. That felt like one of your plat games. That felt like a very much a plat game. That did feel very much like a plat game. Do you hate when people recognize you? It depends. That one was fine, but... Mark couldn't think the prime.
Do your best XQC impression.
Think of the 5. No. I would just... The only thing that comes to mind is like the old... Him trying to talk so fast that like you can't understand what he's saying, and I don't think I could do that. Captain Calico Adventures. Think the prime. King Bjorn. Think of the prime. Especially this late.
Rivals.
I would literally just be stuttering. That's it. And that'd be something. Is the Emma dropping mode the money throwing one? I don't know actually. Wiener Master. That's a name. Bang of the Prime. Or sorry, that's tier 1. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're playing ranked, unfortunately. Unfortunately. YouTube, if you watch Twitch drops here. Fair. Respect it. I didn't watch the dev update today. It was like an hour long. Did the Beavers trade? Honestly, I don't care about baseball at all. But like, it was a very Red Sox thing. That ownership is fucking cooked. I stopped caring about the Red Sox in like 2013. After like 2013, 2014, I couldn't care less. Should you get Overwatch 2? I think you should do whatever you want. The Emma dropping mode is the one where she's floating. Oh. You know, you don't have to play ranked. I mean, my quick play games were pretty bad. Honestly, every game was just like getting hunted as like kill the streamer. At least in ranked, everyone's trying, so it's like the quick play games are sweaty and playing kill the streamer. Ranked is just like, you know. That's how it be. Bum 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 bum. You were actually trying in rank, so there's not as much clip farming. True. I never played Marvel Snap, no. My Jeff clips? 2 times normally this long? I don't know. I haven't played ranked in 2 weeks other than that game I just played. Shade by Lightning for 245 80s. Appreciate it. What's my favorite dinosaur? Triceratops or Ankylosaurus? Cancel and restart? No. Yeah, I wasn't big in the Marvel universe before Rivals either, actually. I mean, like, I've actually seen some stuff now, but, you know, Alex, thank the Prime. Hello, Meat. Thanks, dude. Oh, thanks, Bones. No, I didn't see Thunderbolt. It's funny because I got sponsored for that movie. But I didn't get a chance to go out. I'll catch it on Netflix or something. I'm just locked in for this queue now. I'm not going to cancel it. I'm just going to see how long it takes. My guess is 10 minutes or before 10 minutes. It's going to be like 9 minutes, 40 seconds or 10 seconds. That's my guess. That'd be nuts. My truck so far? Yeah. The only thing I don't like about it, obviously, is the gas mileage. But I've actually learned a secret forbidden technique of anytime I get any type of a hill, I just shift into neutral now. And I just ride that thing. I ride that hill for miles. Great.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Does even in drive, if you just let off the gas, like they would still... Is that actual space?
You worry. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
An actual remix? Oh god, we have like 5 tank players on this team. Oh, we might be cooked. I actually didn't even see the lobby when I loaded in. I just realized I wasn't looking. Yo, Brad, thank you for the big super chat on the YouTube side. Appreciate you.
69.
Nice. This team is kind of aura. Everyone on this team has open, non-hidden profiles. Kind of respect it. Actual aura farm team.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Um,
69 again.
Yo, thank you for another super chat. Appreciate it, dude. Is it time?
Science solves problems.
Who needs 4 when you've got one like me? Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
I'll be honest, I do not think you want me playing DPS.
Oh, shit.
I think we're just like a 4 tank player team.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Open your eyes. When science failed me,
Foggo, just triple it. Who cares? What's the worst that could happen?
is truly capable of.
We've done this dance so many times. It's exhausting.
70 minus.
Yo, another super chat. Appreciate it, dude.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I swear if this outfit gets ruined,
Try to kidnap one. Oh, didn't get him.
Your god is suffering.
Good medicine.
Right, so now you all take care.
Yo, thank you for all the big super chats. You're fucking crazy, dude. Thank you so much. Sorry, this is actually like a kind of insane high rank game, and I haven't really played that much in like 2 weeks, and we have a bunch of tank players, so I don't want to underperform and feel like an ass.
I just died because
Yeah, I got slammed.
The doctor is in.
Have a moment. Yeah, I'll think of the prime.
They have storm all.
Yeah, I think we just have to like play yourself.
Hey, damage remix all. Let remix it.
I am ready to put on a show.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Is this?
Watch me
Yo, huge ult.
The mighty Magneto, savior of humankind, strikes again. Huzzah!
a nice deep freeze.
Hello, hello.
You're quite well.
Oh, good shit, you're crazy.
They got Mago?
Probably. I don't want to do any more damage really, because I want to look for my ult.
Hello right, hello right, hello right. I have bubble with one ult.
I'm gonna look for it in a sec.
Yeah. Hello bird.
It's fat. Yo, good shit. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I look going left right now. Watch out. He might have went full through.
Feel the wrath of the
Yeah, I think he's on you. Sure. Die. Ding. Storm, Phoenix, nice. Thing's about to get ult, probably.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show!
Got a thing on.
It's clobbering time!
Got it. Oh.
Look at that demo.
I am ready to put on a show! Final 10 seconds!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Oh.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Lucky. One.
Low.
They're both low. Backline both one.
Oh. I'm slammed. Oh. I'm one.
Smart.
Oh.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I like the cold.
No.
That vehicle in
Your powers are mine! Clobbering time!
What the hell? Sorry, that was a good hold. Captain thing the prime. I needed to kill their Loki, but
Better stop that vehicle!
The Sorcerer
it's
Supreme
tough.
lives once more.
Someone prayed for
Captain thing the prime.
Got hello. Hello bird, feeding behind you. One. Hello, one.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yo, Tringo? Does he have or no?
I don't think he has. I have mine though.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Uno.
I don't have my thing. You might have it now. He's looking.
Only 60 seconds left.
No, good cancel.
Yes. Yeah, when I MO, I'm probably gonna dash to the top right.
Yeah. Isn't it Ryan Gosling, Gale?
Your powers are mine!
Hello bird, top left.
I am ready to put on a show!
Hello, dude. Oh, nice man.
By the eye of Agamotto. Loki gone? Surely he'll be back.
You'll have to keep fighting.
I'm out.
I am ready to put on a show.
After that, I vote.
I bubble in 3. I bubble in 3. Yeah, I'm ready.
Looking for it.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh my god, I got fucking pulled.
Good thing. I'm getting on point.
I should have just went just for Hella
I'm on.
instead of trying to go for everybody because the shield got both of it. Don't even need the TP.
The current score is 0-2.
Don't even need the TP.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Open your eyes. Reality
Very
is
winnable.
but an illusion.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll do it. I think I stick with it.
Round
When
2,
science
go!
failed me, magic was there.
Be careful here.
30 seconds.
Top tier lobby.
Watch
Yeah.
out, TP on door.
Ready?
What does Krakoa have to say about
Yeah, I also haven't played in like 2 weeks, so kind of a insane welcome back lobby. And we rolled all the tank players.
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Watch this
3,
boosted streamer strat.
2,
Tend to walk out. Just
All you need to do is capture
Nice.
this area.
good
Got
call. Now boosted streamer strat. Pretend I'm just reading chat, walking out the door. You ain't getting me.
Such new. Here is an enemy to pursue.
I see them.
Got Groot.
Ooh. Oh, I just exploded. Oh my goodness. My bad, I exploded. Power saving prime.
I feel like myself again. The Sorcerer Supreme returns.
I don't know if I should TP behind them, actually. If we gotten one pick, I would have TP'd, but we didn't get any. We're all just chilling, so I kind of have to wait.
I'm in no shift. I'm in no shift.
More powerful yet.
You get back. You can walk on Emma. Maybe.
I'm here.
Yeah, we can try and kill Emma. Everyone should Emma.
Alright, I'm ready.
Help our guy. Hell right. Oh, this guru is fucking us.
I get TPS right now if we want.
The Sorcerer Supreme returns. I'm opening a portal.
Did you do it on the Hella or do it on a squishy? I can try to grab him.
They have every ult. They have every ult.
Trying to kidnap one of them? I think I'm...
Look at that. We're trying to change ult. I'm going back to the TP.
Yeah, I'm out. Well, that's their Grudo combo.
Everything but copy. Everything but copy Groot.
So, we go left side? Like, it's kind of like better for the tank, I think.
I'm done.
There's open area. Break the wall. Bait the wall in, and then we go. Emma feeding. Back. Kill him. I'm damaged. Go.
Someone go high ground, mark the Loki.
Hella right.
I am ready
by
to
Hella.
put
I got a back. This is better. We don't have
to first.
You belong to me!
I'm backing him by. I booted him into you.
Yeah.
I can't help you. Oh, I can't help you. Luna. I'm going top right.
Oh.
really helping him, man. Look at Mace behind you both.
Can't see anything right now.
Only 60 seconds left.
Look, you want up top.
Oh no. No, I had my ult, but I couldn't find an opportunity.
The tank behind.
We're so split.
I suppose that helps.
I should have just went and killed their backline. No TP? I have no TP right now.
We can walk. I bubble.
Fuck.
No.
Bring on the chaos.
I'm hurt.
We're almost back.
You can have range all maybe. Reload.
Yeah, but they do for sure.
30 seconds. I am ready to put on a show.
Watch out, train going low. Hello bottom right, nano. Hello one. Train battle. Train.
I am ready to put on a show.
We're gonna have reload. Hello bottom right. We're gonna have reload now. Who's gonna have low? Who's trying to block?
You go Hella?
Tanks one. Hella. Reach that.
Your powers are mine.
Oh, we're actually so cooked.
Train.
Oh my god, they have another.
Train walk into our team.
Dude, nothing dies.
Mace is running at me. It's 400.
Hey, kill Mace. Guys, kill the string vine. Right.
Loki high.
Loki one.
Frozen on the back.
Solid feeding. Bottom. Solid one dead. No, don't see 9. I'm up point. Don't see 9.
I need help.
Stand.
Oh, good, bro. Hey, yo, you're tank. I mean, you're healer.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I am ready to put on a show.
We're so dead.
You guys don't fail.
No.
Final score 0-2-1.
Stop. Dude, they actually built multiple support ults in that one fight.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
They built multiple support ults in one fight. That's tough. Dude, I was trying to look for a strange ult after both support ults, and there literally wasn't an opportunity. That feels bad. That's a feels bad. Okay, I gotta pee though. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Be right back. Whoops. Gem Clone, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciated. That looked diabolical. It felt diabolical. Okay. Cool. You're getting pro lobbies? I got an unironic quick play bot lobby. My game before was an actual unironic bot lobby. Dude, I didn't want to get thrown in pro lobbies fucking 11 hours into stream. Like, what is this? Bro, this is fucking garbage for me. I haven't played in 2 weeks. My hands are cold. My brain is fried. I've been reading drop chatter messages for the last fucking... the last 35 of the 48 last hours. I'm gonna lose it. Time does OCE start? 1 o'clock, I think. Argent, I think 8 months. Is it 1 o'clock?
Nothing better than farming drops late at night with the tank goat.
Literal bots. Oh. Oh, you're like a quick play drop bot game. Oh. No way I get another game like that, right? No, this isn't it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Skyrock, take the prime.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I'm down, ban Helen, why not? Oh. Oh. Uh-oh.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Uh-oh. 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 Um.
Charles
Chad, I'm scared.
Safe haven for all mutants. At last,
I'm scared.
I have made it a reality.
30 seconds before you attack.
It's a scary lobby. Also, I just realized I lost more points from that last game than I gained for the one before. And I guarantee most of the people in that lobby were top 500. And I'm not even in eternity right now. How the fuck is that possible? Well, we got the rocket. We got Rocket Jeff.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
All you have to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Ethan, you're gifted. Appreciate it. Hang on, goat activities. Hang on, goat activities. Goat activities. Hold on. Hold on. Goat activities. Wait a minute.
Much better. It seems we have company.
Goat activities.
Judge, jury, executioner! I feel like myself again.
Oh. Oh.
Watch me. You captured more than half of
Killed the whole thing, that's fine. Oh my goodness. Fuck you. Bitch. Job failed successfully.
Flats is your name? Flats
what are we gonna learn?
Flats over drums. Is that it?
No.
I will crush them all.
No, it wasn't too early. It gave my team time to back away. The chance that I was actually going to kill them in that hallway was very minimal.
I am ready to put on a show. Are you?
Torch is one.
May your bright lady carry you home.
Oof. Why didn't you throw it? Because he was shielding, and otherwise there wasn't anyone to hit. Because the top of the door frame is there, so I was trying to get lower, but he just fired. It was only 30%, or he stopped shooting when it was at like 30, 35. So I was trying to get a better angle. The mag went to go shield him, and he just started pumping.
You look at me as if you know me. In my timeline, you are one of the greatest warriors our nation has ever known.
I've been seeking others like me.
And once we are done here, I
Yeah,
will
you'll get the
gladly
magic skin.
take you to them, my dear. Krakoa would be delighted to have
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
In times like these, people with power must be at their best.
It's actually probably the best map to have gotten a penny player, though, real talk. I'm grateful they're actually pretty good.
Much better.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
You're welcome. Supernova!
What? Wait, how did he kill me with the... Oh, I flew into the fucking tornado. Oh my goodness. Arc Children in Prime.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
The animation of going up in the air pulled me up to the right and into it. Oh. Feels bad. I don't have a Punisher ult. That's gonna be spooky. I gotta be the one to walk us through too. Oh, well, that's not fun.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
What is this movement? Okay. What is this, fucking middle school? Fuck off me.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I am ready to put on a show.
You cannot hurt me.
They almost got it.
You cannot hurt me. Much better.
Jesus.
The weather has shifted in your favor, Aurora.
Okay. Winnable. Everything the Prime.
Right, I'm slow.
We should be careful here.
This is real.
What the fuck is it?
Power. I feel like myself.
Oh boy. Push low.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
What the fuck is that movement? What the fuck is that movement? Jesus!
I'm ready for
Blue Bar Thing Prime.
I will crush them all.
Alright, I gotta ult her. I'm gonna ult your Storm ult so he doesn't punish or kill you.
Hurricane incoming.
Turn back lane.
Judge, jury, Magneto! Homo superior reigns
Glory is almost yours.
They're gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to stop it.
I'm opening a portal.
Whoever they are.
Think I pushed him in? Yeah, I got it.
Why did I hit you?
Why?
That was my cancel.
But if I missed, you would have had me. I knew it.
All prey has been located.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Uh-oh.
Supernova!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I am ready to put
Uh-oh.
on a show.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Do some
ITP. It's gonna be a bit though.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
He's gonna cancel.
I'm opening a portal.
Yeah, he's in small with me. Wait, how did he do that though?
Out, dark magic.
How did he stop me with the F? He actually left the whole fight to come grab me. That's crazy. Oh, smart.
Open your eye.
Beware. Charles dreamed of a safe haven for all mutants. At last, I have made it a reality.
30 seconds before you attack.
I'm surprised he did that with 5 people still alive on our team, though.
Sound like you face, bro.
We escape the collector together, little one. We shall face this new threat side by side as well. If only all yokai were so agreeable.
Sniped.
The battle
Thank
starts in
you,
5,
Prime, by the way. Sorry if I missed that.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Just as I forged a nation, I shall wield a weapon fit for a king. It seems we have company. I feel like myself again.
You're welcome. Hey, Dee, enjoy the amplifier. This is real firepower.
Can we kill it?
Judge, jury, executioner. I'll patch you up.
The mission area is yours.
Oh.
Shields up.
That's right. Everything is mine.
You know what to do, fighters.
Let's see if I can get my ult up before Portugal.
Beacon in service. Follow the enemy.
I feel like myself again.
Got it.
Okay, enemy in horses. I'll deploy another beacon.
That's not good.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
You are under my...
Clean this up.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Your attacks are futile.
I think I did damage.
I'll patch you up.
Shield destroyed. Activating shield stabilizer.
Cosmic yard amplifier. Ready to be
They're about to have 3 main supporters here, so...
Judge, jury,
I am ready to put on a show.
Dumbass.
Same knife.
Fire mode. Glory is almost yours.
your powers are mine.
I am ready to put on a show.
What in the fuck am I looking at? Get me out of here. We should Emma, maybe?
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Hey, Storch is matching me in naughty places.
We should build Storm before the next portal.
Control lost.
Yeah, they're triple support now.
Mutants always
We do have...
rise again.
As long as we can build the combo. I don't think they have Punisher roll yet. They shouldn't.
supernova.
Just wait that out. TP. You gotta kill him right now. Nice. Jeez.
GG.
GG.
Another epic victory! Big win!
What is this game? What? Is OCE on? OCE on yet? Hell yeah.
Can get esports as well. Chronix over there on the Spider-Man. I'd be keen to see that if they brought out the Ultron. But Skittles gonna be on the Rocket Raccoon there. Furikake on the Jeff Daxter
being good at
on
Mag
the
is
Black Panther.
just trying to use as
I
little
wanna see
resources
that
as
too.
possible.
The
You
Black
get
Panther
bubble your
assassin.
teammates,
Absolute crazy
getting really good with your ults
Thor gonna
to
be
either
coming out
deny
from
ults or
Texas
save your
there,
teammates
and
from
Donald
ults.
with the,
It's like a
Pink
very
Parker.
selfless
You know,
playstyle.
Thor is one we don't see much across some of the other regions in Ignite, but it is.
All right, well,
one that we
they're
have seen
yapping.
pop
I'm gonna run to the
out from
bathroom,
time
get up
to
and
time
stretch.
in
All right,
Oceania.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
You know what else we're
Go
gonna
beat.
see in Oceania? It's Bethany.
Yeah, Bethany, one of the two teams that are in the lower brackets today, potentially might be the last time we'll be seeing them in this Marvel Rival Ignite tournament. And what a lineup. Jag, Bubble, Liam, Soupy, Potato, Oink, and of course the subs, Azzy and Ash. They look phenomenal so far in the tournament so far, and minimum they'll get 4th place, but I'm sure they still want that 1st place. If they win today and tomorrow, of course, as well, they could still make it. But so can the Vicious. They also do not want to get eliminated today.
Absolutely not. Do not want to get eliminated there, and we'll see which team will rise or fall, because the Vicious, you know, they got Revsy, Netra, Rib, Adam, Lumi, Atlas, and Asher there as their squadron, and they have been putting on a really solid show. You know, I got a bit scared yesterday watching their game, and I'm really keen to see if they can redeem themselves today and maybe have another chance to face off against the likes of Kanga, you know, or maybe could be Ground Zero. But we'll see how things go.
Definitely have to see how things go, Matsy. It's gonna be an exciting day, and we're starting to see the shape of our standings start to form here.
I don't think it needs to be any louder. The left click hits. I think it's fine.
And in saying that,
Chinny, I think 22 months. Appreciate it.
They are both.
I haven't really played a lot of Queen
third
recently.
place in those
To
tournaments.
be honest
So they are
with you,
in the top 3, but of
I haven't played a
course,
whole lot of
all
Overwatch
these
since
teams are top
mid-season.
4, already making it to the playoffs. And
One background on
I'm
this
sure they're
match,
very,
these are the
very proud
top
of
2
themselves,
OCE teams. We
and
lost to
I'm excited to see
GZG
more of what they
last
can,
week,
show us.
but had one player with diarrhea,
Absolutely, you know,
one
and
player
that
without
goes to show
without
that they are
a
gonna
voice,
lock in
without a voice
any one
sick.
of these teams,
Neither
at
team
least
scrimmed each other
6,000
and lead up.
USD, so
Big difference in preferred
definitely
comps
got
and
their
hero
eyes
pools
on
between the
prize
teams.
there, but obviously they're going to be gunning to place a bit higher than that. You know, Bethany, they've
Okay.
got a lot to prove today, being the underdog team out of the teams that did make it through to playoffs here. I'm definitely excited to see how far they can push themselves, because, you know, they had a pretty rough gig yesterday. It was really tough watching that matchup, and I'm hopeful that today is their chance.
What do you
to
think
really
about
prove
Penny being
themselves. You know,
used
they
on one of
faced
these
the Vicious
teams? Well, I mean, we don't know
previously in
that.
the group stage
If you're talking
there,
about the
I think
photos in the
last
beginning,
day
that's
group
not
stage,
the
and
characters
it
they
was
use.
a rough endeavor, but now they've got their chance
Jay
to
Stan,
run
thank the
back,
Prime.
take some of the lessons they learned from their last part of the journey and bring them into today to try and redeem themselves here. So great to see that. But
So
you
is this
know,
gonna be
it's
a best of
similar story
5?
with Kanga and Ground Zero. Kanga on the losing side of that one in the past, but maybe now that we're in the present, we might see Kanga look to bring a little bit more heat this time.
Every single time, you know, I mean, not every single time.
It's just to introduce the
I was
players.
saying Vicious was going to be winning. That was my prediction. And Kanga proved me wrong. So I'm excited to see them prove me wrong again today. Because if we're going to be talking about predictions, Matsy, I'm so sorry, Hayes. I'm so sorry, Kanga. But I will, in fact, be thinking that Ground Zero might be taking this. They still have not dropped a single map. But in saying that the fact that they haven't dropped a single map, I do think Kanga will be taking maps away from Ground Zero today. They have been working really hard, and they looked really good yesterday. Not sure what was, maybe they've warmed up from group stage, and today they might put up a really big fight and take revenge.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there, Rice. I think that, you know, obviously the teams have been cooking some things up in the lab. They don't want to give away everything in the group stage there. So now we're seeing some little hints at some of the real strategies, so to speak, that some of the teams have been cooking up there. Like, I think we saw the thing come out yesterday from Kanga, so that was exciting to see, because that's definitely a viable option when you want to deal with some of those shield vanguards. So great to see that they're starting to really dig deep into the lab there and just bring out their big guns. But yeah, I think in terms of predictions, Ground Zero definitely looking strong on paper against Kanga again. But given that they did face off against each other in the recent past, you know, I think that Kanga's going to take a lot from that. And I'm sure they've been doing VOD review, watching back some of the past streams there. And I think there will be definitely some countermeasures put in place. And I think there's going to be a big focus heading into the pick, ban, protect phase there to see exactly how they maneuver it. But
did Hunter Thieves win today? They did.
I'm thinking on paper right now it could be potentially 3 maps to 1 in Ground Zero against Kanga. I think that that's pretty safe there, but you know, with Kanga having that chance to reflect,
away from faster, Jeff Nito or Torch Hurricane, both.
So,
run from both.
Before we started broadcast today, when Matty and I were talking, I was also predicting 3-1, but I've decided I'm changing my mind and I'm gonna go 3-2. I think Kanga could maybe take
all the drops now. Congrats! Thanks for
letting
me farm you for ad revenue. Please continue to use Flats drop services in the future. Have a good day.
I'm sure there are more strategies that they could take Ground Zero by storm with, so I'm excited to see what happens there. I also kind of, I don't know, I feel like this may also be potentially our grand finals. Like a preview to our grand finals as well. We saw it in group stage and they're in the same group. We're probably going to be seeing it here today. I'm predicting a little too far in the future here, I'm sure, but I could see whoever dropping out into the lower brackets here, making it through the lower brackets and bringing us into the grand finals too. So I think, personally, this is a sneak peek into our grand finals.
Oh, thanks, Buck.
Well, you know, we'll get to find out, I suppose, by the end of the day or by tomorrow. As a matter of fact, whether your prediction could come true, you know, whether we do see the Ground Zero Kanga story continue, you know, it's going to be a story in 3 parts, I suppose, if that's the case. You know, we've seen them face off in the group stage. Now we get to see them face off again in the playoff stage, and they could face off
we're hardcore farming today.
Into the,
did I participate? I mean, I did. I was in the.
Oh my gosh, it'll be a story of cracking impacts, you know.
Playing for Ignite. We got knocked out by Luminosity, but not this section. This is group stages of the playoffs.
5 and potentially, I mean, we're all just like putting all of our.
I'm gonna stream to the end of OCE, so
conditions, of course, for both of these two teams to make it to the grand finals together.
I don't know how long that'll be.
Best of 7 between these two teams would be absolutely phenomenal. And you mentioned the Kraken impact. Oh my, yeah, we've seen so many Kraken impacts. We've been seeing so many agains and agains and agains, not just in these two teams, but across the entire tournament. And they have been so exciting and phenomenal.
Absolutely, and I
Usher's been surprisingly good the last 2 days. Oh yeah, for sure.
You know, into the rest of our journey here in the playoff stages.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm mentally cooked at this point.
I guess splits of characters coming out there.
It's kind of hard to ignore and not farm.
Yesterday we saw Psylocke make a bit of an appearance again. I really do admire the use of the Psylocke there. You know, having that flanking potential as one of our duelists there, really just great to see. You know, they're changing up how they want to approach each of the maps here, so it's great that we're seeing diversified tactics come out from each of our rosters, because at this point sometimes you can't just stick to your default.
I just play like tanks. I don't have like one particular main.
Try and go off the beaten path, so to speak, and
Dead Vulture.
Really just catch your opponent by surprise.
Appreciate you.
I've been loving seeing all the different strategies that these teams have been bringing out. We've been seeing flying meta. We've been seeing very grounded meta as well, and dive. We've been seeing quite a lot too. And yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. You know, with so many different variety coming out, like the Thing, which is the first time we saw. We've been talking about the Thing quite a lot, I feel like, but it's just a pretty big surprise, I would say. I'm not quite sure though if it was just for that specific map, so we might not be seeing it again today, depending on how, of course, the maps go. But if whoever loses the first map gets to choose the next map and choose the side that they want to start on. So
Just finished watching the Shroud X Nightmare VOD. It was a nutty series. It was actually pretty.
If the Kanga brings it out, but imagine if Ground Zero also brings it out. I want to know what Ground Zero will be cooking up, because we've been seeing sort of the similar meta from Ground Zero throughout the days. I want to know what they are cooking up too.
Yeah, well, you know, if they both bring out the thing, that's going to be a whole lot of clobbering time, to say the least.
Wait, how long has the YouTube stream been up?
I'm really excited for what that could bring. You know, I'm curious if they might be able to just pop off that ultimate at the same time. Then I guess the whole ground just comes to a standstill.
Oh shit!
You know, I'd love to see
YouTube.
That. It's like
I gotta restart you guys. Once you get to 12-hour VODs, the VOD disappears.
We get straight back into it.
So I need to restart you guys really quick. If you're on the YouTube side, the stream's gonna go down for like 2 minutes, and then it will come back up. Okay. I have to do it, or otherwise, like the VOD's just gone. So be right back.
It can really be quite a thorn in the side of a lot of teams if they aren't able to deal with it. You know, if all eyes are faced forward and no one's looking back, then Black Panther can rain down absolute mayhem on your team in the back lane there. So very curious to see if something like that might come out of the mix there, whether we see Mr. Fantastic come out with the Brainiac bounce, you know?
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of potential on the horizon here, but it's going to be up to the teams as to what they bring out on the given day. And I guess on the upper side of the bracket, you know, I think maybe we might see still some more of that tried and tested approach there, considering if they do lose here, they still have a chance to progress through to the grand final tomorrow.
True.
Whereas the Vicious and Bethany, this is make or break for them. If they lose here, their run is done.
That is true. Yeah, this is basically, if you lose here, for these two teams, they have one extra chance. They can make it through the lower brackets and play again tomorrow. But here we go between Ground Zero and Kanga. And look at Kanga Esports. The thing is essentially their mascot at this point. Kangaroos are out. The thing is in.
We love to see it. We love to see it. And we are going to be
sorry, I had to restart YouTube stream.
Right now. Let's see what is it.
Once you get to a certain
none other than
once you get to 12 hours, the VOD just cuts off.
Banned out and are going to be protected.
So I had to restart it.
Kanga Esports there. So dangerous. Got a mischief. Going to be the one online there. But you know what is online for the other side of things? Ground Zero have got Magneto that banned it out. Emma Frost are going to be banned out as well. But there's no Captain
new job
online
this year?
and there's no Ultron online for Ground Zero here.
And just makes it hella tough. Hey, all good, Cable Guy. Hey, hopefully the new job's good.
Absolutely. We've seen, of course, these Vanguard. Wait, the Captain America is very interesting. But we've seen the other Vanguards, Emma Frost and
I think I've seen a Captain America ban.
Multiple times. Loki as well is a very common ban, a very respectful ban as well. But yeah, the Captain America.
All right, Joker,
we've
have a
been
good night,
seeing
dude.
a little bit of Captain America quite a lot recently, and I think Kanga Esports has played it quite a few times.
Oh, the matches? The ones earlier were good. This is OCE.
Wouldn't be a surprise, but they are going to be looking in Mantis. That is the one that they are settling on. I think
these are the OCE
that is a
matches.
fair ban because Mantis with the damage.
I don't know how many hours it's gonna go. I'm assuming it's gonna be like 2 hours.
You know, damage helps a lot with taking out quite a lot of key heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. It definitely does enhance the roster there and give them a lot of potential, you know, to pick off a lot of characters nice and quickly there. But speaking of characters, we are seeing some locks in right now. We do have FMCL locking down the Winter Soldier. So talking on cracking impacts earlier, looks like we might just be jumping into it with that right now. Punisher online here too. Duep going to be bringing out Magneto, Cloak and Dagger, Luna Snow, and Groot for Zenstari. Definitely one that's found a lot of power there. But speaking of power, Kanga bringing out the power with Psylocke. We got Skittles on Loki there. Hulk coming out for Donald. Texi on the Strange. And Furikake on Luna
Why
Snow.
aren't you in the top 500? I haven't played in 2 weeks and I couldn't care less.
I am loving the fact they're bringing it out. Is Chronix on the Namor? Hello and welcome.
So many bans, I'm confused. The bans are for the enemy team. You ban for the enemy team and save for your own team.
This composition as well. I don't think we've seen Hulk much or even at all from my memory, and that is a team up. The squids are so annoying when they are teamed up.
Absolutely gonna be a lot of trouble dealing with the Gamma Squids there, and definitely excited to see what they can cook up here as we burst out the gates. It's portal time from Kanga. Texi trying to see if they can spot anybody nearby.
TP right on their
They
foreheads.
do have good scope of how Ground Zero are approaching it now, so it's good they can strategically wait on the portal and dive straight into it as we get into our first fight. KO going to be coming down. Cloak and Dagger
And
is
they catch
out
one
of
by
here.
surprise.
Goodbye, Maddie, and potentially Luna Snow as well, but you know what is online?
No, you
It's
get
Black
magic
Panther.
first, and then when
And
magic's
Big
completed,
Bob
then you
is
get
out
Emma.
of here. Daxter is wringing havoc right now, but does get KO'd
Little BP
out.
play,
So
little
both
BP
teams
action.
trading blows, but Kanga land on the mission area.
Kanga does win that fight, and we've seen Kanga do this a few times yesterday as well with that portal play.
Yeah, the goat strats, yeah.
Split the team in halves. And Ground Zero, unfortunately, was split in half, which meant that Kanga Esports was able to take a lot of KOs, pick off who exactly they wanted to pick off. And with that, they won the fight, and now they have control of the point, but Ground Zero is back. And look at that turret on 6 doing a lot of damage onto the enemy. And 6, oh, we've seen that aim, we've seen that hit scan do so much work, but the squids are out to play. And now there is a copy from Skittles, and Skittles has got to try and keep everyone alive with us against the world, I believe, and it's working. Daxu, Donald, so
Yeah, it's the OCE tournament.
So
I love how they have cameras in the OCE ones. Hello?
It's absolutely fantastic what they've done here today.
I think the other caster died. so she stopped talking to give him a second to cut back in, and he just didn't cut back in. So she was just like, okay.
On the board.
The BP 4K. Dude, Australia is fun to watch. Holy shit.
The ultimates as well. 4 online for Kanga Esports. That's
holy shit. Australia games are lit.
I'm going to be seeing the whale here in Oceania, so I'm
Came
excited
for the
to see how
drops,
Conix
stayed
plays
for
this
the
out.
streamer.
Whether or not they want to combo
Breakfast.
it with
Appreciate you,
the Eye of
appreciate you.
Agamotto from Taxi. It's going
Can't
to
be too loud
absolutely
because it's
exciting to see
midnight.
how it works.
Couldn't agree with you more there. Definitely excited to get that one online, but Final Judgment is going to be online right now. 6, King Bob comboing the Duelist and Strategist Ultimates there. Strangling Prison coming out. Cracking Impact. It's all hands on deck from Ground Zero right now, but they're having a lot of trouble against Kanga here. They do manage to find a couple of KOs through, though. Cracking Impact. Finding its impact.
Oh, someone came through as he went for it. Nah, there's no way. Nah, that's crazy.
Through in the ed. So control going to be seized in the ed for Ground Zero there. Really solid combination of ultimates. Kanga try and respond, but Ground Zero bite back.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the whale.
Look at the face cam. 2 inches away. Pitch black. Can't see anything. That's so funny. Holy fucking shit.
And looking at
that is peak degen gamer hours right there. That's a gamer.
Has to come back into safety, and now Skittles with that ultimate is able to copy and get in there to help the team. They are using fate of both worlds, and it is successful as takes against 1, gets 2. Kanga Esports are turning the tide. They are claiming this point, and Eye of Agamotto is going to get to both the vanguards. Both Dueb and Zansari are locked and stunned out. Dueb getting dangerous low will be taken out by Skittles, and with that, Kanga Esports are claiming the point and claiming the first round.
Great stuff coming through from them there. OT timer trickling down quickly as can be. So, a great hold from Kanga to secure their first.
You are getting destroyed by ads. Good. That means they're doing the right thing.
Krakoa
The ads are working.
And we go from the carousel straight in through the cradle. But will it be a gentle endeavor? I'm not so sure, as this has been a bumpy ride so far. And
no, the face cams have only been for
OCE. As we pace our way through here, but definitely excited for what's to come as we see FMCL bringing out the Storm here. Omega Hurricane online definitely could allow some flexibility, allow some presence to try and take them out nice and quickly here. But are they going to be able to find exactly what they're looking for? This is going to be their true test in these next 20 seconds.
Yep, 20 seconds until the doors open, and my goodness, Kanga Esports looking very strong, just looking at those stats as well. Lots of eliminations, lots of knockouts for themselves. And Skittles currently the MVP with all those assists as well.
Because technically our finals, all teams will have face cams for finals.
Ultimates at key times.
Wait, what about like yesterday? Was there finals yesterday too?
That first round.
Here we go. jumping into it. It's portal time again. Zenstari playing strategically now. Does manage to pay straight into it. Not going to be able to catch Kanga off guard, though.
Cats, that's an extreme oversimplification, because that's not really true.
All the shotguns are blasting away right now. And they will be able to find the KOs through. But you know what else is getting KOs? It's Daxu slipping through the cracks there, pushing ahead.
God.
Worlds Online from
Australia games are actually fucking peak. Hulk,
locking it
BP.
Down. I love that delayed KO onto Duep
Love to see
as well.
it.
You know they're playing mind games on this one. They want to stagger out those KOs and delay them from getting back to the point.
Then we yes, because we just went straight to
a bit of a
playoffs.
stagger, really good strategy coming out from Kanga Esports there. And they were able to cap the point. They did lose their first player in that initial fight, but I'm not sure if the portal was still up and they were able to get back in time very quickly. But once Ground Zero started losing players, it was just leading the way of Kanga Esports. But now they have 4 ultimates available. Ground Zero actually could have 6 with 94 and 87% available as well. And it's going to be either going to be used by Texi first up. Chronix also being comboing it with the whale. Not able to get anybody though, as Fate of both whales from King Bob is online and in play.
Dude, it's always crazy watching the Punisher ult fucking just walk forward within the Luna ult. Like, you know they're not going to die, and they just kill everything that gets near them.
With the spears, takes down 2, but it's a trade.
Big storm ult?
More than a trade. And now Ground Zero are in the lead with the player advantage. Out comes Amido, doesn't find anyone but the Donald, the Hulk, the Monster Hulk.
Oh my goodness!
And Kanga Esports are still
Wait, he's crazy! Wait, that's our boy Bonald from the other night! Wait a minute!
No, it didn't get used.
Bonald!
A close one there. But Kanga Esports.
Wait, Bonald goes crazy on the Hulk. Holy shit.
I'm really impressed how they navigated that one too.
Yeah, you missed the 100
Zero,
Thieves game earlier.
Around those strategists there, you know, dropping the Omega Hurricane. You could tell they were trying to drop down their utility, trying to drop down the healing capabilities as quick as they could. But Kanga just playing at chess while they're playing checkers right now.
Yeah, they can't. The black screen cam is peak.
Speaking of, another fight on the way. 80% for Kanga here. Ground Zero looking to go from 0 to hero here. Skittles is in trouble. Does get KO'd out.
I don't know what in the world that was. That was an interesting play going on back there.
Chronic, see you later. Hi, Bagamoto coming out there as well. It's a bit of trouble, but they're still alive. They're still kicking. But I don't know if they're going to be able to hold
probably a little reset here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to hold on. 6 tries to ult there, but it's going to be stunned out. And Texi takes him out.
That hit?
And there's an eye of Agamotto. It is going crazy onto King
Wait,
Bob.
that hit? I feel like he shielded that.
Still in play, but not for much longer. Now taking out Kanga Esports.
Yo, am I crazy?
Time is ticking. Here is the first map. This could be the first map that Ground Zero is losing in Ignite. With overtime ticking away, it is Kanga Esports claim Krakoa and claim victory.
Wait, that was their first map loss of the whole series?
Yeah, just look at that. They play a superb masterclass of how to outmaneuver your opponents there. A solid dominating control.
Yo, W Bonald Hulk.
Kanga there, Texi going to be the MVP
Love
on that
to see
one.
it.
And, you know, I loved a big shout out to Kanga's coach, Hades there in the chat. I did see some chatter there from Hades saying, hey, casters, you know, you have a chance to change your predictions. You better get on top of that. And, it looks like Kanga are going to take that first map with big confidence. So, you know, I think Hades is very confident in his own team there. And
love the uncanny comp. Yeah, the fucking
wrong, but, you know, both of us were
Black Panther comps. That's fire.
For Ground Zero. So that's one map, but, you know, if it keeps going like that, it could be a bit more than just one map there, right? So this match already looking to spice up.
It definitely very, very spicy. The rivalry between these two Australian org-based teams is super exciting. Ground Zero and Kanga, they both have a lot of history, a lot of years in other esports, and now here in Marvel Rivals, they are versing off against each other again. And ooh, it's getting spicy. Last time they versed off in the group stage, it was a best of 3, and Ground Zero 2-0'd them. Now, with this one though, it is a best of 5. Things change a little bit. It's a bit more spicy, and it's super exciting seeing Kanga Esports try different things. We saw the Black Panther. You were saying, hopefully we get to see the Black Panther, and I'm gonna be real, Mancy, I doubted you. I was like, no, there's no way. No way. But they did. They brought out the Black Panther.
It's getting spicy. One of the games.
Yeah, and branching off on that as well there, Bryce, I believe that, you know, into the group stage, you want to keep some of your cards hidden still. So I think that maybe Kanga were playing a bit of a strategic game, you know, playing into some more of the default picks there, just playing around the meta a little bit, not branching out.
Yeah, I think BP's better than Magic in this, it seems.
Until the playoff stage here.
Because I think you get a faster kill, but like,
is on the line there,
I don't know, in ranks?
The big guns here.
I don't know.
They don't want to have to play again tomorrow. They want to just push it for that grand
this is
final
my
slot
spot.
as soon as they
I'm
possibly
12 hours
can.
in. I'm not moving
Exactly.
shit.
Tomorrow,
All right. Whoever's in the right camera box
one of these two teams
gets rolled.
here,
Nobody said anything about moving my camera when Shib was there.
If
All
they
right.
manage
Relax.
still to win tomorrow morning, I don't know what time it is exactly. I'm not casting tomorrow. I'm sure you know what time it is.
Similar
but they,
time.
It's similar time. I think it's 1 p.m. instead of the 2 p.m. start. That's right. So they would have to start at 1 p.m. and play a best of 5 against whoever wins in the loser bracket, and then participate in a
Tell me I'm
best
wrong.
of 7. It's going to be extremely tiring, but if they win here, they can get that ticket straight to the grand finals.
Yeah, really going to be
That was such an unlucky TP right there.
Players in our highlight here, like I love the Kraken impacts in this moment. FMCL playing around the pillar there, you know, just really having a bit of a troublesome time with Daxu. Six hit some great shots on that final judgment as well. Really was able to take down a lot.
Dude, that
of
was
their,
such a sick combo right
to say
there.
the least, and a great to
Bonald
see
went
that they are
crazy.
really able to whittle down those forces one after the other. But I'm sure that this isn't the end.
L
of,
ads here. Have some more
we're going
ads.
to be seeing from both teams, you know, because they both look.
All right, in between
so
maps though, I am going to get up and stretch
Kanga
because
just seem to be
it's been a
playing
long
that
day.
long
I've been
game
sitting
there,
down
you
for a
know,
long
they're
time, and I
always
don't
playing around
want
that
to
mission
feel like
objective.
shit in the
It
morning.
doesn't
Because
matter
I actually
so
have stuff to
much
do
for them
tomorrow.
around the KOs, as long as they can hold on to the mission area and build up that percentage as much as possible. And I guess that just goes down to their experience, you know, across multiple titles. And they've
Chat,
really
if you
showcased
subscribe to
exactly
Flats with Prime,
how
you
much
don't
game
have to
sense they
worry
have
about
to
ads
bring
when
it to the
watching our
table.
favorite Marvel
That
Rivals
is a good
slash
point. That
Overwatch
portal from
streamer.
Strange, from Taxi, from Kanga, onto Point, being able to divide up the team and get them that first fight win really helped lock in, especially for that first round, them getting that 99% pretty early on, because then they were able to keep that team fight going, keep control of that point for the entire time. So that was really well played, utilizing the Strange and utilizing the portal in a way that guarantees them that fight win.
That's right, and definitely excited for how things are going to be going down heading into our next map here. I reckon it's going to be a bit of an eye-opener, you know, especially for the side of Ground Zero. I think that they're going to be a bit shaken up, especially after finding such a commanding result in the group stage. You know, they'll be thinking, whoa, what's going on here? I mean, we even heard that confidence in some of our player interviews over the past week. You know, they've really seemed fired up and confident against the likes of Kanga. But now, Kanga bringing out some of the big guns, some of the real strategies behind closed doors there. Like, I'd love to see that Black Panther. You know, I talked about it at the start of the day, and here it is. It's loud and proud, ready to be seen. And we'd love to see it from a Daxu and Co. But while we get things set up for map 2, everybody, we are going to be heading into a quick break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with all this fire.
Okay. Okay. Get up and walk around, stretch. Oh, it's 2 matches. And they're best of 5s? Oh my god, we might be here like 3 or 4 hours. No, not even 3 or 4. Maybe be here like 2.5. Nope, Twitch drop for Emma is not over. It will. You have to get the magic one first, and then when the magic one's finished, the Emma one will restart. Or start back up. I'm from OCE. This is Jeezy, the first dropping a map other than Big Syndicate? Oh yeah, the caster said that. Magic is first. You have to get the magic one, and then the MO one will start back up. Oh, I did miss it. Yo, thank you 1,000 bits. You subscribe to Flats of Prime. You don't have to worry about ads when watching our favorite Marvel Rival / Overwatch streamer. Thanks, dude. Fallen One, thank you the Prime. Benito, thank you the Prime. Senior Banana, thank you the Prime. Chat, you might have a Prime sub that's sitting in your box and you don't even know it's there. You gotta hit subscribe, and there's a little box that says use free Twitch Prime sub. It's completely free. If you already pay for it with your Amazon Prime, you check and see if you have it. $, thank you the Prime. Blazeman, thank you the Prime. That way you don't get hit with ads. Get slammed. You know? Freestyles in the Prime. Coldest, brightest thing in the Prime. Nope, it's not past time. Magic is gonna be like another 2 weeks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Marvel Rivals Ignite Oceania Stage 1 Playoffs, day number 2.
Meaty nuts.
That's here for Power Rise, coming to you live once again with our first banger series of the upper semi-finals here. Kanga taking on Ground Zero, and our first game has been in favor of Kanga. They take that one away in a clean sweep.
Menorah, thing with Prime.
The secret weapons, the Black Panther. They're bringing out all the goods here today, Rice. But it makes me think, what's coming out in game 2?
True. We saw so many exciting plays coming up, so many exciting strategies coming out from Kanga Esports in that first map.
Oh, after this round, I'm gonna go brush my teeth.
Happy to show some of their cards, like bringing out the Black Panther this early in this best of 5 series, because they want that momentum. They want that winner's momentum. Winning that first map gives them that, you know, as I
think is the best character? Magneto.
Going. But it's saying that now Ground Zero gets to choose the next map. They get to choose
actually insanely well designed.
As well.
Really good enabling teammates. Really big carry potential. Not very difficult to play, but also insane skill ceiling.
Because now it's Ground Zero's turn to cook something interesting, something spicy up.
Well, you know, if I'm Liger, then,
Rocket hands down. Come on, be for real now.
And I want to see the Phoenix Rising skin coming out there. But you know, if I'm our players right now, I'm going to be choosing our map, which is going to be Convergence. Hello, Central Park coming out. Okay, we don't see this one all the time, but we have seen plenty of it throughout our playoffs or groups into this one. So definitely eager to see how our upper bracket final goes here into game number 2, as we are going to be picked out onto Central Park by Ground Zero, and very excited to see how this one plays out right now, as we have our maps picked, we have our players locked in, but you know what we don't have yet? It's our pick, ban, protect phase coming into fruition here. And I'm curious how that landscape transforms in this next one. You know, maybe Ground Zero are going to be thinking about, oh, maybe Black Panther's something we don't want to deal with, but maybe they're going to be more comfortable coming into this next one. But what do you think, Rice?
Well, I definitely think a lot of the decisions do get made in this pick, ban, protect phase. It's all here where players decide what kind of strategy they want to avoid versing against and what kind of strategy they want to protect. Now we've seen the thing, we've seen Black Panther, we've seen some very interesting, slightly off meta, but still very strong picks coming out from Kanga Esports so far, and I'm excited to see what they end up doing. But of course, Ground Zero have been considered the giants so far in this tournament.
What's wrong? 29th Little Rocket in good hands or a terror? The question was, who's the best design or the best character in the game?
Finally done it. They have taken down Ground Zero a notch, just a little bit. But can they take the entire series?
Yeah, that's
nothing wrong with liking a
ultimate
character,
question there,
but
isn't it? And look at that. All of Kanga are going to be hovering over that Black Panther there. Very keen on that one, it would seem. But you know
Mag's
what?
insane.
They are keen on. Both
So
teams
well
are keen
designed,
on
too.
Magneto. So LeBronald could be coming out of this one. But you know what isn't coming out? It's Loki and Emma.
I don't think a band protect
there.
system like this would work in
Goodbye
ranked
to
because
them.
it takes too long.
Who else do we have to say goodbye
Players
to?
don't want to sit here
It
for
could
9 hours
be
doing
the
picks and
Punisher
bans.
Banned out from Ground Zero there, but the torch is being hovered by Kanga here, so interesting to see what comes through. But Luna,
I have a
is actually going
Discord.
to
I
be
do
locked
not
out
have a
this time
Discord
by
to
Ground
get
Zero.
better at the game.
And we're not going to see any torch.
I don't
so
offer anything like
it's
that.
time for a protect coming out from Kanga here, and one more ban from Ground Zero.
Well, they're all hovering Black Panther, but I'm wondering if they're doing it just to make, put on a show. Give us casters a show. Give you guys a show as well.
Ban Abrams too strong close range. I understand. Elite reference.
Yesterday.
I get it.
And now today they brought out the Black Panther and the hovers. It's exciting. They also don't want to give us any spoilers before going into the match. Protect is going to be to Cloak and Dagger, and Ground Zero are responding with a Psylocke ban.
Ooh, okay. Definitely don't want to see that one coming out from Kanga. We've
Punisher
seen it before,
save?
but we're not going to see it again this time anyway. But, we are going to see it's the Punisher protected there for Ground Zero. So, most likely going to be seeing 6 bring that one out. But, ooh, trying to ban out Zenstari's group there. But, considering they were already hovering over the Thing, looks like they're ready to bring that one out potentially. Not today, though. Looks like the Thing going to be coming out from Texi. We've seen the impact of that one
best of 5,
before,
yep.
and we are going to see it again today. Spider-Man hover? Surely not. Surely our friendly
Also,
neighborhood
I need to remake
Spider-Man
TikTok
won't be
stream
coming out today,
because
unless
it's been too long and I swore too many times
they
earlier.
have
So,
something
be right back.
dangerous cooking up in the lab there. The spectacular spin. Definitely one you don't want to mess with. And if FMCL is bringing this one out, I would love to see it. I don't know if they're going to keep that, though, as we head into the game right now. I'm very curious here, Rise.
I'm very curious as well. What will they actually run? We've been seeing some very interesting hovers, some very interesting things indeed. But Ground Zero being on attack, they can always change at last second. Kanga Esports are starting on defense. So it would be Ground Zero choosing to start on attacking. So I'm excited to see what they bring out.
Yeah, I had to restart TikTok like 6 times today, something like that.
Exciting on this map here.
It's about an average of like one every 1.5 to 3 hours.
Exciting as well, but
I think I got to like 3 hours on one of them. That was the one where I got the phone call.
They will be the Wolverine coming out this time as well. We aren't going to see the web server either, just getting up that little bit of a shielding before we kick things off. But looks like they are going to be playing the bunker composition around
Am I rooting to win? I don't know if I have a favorite.
Some good use as they try.
I want to see more Black
Here.
Panther.
Ground Zero trying to go all the way into the point, though, pushing through the front gates there. Lots of damage already exchanged from our Vanguards.
Yeah, I just want to see more BP after that last game. Whoever runs BP is now I'm now a fan of. How long do these streams go for? I drop farm really hard, so until the wheels fall off. AKA, I'm going to probably stream until these OC matches are over, and then I'll hop off. So that might be another like 2.5 hours. Genji's Eye, thing to the Prime. Or sorry, not Prime, the Tier 1. Logic thing to Prime.
But Judge Jury is here in Dax's hands, trying to put a lot of damage out, and there are no sustainable ultimates coming out from Ground Zero, so Daxu is shredding through 6. Now going up to MCL, they do manage to survive just barely. Furukaka,
praying for your mental health, thank you. Mental in shambles, wallet juicy.
And ready to push on
so
ahead.
It'll be okay.
Yeah, great stuff coming out from Kanga there, getting a couple of KOs through. Ground Zero did achieve part of their objective, though. They got 1 out of 3 ticks on to the mission area there, so at least they're partway there. They've got 2.5 minutes to try and achieve more, but I mean, Kanga have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to shut them out the door as well. 3 ultimates online right now. Ayabagamoto right around the corner too. We'll see what happens. Omega Hurricane going to be locked in. Final Judgment as well. Here we go. Ground Zero trying to take a stand here. Do find the first KO on the Chronics. Looking to see if they can push their way through as well. They're trading borders one by one here. Doing their best.
Really pushed his luck. Going back in for a second round. Should have just immediately ran.
As well. And this is exactly what Ground Zero needed. Force Kanga into the retreat there and turn it in to the convoy section of the map. Amazing stuff coming out from Ground Zero and good ult economy there.
Very well played by Ground Zero. You mentioned the ultimate economy, and I agree with that. They were using 3 or 4 ultimates for that fight, but Kanga Esports currently have 0 online. Texi about to get Ayabagamoto.
Mirror matchups are lame.
Can get that Punisher ultimate.
I mean, they're doing everything they can to keep it from happening by giving 4 bans to each team, and the bans are for the opposite team. But I mean, you can't really complain too. I mean, like what are you supposed to do if like the players are playing for $3 million? Like they're gonna play the best comps to win, right?
Oh yeah, gonna be great to use that. The floor is lava for your enemies at least there. And speaking of enemies,
they're gonna do what they can to win. If that ends up being on the same comp, it's like, well,
out there does cause
now
a bit
what?
of issue, but whoever does have the Meteor M online, so definitely could be something good to use. Kanga Esports though, 4 ults on the table.
Dude, the face cams are fire. What do you mean?
Certainly buy a bit of time if they need it, but they're doing a great job at holding them at a standstill here on point. It seems not for long, as it will be. Omega Hurricane locked in. Final Judgment as well. Everything coming out here on both sides of the table. No one getting the KOs through those. So proving to be a state of calamity. But now it's time to fight back.
They are fighting back indeed. Ayabagamoto being used by Texi. Now Meteor by Donald.
Oh my god. Yo, Bonald is crazy.
Dunk coming through for Kanga Esports.
Bonald. I'm a big Bonald fan now.
Used all at the exact same time. 6 being able to take down 1, 2, 3 members of Kanga Esports. Ground Zero are still moving with 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Mid-air dunk is crazy.
Got a lot of time here, but they need to get to the first stage. Need to get to the halfway point of the map here as
my guy's vibing. My goodness, he's actually hard vibing.
There. See how they can navigate it. This map's a mission vehicle all of the way through as Kanga now stack up into the choke point. Damage now coming out. Maelstrom of Madness from Taxi there, really trying to dish out that damage around their shield here. And I love how they're forcing them back. But speaking of forcing them back, they've lost a Vanguard now, so Ground Zero really have to reconsider their approach, almost to losing Duep there as well. Really need to hold on to each of their members. Time might not be on their side for so long here. Duep caught a little bit further forward as well. Good opportunity for Kanga, but they're still hiding behind the landscape here.
Yep, using the landscape, using the buildings and rubble as protection. They're able to do this, but for FMCL, with the Hurricane is going in, but there's no punishing ult to counter it, and it's a massive one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5! With 6 as well.
Holy shit, actual 5k.
Massive play from Ground Zero.
And they Punisher ulted too, but they get no value out of it.
That they are. Amazing work coming out from our duelists there, using their ultimates in a combination and powering ahead for their team to get it past the halfway point here. Exactly what they need at this stage, but it's not going to be such an easy road ahead with Kanga having the final.
This is something I wish people didn't rank more often, is break that wall.
Ayabagamoto and the Omega Hurricane. There's a lot of defensive capability for Kanga right now. I'd be very worried if I was Ground Zero. They want to get their ultimates back on as soon as possible. And we'll see if they can. Final Judgment already activated from Daxu here, trying their best to keep them down. Zensari's out. See if they can catch another one. Eternal Bond does keep Ground Zero online a little bit longer, but with the invisible boundary, Omega Hurricane's coming out there. This can be a bit troublesome. Meteor M not going to land anything from Duep there. Ayabagamoto comes out from Texi as well, trying to lock them in place here, but
Skills
they are able to clear the space
I didn't
in
even
this
see.
one. Fate of Both Worlds are doing a huge
Why
job
does this shot look so smooth?
But it's now down, and here comes the Eternal Bot, the counter strategist ultimate from Furikake there. Exactly what Kanga needs to push back.
They are pushing back. Finally, Kanga Esports are able to take control.
I don't know if they're going to get any big value off that ult right there. They just kind of kited them away. Yeah. That cloak ult needed to go deep.
And Savage Judgment from 6. Both duelist ultimates going crazy, but Donald
Bonald with another big nuke.
But it doesn't matter as 6 who's still judging everyone. It takes out 1.
Yo, someone's gonna help my guy Bonald out here. He's doing everything.
Esports, and now in the back foot and have to regroup his Skittles foes once again as well. Ground Zero are still pushing with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
That's right, still have a pretty decent amount of time heading towards the final waypoint here. But we'll see if they are going to be able to get it over the line. Kanga pretty close to some ultimates right now. Invisible Boundary and Final Judgment, exactly what they need here. We'll see if they can speed those along because Ground Zero already have ultimates and they're getting KOs as well. No Vanguards online at all. Final Judgment is shut down promptly.
Holy shit, they just exploded.
Ground Zero, get it over the line just
in drops?
time
Yeah, the
there.
magic drops.
And it will be able to have 46 seconds to spare. Now the ball going to be in Kanga's court. LeBronald. Let's see if they can manage to slam dunk
Wait,
their way
that's fire.
into this next one.
LeBronald.
Donald. Oh, that's what I should know.
LeBronald
Is it
Bonald.
LeBron James? I'm so sorry. I'm not very good at basketball.
It is LeBron James. That's why we call him
good,
LeBronald.
good.
Yeah.
Yep, LeBron and
Doesn't
James
know the
McNeil
GOAT?
doing absolute amazing work with that meteor, but it isn't quite enough yet to stop Ground Zero in its tracks. Now, Kanga Esports trying to beat that 46 seconds to try and get.
Dude, that actually might be better than my Bonald.
In that next round, if they
LeBronald.
don't even make it to the games though, Ground Zero will be able to win this map and bring the series to a 1-1 tie.
And I like what Kanga's cooking here. They've got the triple strategist lineup. They're playing into the Guardians team up as well there with Daxu, Skittles, and Chronix. So, well, not Skittles anymore, but Daxu, Furikake, and Chronix. My apologies. And definitely excited to see what they can.
Dude,
really
LeBronald's gotta be like a
Having the
top
Adam
5
Warlock
like
online with the Karmic
nickname.
Revival is huge for their offensive capabilities here, especially if Ground Zero manage to find a way to power through them, wipe them out. Then they just get that Karmic Revival off. It's massive because it turns the tides of the fight in such a quick timing there. So I'm curious how Ground Zero are going to try and counter this out, you know, whether they focus up around the strategist. But speaking of focus up, it's a portal, and they are going to try and dive straight in.
The strategy from Kanga has been happening multiple times, and it is always very successful. Is it going to be successful in this time? As Donald gets one onto FMCL, looking for another, looking for many, many more. But in this case, Donald is able to push them away from the point. And now Kanga Esports is able to get that first tick, looking for a second. And Donald, Dueb, is trying to touch onto the point, but is unable to, getting completely blocked away. Maddie AF already has Eternal Bond available and is on point, but Skittles does as well. Out comes the thing with the
huge thing all.
Smashing into King Bob, going for more, but I have not got motor being used. It is a ultimate festival on point right now with both teams using everything they have to their disposal.
Yo, LeBronald, let's go. Yo, LeBronald.
And takes the cart forward.
Yo, LeBronald going crazy.
And they can look to bounce straight back. Donald on it for the quad, a KO there. Just impressive work.
LeBronald's got ult
as well. You love to see it. And we'll see if they can find a lot more potential as well.
What are you even looking at?
They
I don't know.
took the mission area nice and early here as well. You know, going to have lots of potential, lots of flexibility, as a matter of fact, to see how they can push things down with Ratatoska there. And speaking of, we got the Galactic Legend shut down immediately by King Bob there, and they got Fate of Both Worlds online as a result. But 6 is going to be the one focused up with Final Judgment right now, getting a lot of damage through Karmic Revival. Interesting to see that one come through there, and we'll see what they can find out of it, as it's the Soul Resurgence right now, Bryce. They are looking to push past all lines of defense here.
They are pushing forwards, and they're pushing forwards very aggressively. The lines of defense, though, is doing a lot of work with Zensar taking down Texi. The thing has fallen for a couple foes as well. FMCL with Avengers taking down a 2. 6 taking a double KO as well. Ground Zero holding
That's just a reset right there.
4 minutes Kanga Esports have plenty of time.
LeBronald is still looking for his ult.
Absolutely. I really liked that big push there from Kanga as well. You know,
Mario,
they're trying to shove,
appreciate it.
push Ratakaska a little
Come on, LeBronald.
and we'll
I want to see a big ult out of you.
They can find another opening like that. They do have Eternal Bond online. I have Agamotto as well, close to the Galactic Legend again too here from Daxu. So that could be exactly what they need. But 6 is just absolute punishing with that damage right now. You know, the machine gun is doing work here. But there it is.
Oh, they went first again.
It's a team wipe from Ground Zero. Just a masterclass of how to use that Doctor Strange ultimate there. You know, they're trying to bide their time, and with ults like that, they are doing it so well.
Yeah, blinked and you missed it. Zensari with that massive Eye of Agamotto. Now having a TP from Donald, who I think an aggressive one, going possibly behind them as well. Also does have Eye of Agamotto being available as well. I'm expecting him to go in and use it essentially straight away. Never mind, he doesn't need to, and now it is being used. Sun's out too, but the Judgment is aligned by 6 as well. He takes down Texi. Donald getting dangerously low as well with the Eternal Bond, trying to keep him alive as best as they can. But Daxter is here and ready to shoot down everyone around them with their ultimate, getting 1, getting 2, but getting no one, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter with the revival.
Or LeBronald getting run on.
Does get them off, but it's not going to be enough. Ground Zero are still in control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, swap off the Strange. That's a good call.
To stroll ahead on this one, they have this choke point.
Probably a really good call, actually.
Right
over the
now.
mag.
Kanga are trying as they might, bringing everything into the fight here. But Ground Zero.
Am I crazy? I don't like the thing pick here.
Confidence.
Really don't.
It really is proving difficult for them, but.
I feel like they just run the mag Strange.
As well from Taxi there. This could be their time. There it is. Speak and it appears. Spirit goes down though. Ground Zero bringing it back on the fate of both worlds right now. I love to see this counter back. Soul Resurgence coming out with a Comet Revival. Chronix is bringing everyone from Kanga back just as soon as Ground Zero take a bit of damage.
Holy shit.
Here comes Kanga, even their way forward. Pushing them all the way back. This is what you want. They can push the mission vehicle up, but Eternal Bond comes out from Matty AF. This is their chance to bite back too. Duep, Meteor M could be bringing out as well here. Not quite yet though. They're holding on to it. Skittles is good. Daxu finds the KO.
Big ult incoming.
Exactly what they need. Meteor M does not hit its mark, and the damage is legendary, but no KOs are coming through.
No KOs, but Kanga Esports are still able to push the car, Ratakaska
didn't even need
a
it.
little bit further. Chronix being able to take down FMCL is vital for them, and now out comes Donald. Meteor also going a little bit wide. 6 with the final adjustment.
I think it hit the corner.
Not finding anyone yet. Skittles gets dangerous low, somehow still alive. No strategist on either team just yet, but they are getting online very close. I have a being used by Zensari, able to stun out 2 members of Kanga Esports.
Oh no.
The thing falls first by Duep.
Oh no.
They are pushing forward, forcing Kanga Esports to retreat.
Oh, that's so bad.
Just look at
that was the fight they needed to win right there.
Duep there as well, shutting down those strategists one by one, trying to whittle down all of Kanga's forces.
Honestly, I think the Punisher baited the Magneto ult staying inside.
Viable there, we'll see.
It looks like
they can hold the line though, as Ground Zero now forced to fall back a little bit.
That was smart. If they did that on purpose, that was map 2.
You are gonna get burnt, but you know what is gonna get burnt soon? It's our ultimates coming out from our strategists here. Very curious to see who locks in first. Is it Fate of Both Worlds? Is it Soul Resurgence? Somebody has to make a move, but the KOs could be favoring them because Daxu locks it down, and here comes Kanga.
Kanga is coming with a vengeance. As you were saying, Daxter getting one going for a second, but Fate of Both Worlds being used like King Bob to keep everyone alive. But Skittles is also a strategist.
Oh my goodness.
Duep dunks onto Furikake, but Skittles gets 6. The Revive, though, is still available as a passive for Chronix and also as an ultimate as well. As Furikake comes back from that Revival with, of course, their
what was that ult?
Keeping Kanga Esports alive.
I guess he's just trying not to die with it. That is smart. Ooh, big right clicks. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He just actually farmed right there. I'm still not a huge fan of the thing pick on this map or with this point or this comp. But right there it went crazy.
Every sense there. Kanga at long last get it over the line, but at Ground Zero they made him work for it and work so hard. But the mission vehicle Ratakaska going to be on its way forward now. But Kanga, they only have just over a minute to play with here. All they got is Karmic Revival, Meteor M, close to clobbering time. I have Agamotto going to be online with Eternal Bond around the corner for Ground Zero, though. This could be very dangerous indeed. The water's treacherous as ever, and the landscape transforming as we speak.
Yeah, the landscape is transforming, but of course it still gets destroyed with all the damage output from both teams. It is a fight as they try and bring Ratatoska further and further into this castle.
Big
but
thing.
It's gonna be hard as Texas tries to use
Oh, he's alive. How did he live? Oh my god.
Backs them up with all the healing from the Eternal Bond. 6 Final Judgment in hand, trying to do so much damage, but of course the strategists are here and ready to save the day, but it's not
Good
enough.
tracking on that,
6
actually.
knocks out many, but
Big res too.
Karmic Revival locked
They're all rezzed. Holy shit. They actually got all 5.
Ganga Soul Resurgence as well, but it is the Galactic Legend. Duet bringing out the big guns.
Ooh,
Takes down
Duet
LeBronald.
dunking
Who's the master of
LeBronald.
the dunks in this one. Fate of both worlds are going to allow them to elevate forward as well. Chronix is
They
taking
can't
out
touch.
there, cannot allow them resurrection.
Damn.
And they will
Ground
not.
Zero hits back
It is
hard.
Ground Zero. Take it away.
LeBronald
round
gets
2 there.
dunked.
Oh my gosh. Can you believe it?
Salutary
go.
thing with the prime.
One
Appreciate it.
apiece in this one, Rice. You know, we predicted 3-1, and Kanga took 1, but Ground Zero, they've
All right,
taken
I'm gonna
map
go brush
2
my
here
teeth.
with Matty AF
I'll be
on the
back in 2
MVP.
minutes, all right?
Oh my
Everybody get
gosh,
up and
look at those
stretch. We should have a
KOs.
couple minutes between
40
rounds.
KOs and
Till the next map.
53 assists
Everybody
there.
get up,
That
do your
is
thing. I'm gonna go
huge
brush my
playing
teeth.
for strategists. Holy moly.
Yeah, 40 KOs is quite a lot. I'm very, very impressed by that and absolutely amazing work from all of these teams and everything. It's absolutely phenomenal how everyone is performing.
Absolutely. Like 79,858 points of healing is just huge from Matty AF there. The closest was Skittles, also on the Cloak and Dagger, doing a great work, and you just love to see it, honestly. Just really impressive work from both teams, and the battle rages on, you know, taking one map apiece from each other. I love it. It just goes to show we are getting deeper into the tournament, and we love to see competitive matches just like this one.
Yeah, the rivalry between these two teams is getting deeper and getting stronger, with Kanga getting that first map and Ground Zero coming back pretty strong. They were able to get it all the way to the end. Kanga Esports looked really strong though on that first point, being able to capture that control point and then able to push Ratatoska quite far and quickly in that first section. But then Ground Zero came back and was like, you cannot go any further than this point. And they stopped them, and Kanga Esports just barely got through that second point in overtime, but losing so much time, so much precious time.
All right, I gotta come back and sit down for a sec. I almost just shit my pants.
Fairly easy in that last section.
I almost just shit my fucking pants, chat. Oh my fucking god.
They definitely built themselves up on that defense there. They managed to find a lot of confidence holding down that choke point.
Chat, type 1 in chat if you know what a brown recluse is.
Laser focus on how they navigated that one. It didn't matter that the Karmic Revival was available for Kanga there, because Ground Zero
I just killed a brown
powered
recluse in
past
my
it.
house.
You know, they
Holy
managed
mother of
to take them
fuck.
out with the KOs there, and then do it all over again. And
Oh.
I was really impressed with how they backpedaled.
Dude, I almost stepped on it. I missed it by like literally 3 inches. I just jumped a fucking mile.
For the fight again, like, it just goes to show their positioning in that one
Oh.
to be very effective.
Oh,
And we
I
can see that
fucking-
showcase
I killed
right
that
now
thing.
Into the highlights.
Oh, that thing got
highlights
fucking annihilated.
All the amazing plays, including the storm coming out.
I'll tell you,
quite
that
a
thing got
massive,
literally
massive
became
play
one with the
during that
floor.
fight. They were able to keep pushing forward quite well, but of course, Ground Zero were able to hold it later here. in
Oh,
this
dude, it was
second
fucking
half. And
huge.
This was also a massive play coming out from Storm.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. But 6 wanted to make big impacts as well. You know, we
Oh
saw some
my
huge
fucking
shots
god.
there with a lot of potential. And Daxter,
Are you awake now? Uh-huh.
They brought out the Galactic
Oh, I'm
Legend
awake
there,
now.
Star-Lord, but I don't feel like it made as much.
I went into my kitchen really quick because the light was still on, and I was like, "Oh, did I fill up my Brita?" And I went in there, and it was on the floor, and I didn't brush my teeth yet. I just hit the ceiling.
By their opponents, they had to play a bit more safe. So I think it was definitely pretty tough.
How'd you kill it? I put a slipper on and I fucking stood on it.
Out into the third map here. Right after this break, we're gonna get prep for that one. We'll see you very soon. It's gonna be great.
You having your firstborn today? Hey, best of luck, dude. Your name is Ileana? Oh, that's a good name. Best of luck, dude. Could have been worse. You could have had to crawl away after. Oh, I didn't give it time. I didn't give it time. I fucking jumped, took 2 steps back, sidestepped 1 foot to the right where my slippers were, put on a slipper, jumped, just immediately, within 3 seconds. I haven't moved that fast in years. I don't think I've moved that fast in years. That was full on like a double back step, fucking hit the ladder, right foot in, right foot forward, boom, boom, and fucking that, oh, Jesus Christ.
Thanks for streaming, man. Had a really bad day and your stream helped a
Oh,
bunch.
sorry to hear that, dude. I hope it gets better, man. It always does. I think 5. Holy fuck. Ugh, the last time I saw one of those in person, I was like 8 years old. It's not any normal spider. Those things are fucking dangerous as fuck. It's not a wolf spider, it's a brown recluse. How'd you even know what brown recluse was if you haven't seen it since you were a kid? Because that's literally when I saw one. I'll tell you another story. So I used to go to my grandparents a lot, and I used to have this bag where I put my Xbox in it, and it was like a bunch of games on the bottom. And my grandparents lived in the woods. And I had just come back from like a weekend there, so it must have went in my bag. And I woke up when I was like 8 years old. I woke up, went to the bathroom, I came back, there's this big ass spider on my wall, so I was like, oh. So I went to wake up my parents, and my dad came in and was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Hey, welcome back, everybody.
That was how I learned what it looked like. And after that, he took me to this place called the Trailside Museum, which is like this museum in part of Mass. Let's just learn about a bunch of animals that live around the area. And that was one of the things that they showed you photos of.
And, you know, we were predicting a 3-1 in favor of Ground Zero.
Is there otters? There's not otters there. Not Trailside.
So, I don't know. Our prediction could come
it's
true.
Like
it could
deers
not.
and
it
shit.
Could be 3-2. Like, I'm getting worried right now, right?
There's like deers. You can like feed the deers.
I was tempted to change my prediction, like after the show started, to 3-2.
There used to be? Really? I don't remember that.
I'm beginning to think.
I remember you can put 25 cents in like one of those deer feed things, and then like turn the crank, and you get like a handful.
That's probably the wrong word here,
you know?
But to get correct, because Kenga Esports are looking phenomenally strong. While they did lose 2-0 in the group stage against Grand Zero, they are coming back, and they're coming back strong, bringing out so many different strategies. We saw Adam Warlock in this game and Black Panther in the previous game.
Yeah, you know, it goes to show that they're bringing out all their cards here, really just trying to play into where they feel most comfortable. the strategies that they think are going to be able to elevate them to greater heights. And, you know, I really did admire the thought in practice from Kanga there. The Karmic Revival, it basically turns a team fight into a fight in two parts, you know. You might lose out that first section of the team fight there, but then with the Karmic Revival, you can bring everybody back, and then you get your second wind, so to speak. So it's great that they have
They're not
access
restreaming my
to that,
stream,
but
brother. That's the
Ground Zero just knew exactly how to navigate
Rivals
it. You know, they managed to
Ignite
get a lot of
OCE
KOs
channel.
through. They
That's
were
what
able
we're
to
watching.
backpedal for a second, reaffirm their
Appreciate it, dude.
position into the team fight there, and then they managed to push them over the line. And I was really impressed with some of the strategist ultimates coming out around that as well. You know, both teams doing their very best to keep
I still gotta go
themselves
brush my
alive as
teeth.
much as possible. It was just really impressive to see the landscapes transform around those strategist ultimates there. You know, the
All right, I'm gonna go brush my teeth
coming
now.
out, seeing a
I've
lot
calmed
of
back
eternal
down.
bond
Be right back.
usage there. It just really transformed how both teams were able to boost and maintain their confidence levels.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of the strategists doing quite a lot of work. We did see, it was with Matu, right? With the knockouts, 40 knockouts, and only 3 downs, 3 casualties for themselves. Absolute phenomenal work from the strategists, as you mentioned, especially I think from Ground Zero in that map, the one that we just had. The strategists were able to position themselves quite safely and able to stay alive as best as they can, while Chronic did have the revival and able to bring back the team multiple times. It was it just was different to how Ground Zero was playing, where they were playing a bit more safer and more defensively.
Oh yeah, definitely the price to pay is going to be on a full display there. But you know what else is on full display? It's our third map. Going to be locked down for Convoy. Ooh, I'm definitely excited to get deep into this one. You know, we've got Araco as our Convoy map here, and I'm definitely excited for how that plays out. You know, sometimes we see Convoy map 2, sometimes Convoy map 3. Today, Convoy map 3, and definitely going to be the place to be here. Curious how both teams navigate this as compared to the last map of Central Park, and what kind of ideas could be sparked from how this is turning out thus far. 1 map apiece. Both teams need to win 2 more in order to guarantee their spot in the grand final. And who's going to be taking it? Let's find out into the pick, ban, and protect phase.
I really should not get so... I feel like so simple-minded every time I see Kanga Esports look like hovering all the same. But now Ground Zero hovering all the things, and a couple of Black Panthers, they are getting in on the fun as well. The first ban for Ground Zero is going to be Loki immediately. Usually we see it being a Vanguard like Magneto or Emma Frost. But I guess they wanted to see which Vanguard Kanga Esports banned first, since they had that extra spare ban.
Yeah, I guess you could be right there. You know, they're just trying to feel things out before they guarantee anything. But what is guaranteed is that we will be seeing Magneto from Ground Zero, and we will be most likely seeing the Luna Snow from Kanga. So trading out these high impact picks here definitely does affect the landscape. Like Ground Zero are really considering their approach right now. You know, they're thinking, do they ban the Ultron or the Psylocke? And Psylocke is locked out because Kanga still a little bit away from another Protect here, but Protect are going to be coming out from Ground Zero. Unsurprising at all, the Cloak and Dagger there, considering what we saw in our last matchup from Maddie. Massive stuff. But you know what else is banned out? It's the Human Torch again.
Yeah, Human Torch banned out, as well as we also see, of course, Ultron being banned. So Kanga Esports does not want to verse too many flyers in this map of Aroka, but they want to play flying themselves. Nope, they want to protect the Captain America. We did see the Captain America ban earlier from Ground Zero onto Kanga Esports, so that is a good call for the Protect.
Yeah, I got to agree there as well. I think that seeing the Captain America come out, they could be potentially trying to play that around the Black Panther, considering the mobility on both those heroes. But with Black Panther being banned out now, that closes that door. And Psylocke banned out as well means they're going to have a lot less flexibility. Oh, they're teasing us again with that Spider-Man. But, you know, if they want to play like that, they definitely can. But no, I don't think we're going to see Spider-Man. That's just, no, not today. Ooh, Chronix on the Human Torch, though. That's one we've seen before. We could see it again here. That would be really exciting if they are going to be looking to play into the Supernova into this one. But we'll find out exactly how those picks look as we push our way into the match here. You know, not going to have confirmation until those final seconds, but I think we're seeing the... Ooh, is that the Future Foundation skin? No, I think that's the normal one. Could be wrong. Yeah, I think that's the normal one. But I do have to put note about that Future Foundation skin coming out for Chronix. You love to see all of them.
Yeah, Future Foundation skins look absolutely amazing, and it's super exciting to see the Human Torch get one as well. Daxu, though, as you mentioned, we weren't sure if he was going to stick on the Spider-Man. Switching over to Ultron, it is going to be a bit of a flying composition from Kenga Esports with, you know, Texas bringing out the Emma Frost as well. Super exciting to see how this one goes. And Ground Zero, though, wait, is that also a Penny Parker? They switched again. It's not Penny Parker. I'm so sorry. Squirrel Girl. They switched onto Squirrel Girl.
It is. So that's one you don't often see there, but definitely very excited to see how it plays out here. You know, Squirrel Girl being online does open the door to the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, which definitely can displace a team fight if put down in the right position there. Deals a lot of damage. It packs a lot of punch, you know, and curious to see how it plays out. But you know what else is going to play out? Ultron for Daxu. We've seen our duelist players commonly bring out the Ultron before, 6 notably playing that very well. But now it's Daxu's turn to take the mantle, take the torch on this one, and we'll see how they can fare as both teams are trading out a ton of damage thus far.
Ton of damage, which does mean a lot of heals are coming out. Meta AF already has Eternal Bond online and ready to play. Skittles is only at 90% here, but they're both going to have it online soon. FMCL with a Mega Hurricane available. May want to pop it immediately as Matty AF is going to be using Eternal Bond, and so does Skittles. Both these strategists are trying to keep their team alive, but Skittles, somebody gets taken out by 6 despite having the Eternal Bond on the floor. And now Ground Zero are popping off and taking control of the point, taking control of... I think it's Krakoa, right? We had this conversation. This is the Krakoa convoy. Yeah.
Yeah, that one. Nah, this is going to be fun. You know, I love to see one of the newer maps like this one, and definitely excited for how things play out into the choke point here. Everyone is just funneling in, but speaking of funneling in, I have Agamotto coming out. Here's the Omega Hurricane in counter suit there, locking it down, locking it in. Fate of Both Worlds going to be online though, so is the damage enough? I do not think so. So Kanga going to have a free escape out of that one with the Eye of Agamotto though. Texi out of range for the Fate of Both Worlds, does get KO'd out, so well placed into that one, and does allow Ground Zero to hold their ground a while longer. The Supernova not making as much impact as they would like for Chronix and Co there, so we'll see if they can continue to stop Kanga's flow.
I brushed my teeth. Took a little bit.
They gotta try and do their best to stop all the Kanga Esports from moving, and they are doing phenomenally with now the final coming out from 6 onto Chronix, but Skittles has that invisible boundary to try and push forward, and they are going to be able to touch the point right now to keep going forward. And now Aroka is moving forward. Matty AF does have the Eternal Bond available if they want to keep up and push forward, and they will be using it to get some more ground.
That's right, get some more ground, hit the ground.
Am I showing on Twitch? Yeah. Sorry, I went to go brush my teeth.
Fair into this next endeavor. Texi taking all the damage, does manage to take the portal up to their team, though Daxu
got canceled by shotgun to face.
Keeping their team healed and yielding some results as Matty AF is taken out here. Good KO coming through there. FMCL trying to escape, but Donald is hunting them down and gets the KO. Loud and proud. I have Agamotto coming out from Zensari there, desperately trying to hold on to the mission vehicle here. Try and buy more time at Ganga. Only 30 seconds now to go, and Ground Zero bringing out the heat right now. Taxi with the Psionic Seduction does manage to find Zenstari out of it. But speaking of bringing things out, Omega Hurricane coming out from FMCL. They take a lot of damage. They're going to be KO'd out as well.
Holy shit, what is this fight?
Ground Zero are bringing out everything. I love to see this closeness. You know, they've taken a lot of time. They're losing a lot of players. And finally, Kanga get it over. But in a way, Ground Zero have succeeded because it made them waste more time before pushing it along.
No, completely agree. Ground Zero were able to hold that point. Hold it for such a long time that they were able to nearly get to overtime, and Kanga Esports had to use so much there to try and get it over the line.
To push them out of that corner.
Get it over the line, but Ground Zero's defense looking a little bit strong, especially on that first checkpoint. Six now does have that final judgment available if they want to try and push forward and take more time away from Kanga Esports, who only have 2 minutes left. But also Furikaka does.
What time is it for me? It is 1 a.m.
Daxu also has the Rage of Ultron, and they are definitely very, very angry and trying to use as much as they can to push forward, and Kanga Esports already halfway through.
Oh, here we go. Final judgment going to be coming out from Six there. Kanga need to scatter as fast as possible. Do not want to be on the receiving end of those bullets, but holy moly, getting very close. Here comes the Supernova. Eternal Bond going to be coming out as well. Kanga finding a couple of KOs already, looking for even more. Taxi now grinding up the floor on this one, trying to shut them down in the back line there. They have got a lot of damage through, and more building up by the second. Donald chiming in, looking for one more as well. Trying to use a strategic portal perhaps could delay them from getting back on to the defense.
Wait, they're going to TP the doors?
They're holding down some of these angles, and I love that. That's going to allow them more flexibility on the push.
Exactly, more flexibility, but Ground Zero are still able to just get around it and make it towards the convoy and do one final fight here. Kanga Esports with only 1 minute left. This could
portal
be
play
a
did
very
not
difficult
work.
situation for them as FMCL and Zenstari both use their ultimates to try and do as much as they can. FMCL,
Well, they got a kill off of that too through the ult.
Who did have that invisible boundary available?
McGilly, I think the 203 months in advance. Appreciate it.
Both worlds to keep the team alive, and now showtime for Bob in now for them. As Ground Zero is still trying to keep this defense up. Furikaka falls to Zenstari. Kanga Esports are slowly falling, but hang on, they capped. In the middle of that, they were able to cap the point. Now 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, really great.
Wait, holy shit, they capped. That's crazy.
You know, after playing around some strategic portals there.
There's a video in your ads. You want more ads? There you go.
To take it past the second point here. Now, the final stretch for
Kanga.
They don't have too much time available, granted, but they might just have enough power in them to push it all the way to the end here. We'll see what they can cook up in the lab as hold on to it for a second longer. Chronics bringing out the fire, bringing out the pain right now, trying to drain them out. Look at those fire tornadoes coming out as well. Just really making the path so treacherous for Ground Zero to even get close to it.
Well, Six is wanting to travel that treacherous path and is walking forward onto the convoy.
The tanks just got cut out.
Getting another. It is going to be the fight leaning towards Ground Zero as Kanga Esports respect the final judgment and go back to spawn to regroup.
That's it. They respect them, respect their commanding presence, and we'll be looking to hold it back a while longer. Now, what do Kanga have available? They've got and the Rage of Ultron around the corner.
Appreciate you.
What do Ground Zero have? Meteor M, Omega Hurricane, there it is.
Have a good submission.
And a couple more ults as well, but here it comes, the Hurricane. They're jumping straight into the portal. They follow Kanga. Fate of Both Worlds going to be activated there with the Rage of Ultron. They are trying to hold on with the Strategist ultimates, but Luna's down, Skittles as well. All they have is Daxu right now. Taxi in a bit of trouble as well here. The damage is just too grand. The KOs come out in abundance. Taxu's trying to hold on to the skies.
I love how much he gets into it. It's actually so cool.
The staggered KO there works out perfectly for Ground Zero.
Will they actually be able to touch?
Less than 10 seconds. They need to get on point.
Invis gets found.
Uh-oh. Take it down. Oh no!
Who made it? Was it the torch?
Wakamoto comes out. They're trying to hold on. They are pushing it for OT.
I think it was the torch.
Ground Zero are pushing them away. Punching ahead right now. Kanga can't get any closer than this, and just like that, Ground Zero hold it off successfully.
Look at that face cam right there. Fire.
Bringing being able to win that first fight and stopping Kanga from able to successfully get back onto point with another fight. Well played by
Hey, trying to hang in there with the drop stream, dude. Trying to, but
and with that, Kanga Esports are going to have to try their best to stop Ground Zero even earlier than that.
Getting a little tired, but it's okay.
Them play Ultron before. Wondering if
drop
they're going
farmage
to be
is
sticking
worth
to
it.
Ultron here, but Daxo, of course, maybe leaning towards that Punisher.
Yeah, looking pretty good there, leaning towards the Punisher. Could be looking
The
to
drop
bring
farmage
out the
is
big
in
guns,
fact worth
trade machine guns with the machine guns there on both sides. But what I like to see is FMCL
Get some
considering
coffee. I don't want to drink
Wolverine
coffee
here,
yet.
we could see a last
1 in the morning. I'm gonna want to sleep eventually. You
I
know.
do like how Cap has now found their time in the limelight as well. Freedom Charge definitely going to allow them a lot more presence around the points here. Really great on the defense, particularly as well, because they can just stall them out, especially when the time is just needing to be trickled down.
Often do I stream?
Really
Every day.
great to hold off Ground
Pretty
Zero
much.
from managing to push
Although I've been
that mission
doing every day
mission
recently,
vehicle
yes.
any further forward. But
How the game's
you know,
tonight?
it's time to push once again.
The NA
time
games
is
were really
up,
good
the
earlier.
gates are open, and here comes the fire.
The fire in the hands of Daxo on the turret of Punisher, trying to do as much damage as possible from the safety of the buildings around them. But of course, it does have to respect the damage coming from Ground Zero themselves. Ground Zero now on attack, being very aggressive with a Wolverine. MCL has been brought out the Wolverine.
Oh my God,
and we've
no
seen
way.
them play a very strong aggressive Wolverine before, but
Ooh.
Donald, also in Captain America, Matt AF, and
Oh no,
Sensai
poor
take
Bonald
one
is getting
each.
run
Ground
over.
Zero are making their mark here on attack.
Oh yeah, making their mark, finding that
Come
spot,
on,
but here we
LeBonald.
go, FMCL. Doubled down on it, got the maximum rage.
Is Flats
and it
2 a
will
fake
slowly
channel? No, it's
trickle
mine.
Down. So, good presence coming out in the early stages here. Over 3 minutes on their side, and it's the fantastic 4 team up coming out. Skittles and Taxi.
Happy
into
for you, Silver.
fruition Here, keen to see if they can make impact with that. But impact is going to be made by 6 on the turret right now. Just pushing through heaps of damage. Poor Taxi. Oh my word. I don't know how they survived that, but big props to their strategists is all I can say. Donald not going to be so lucky though. And now here comes 6 again, bringing out the fire on the final judgment. Invisible boundary going to be placed up. Oh, fun. Taxi through it all there, trying to shut them down. Goodbye, Daxu. And we could say goodnight to Chronix as well. Quad on the KOs here. 6 and Dueb doing all the work. And they find their way past that first point. Amazing stuff.
Kanga's got to get it together.
Absolutely.
They got to get it
amazing
together.
indeed. And
They're
with
just
that,
getting run over
they
right
only
now.
really needed to use the final judgment.
They're swapping it up.
They have
They went over to the
5
Venom
to their
and the
disposal
Emma.
for this next push. And I mean,
I don't know if I agree with those picks. I don't really like the Venom here. Venom into double shield Wolverine Punisher? What's the plan here?
Esports, but is it going to be enough? Are they able to stop the cart from moving here? Are they able to keep the defense up? Well, Zansari with the Eye of Okamoto going in, and it's a big one, starting 5 members. They're managing to just in time get that Fate of Both Worlds online and usable to keep as many of the members alive, but Chronix will fall in the meantime. 6 also getting stunned up and barely surviving as well, but FMNCL getting
I'm not sure if the overhead one
with their ultimate.
better.
So much aggression coming out from Ground Zero. They want to finish this push fast.
Yeah, I think Kanga's kind of falling apart a little bit.
Absolutely.
Their picks are questionable.
Great to see the last stand being activated, but the portal going to be activated just as quick. King Bob finding the damage there. Galactic
Poor
Legend
Bonald.
coming out as well. This is not what you want to see. Kanga trying their best to hold
Poor
on to
Bonald.
it. Chronix has been KO'd out as well. Gonna see the invisible boundary there from Skittles. 6 on the final judgment, trying to find somebody. Skittles gets away around the pillar. They're so lucky for their position there, but their teammates not gonna be so lucky here. Donald and co trying to hold down the convoy, but it is just not meant to be. So the final stretch, just under 5 minutes here for Ground Zero. Oh my gosh, they have ample time, and they are gonna be primed up for this.
Yeah, they're kind of getting rolled right now. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. And they only got to go like half the point.
And I mean, they've
Oh
already
boy.
traveled 20 meters.
Might be
But
GR.
soon the big fight will start, but they're going to be many fights if Kenga Esports wants to stop it here, because Ground Zero with over 4 minutes in their hand is going to be hard. But Duep already getting first pick onto Daxu does spell a little bit of disaster for Kenga Esports, but Kenga Esports, of course, want to stay in it, but out comes the Eye of Agamotto, and it is a big one. A 3-hero stun. Now Daxu, who is back in spawn, has switched to Hela. Is this going to be enough? Are they going to be able to touch in time? Only a few meters left.
Nope. Damn, that wasn't even close.
Happen. There it is, Rice. We see
That wasn't even close.
3 locked and loaded.
2 to 1.
Ground 0. So just like that, they have taken the series 2 to 1
It's Mishigami.
in their favor. And
it's me Shinigami. Think of the Prime.
What does it mean?
Duplex, by the way.
They are on
Sorry if I missed
series
it.
points, and they
Wait,
are
Cole
one
got you.
step
Did I get
away
5 gifted
from
earlier?
the grand
If I didn't, I
final.
apologize. There's no 5
Can you
gifted.
believe it? Matt AF on the MVP again as well there with the cloak and dagger. Just staggering the amount of impacts they've been able to make
Holy
on that one. You know,
shit.
doubling down the last 2 maps.
Look
on
at the DPS
MVP.
damage. 25 and
that's gonna be
31k
scary
versus
for Kenga.
18 and
Kenga need to
20k.
get rid of that cloak and dagger. But oh my gosh, what a series.
You mentioned though the cloak and dagger, but I'm sure they protected that cloak and dagger. Ground Zero really loved that cloak and dagger, especially in the hands of Maddie. Absolutely phenomenal work.
Boomer
They
thing the Prime, by the way.
got a
Appreciate it.
MVP last map as well. So Maddie AF definitely doing a lot of
How does the E
work,
from
and
Strange
it's looking
work?
a
I
little
can't
bit
figure it
scary,
out.
but
You get to
of course,
100
the rest
charge,
of
it
the
does
team
max
as
damage.
well. The Eye of
Everything below
Agamotto
that is less
throwing of
damage.
those and being able to successfully
You
get
let it charge for too
multiple
long at
stuns on
100, you get
multiple members was
you get
absolutely
anti-healed.
beautiful to watch. So I think those Eye of Agamottos are also extremely game-changing.
You sub with Prime via mobile? I don't know. You used to not be able to, but I think you can
Incredible
now.
stuff coming out from both their teams. I love to see it. Zenstari putting in a lot of work there with the
think
Eye
you
of
can now,
Agamottos.
nowadays.
I'd love to see Duep securing the power with the Meteor M there. Definitely looking good so far, and excited to see what else they are going to be able to bring through as well there, Rice. You know, here comes the highlights as well. They've been really locked into this one and just doing great work.
Absolutely, indeed. Both teams are so locked in. But Ground Zero able to handle that defense quite a lot stronger than Kenga Esports.
Long stream, how you holding up?
And able to
Hang
stop
in
them
there.
before they reach the end was
I mean, it makes it
absolutely
easier when
phenomenal
it's
to
like
watch
with
from
stuff for
Ground
us to
Zero.
watch
And,
instead of playing,
6
you
on
know?
the Punisher. We've seen a 6 on Punisher and Hela multiple times, and they are extremely scary.
Oh yeah, fear has been instilled in their opponents through and through there. Like, just look at how locked in these players are as well. Really impressed with how they navigated the landscape there. Final judgment from 6, doing a great job, and it goes to show, you know, they managed to play effectively together as a
no,
team.
it's 2 to 1 right now.
So
It's
well
best of
there.
5.
And now Ground Zero get on top of this series and manage to take themselves to series point. It's now or never for Kenga, you know? They need to win a map back to tie this series up. Otherwise, they could be relegated down to the lower end of the bracket and have to face whoever is the victor of our next series.
Exactly, yeah. Kenga could may be forced down into the lower
All right,
bracket.
well, I have
They
2 seconds.
lose
I'm going to
this
get up and
next
walk
map.
around
So the
stretch.
choice
Give me 2
is
minutes,
in
okay?
their hands
Who's your
about
favorite here
what
to
map they
dunk
want to
on?
play, what side they want to play, and I'm sure they're going to be
Punisher.
thinking about it very, very hard about what map they want to play. But with this, we have to wait for them to make a decision, and we shall go to a short break and be back shortly.
little better now. When did America play? A couple hours ago. A couple hours ago. EU matches happen in the morning for me, so they happened like 18 hours ago. And I think they'll happen like 8 hours from now. Will be the next set. OC equals Australia. That's it. Maybe for this tournament, maybe.
Hello, welcome back everybody to Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 Oceania Playoffs.
It's 1:30 in the morning.
Here, Matzy and Profound Rise coming alive once again after our third map of this incredible best of 5 series between Kanga and Ground Zero. Both teams have proven themselves with maps on the board so far, but Ground Zero, they've drawn the sword, and they are on series point, with the series at the moment being 2 maps to 1 in their favor.
Yep, Ground Zero on series point here. It could go the way of Ground Zero, or Kanga could come back and take this next map. Remember, Kanga does get to decide this next map and decide which side they will be playing on, so they better decide wisely and try and bring themselves back into their series. Otherwise, they will
equals Australia, New Zealand, the surrounding islands. Oh, I know. I think that person was just trying to make a joke of like it's only Australian teams, so it's only Australia.
For a chance at the grand final. But if Ground Zero win this match, this next map, they will be heading their way into the grand final tomorrow, which starts approximately 4:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Ooh, excited for prime time there. But
I don't know if they've made any money yet, but the tournament's a $3 million tournament. But
which one's it gonna be?
I don't know what the pricing is actually like. I don't know if that's the next round or what.
Hello, let's see if this is the way it's gonna go. The pick could be coming through. They're thinking about it, thinking deeply, thinking wisely, like Professor X. But it's gonna be locked down. It's Kanga taking us to Hell's Heaven here. So,
hang in there. I'm okay.
We could see some very unique picks. We did see a glimpse of the goddess of Hell, Hela. Yep. Coming out before. We could see the goddess of Hell, Hela, come out again on Hell's Heaven. Definitely would be fun to see that one there, but you never know, Rise. You never know with this series. Anything could be coming out. You know, we could see Magic even come out. Ooh. By the way, make sure you're tuned in for your Twitch drops, everybody. Get that Magic costume. It looks absolutely awesome.
I agree. Those Twitch drops look amazing, and I believe I'm so close to getting all of them. I think I'm only like a couple hours away, so I'm definitely excited to equip that once I get back into Marvel Rivals. Maybe after tonight I'll be able to hop on for a little bit, so I'm excited for that. But of course, not only other drops, you've also got other exciting costumes available in Marvel Rivals. But we are about to head
I'm showing all the matches, the OCE ones, yeah, tonight.
Domination, we're back.
And then I'm gonna go to bed.
Domination map, Matzy.
Yeah, Domination. We are so back and very keen to see who will be able to make a dent in this one, as our bans already scatter through. Emma Frost banned out by Kanga. Loki going to be banned by Ground Zero though, so no God of Mischief this time. And again, they have locked down Magneto, but Loki going to be locked down by Kanga as well, so no one are going to be playing that one. Luna Snow is locked in for Kanga. They don't care about the Magneto. It's Luna Snow with the Fate of Both Worlds. That is their priority, but that gives flexibility to Ground Zero to say goodbye to Magneto.
Yeah, that is a good point. Kanga Esports prioritizing that Luna Snow protect over Magneto. They were able to ban out Emma Frost, so Ground Zero cannot play that. But of course, the Loki, we've been seeing the Loki bans from both teams, both in this map, but also the many maps, I think twice now in this series. So Loki is a bit scary for both of these teams. Ultron being banned out, and now Black Panther. Ground Zero did not want to
6
see
months, appreciate it, dude.
Panther in the hands of Kanga Esports.
Trying to catch up on stuff because it's been.
Yeah, they really want to try and divert them away from those high.
Whenever I do these super long streams, I kind of get disconnected from everything for a couple days.
Unfortunately,
like there's supposed to be an email I'm supposed to get.
Is locked in, so this could be very problematic for them. But in saying that, they have banned the Mantis.
I haven't gotten it yet.
Kanga try and push into the Mantis time and time again. You know, that Soul Resurgence, having a bit of extra damage come through there for their teammates, definitely benefiting them. But not going to happen this time, but what is going to happen is Matty on to that Cloak and Dagger again. They've got an MVP the last 2 maps, and if they keep up the way they're doing, they might be able to do it all over again. But you know, we are seeing team-ups come through there. Texi and Daxu, perhaps? Nope, not anymore. Unless they play Emma Frost, we could see that one come through. But the Fantastic Four team-up is coming through from Chronix and Skittles there. There you go. Seeing that locked in. Donald on the Captain America, going to be great as well. You know, Freedom Charge really allows them a lot of flexibility to bounce around the point. You know, it's basically like you're using that Brainiac bounce on Mr. Fantastic, except you're just Captain America and you're just bouncing around the point. You love to see it, especially when you're trying to play for more percentage build-up and just overall flexibility. But Ground Zero, they're bringing out the power with that Wolverine again, and that was scary
up the
last
volume?
game.
No.
We saw a lot of KOs come out from FMCL.
He's leaving in 23
FMCL
months.
being able to put out a lot of damage on this Wolverine. Excited to see it happening again. But yeah, exciting as well to also see the Texi and Daxu playing Emma Frost and Psylocke. We haven't seen this combination happen. We've seen this happen a few times, but it's exciting to see it happen again.
You need to drink some pickle juice. Who the fuck drinks pickle juice? Wait, someone, are they gonna actually TP onto them?
A bit of a portal v portal. Zensari and Donald.
Wait, look at that.
Right now. But who is gonna win it? It looks like Feroc's getting the first pick onto Durab. Is going to be massive for Kanga Esports.
I just see what I think I just saw?
The portals and walking now straight to point.
Yeah,
they're both portaling each other in spawn.
No
with
portal, no problem. So
I don't know what in the world I just
denial
witnessed.
through, if I'm not mistaken, at least from Ground Zero. So great to see that they can hold them off for a sec there. But now Kanga going to be on top of the mission area here, almost getting control
You know,
of it. FMCL
drinking pickle juice is something a
taking
crazy
any
pickle
further
person would do.
Feeling tired late at night but need to stay up? Or is your hairline receding a bit and you need a pick-me-up? Well, my friend, now you can pick up some awesome gamer subs. Now 10% off at checkout using code FLATS.
You know what would be a fire sponsor, actually? Just for men. Bro, Just for Men would be a fire fucking sponsor, actually. Oh, I guess that too.
Ground Zero have one less player as well as 6 was taken out earlier, and now they've lost 2 more. Ground Zero who are about to try and cap the point, and now
fucking
on the
road
back
game.
and we'll have to regroup as Kanga Esports take the point.
That they do, finding their early
Fits your demographic?
potential.
It actually
The mission
does.
area is locked down. Taxu in a lot of trouble. Does get punished down. A good job from 6 there, looking in the KO. And we'll see if they can get closer to the mission area again, as they have a path of flame in their way, and they're gonna have to jump over that like an obstacle course. But
Honestly, I think I'm about 6 months away from being able to use it.
As well, but Psionic Seduction gonna be coming out right now. Almost taken down immediately. Huge damage from 6 there, trying desperately to shut them away from this point. And Kanga doing a great job of holding down little angles here, playing around the pillars and bringing out their ultimates as well. FMCL does catch Chronix around the bend though. Crack an impact online when that Fate of Both Worlds is down, so can definitely shut things back here, trying to slow them down. And just look at how they navigate this.
Adds this, adds that. The moon is watching us and nobody cares.
By FMCL here on this buggy, looking phenomenal.
I've always used women's dye. It seems more trustworthy. That's real. I respect that.
Next fight, but Kanga Esports
Just like dude wipes. Like dude wipes are just wipes that are more expensive because they're marketed to men.
See if they are able to get the point with these 2 ultimates, if they're going to have to gather some more strategies. But how comes Daxu with the start to the bottom and gets shot down?
You can get your local retirement home in your area to sponsor you. Oh my god.
It's going to be a rough fight for Kanga Esports. They may just have to lick their wounds and head back to spawn.
Oh my gosh, that
Fuck
freeze
you.
coming out from King Bobber there to immediately shut down the Dance to the Butterfly.
Who or what
from
is LeBronald?
Daxu. Just access
Yo, the
denied
top
on the
left.
point. That was huge.
Put some respect
And
on
now
my
they're
boy
reset,
LeBronald.
Back to square one here, and Ground Zero.
Yo,
have almost
Wookie's
powered
Bush,
past
Bingo
them.
Prime.
Skills going down. That is really going to nullify their strategist potential here. Kanga have to rethink how they want to approach the point. They're already backpedaling out. Bionic Hook though almost takes FMCL offline, but they find Texi on their way out. Oh my gosh, Rise. This is dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. I did not expect Toxicity to be taken out there.
I feel like they're tilted.
May have bitten off too much and they can chew.
The way they're playing, the way they're sitting here after they lose somebody, I feel like they're really tilted.
And Granzo just getting one extra flyby KO, but now with less time remaining, 6 pops their final judgment, and Matty AF, Eternal Bond is on the floor. So
yeah, looking at the reaction.
It is a battle of odors. It's a battle between these two teams. Ivagonodi gets used, doesn't find many, as Ansari now takes to the sky to try and get anything else
Halo's
with their whip. But out comes the fate of both boats of Furukaka too, and King Bob. Both are trying to keep everyone alive, but are they
Come on, Bonald.
96%! Matt, what are they going to be able to do? Are they going to be able to touch 99?
I think they're boomed.
Take this first
Yo, Domino.
point.
Be a prime. I think they're just big boomed.
Gosh, can you believe it? The frozen airfield is done
big
and
boomed.
dusted there. Ground Zero find the capture and managed to take this momentum one step higher. Eldritch Monument now going to be the next capture point online, and I'll tell you what, it's appropriate that this is going to be the next one because Kanga need to have a monumental comeback coming into this one to really show us what they can do. Look at those stats as well. 6 on 15 KOs. Can you believe it? Just absolutely huge stuff.
Absolutely huge indeed. A lot of damage coming out from 6. And comparatively, I don't like comparing people, but Chronix with only 1 KO on the Punisher as well. Kenga Esports not able to confirm a lot of the knockouts for themselves. So Ground Zero, though, are very much able to take out quite a the key members of Kenga Esports. Now out comes the portal player once again. Denstarry versus Donald. They're both sitting in the spawn, and they're both going to try and juke the portals.
Oh, here we go again. Oh, here we go again. They were ready for it this time.
The punch through. Nice
Holy shit.
Looking for more as well. 6 with the shot.
I can't tell what's what though. But looking at the screen, who is where and what, and this
portal-based combat coming through from both sides here. You know, they're really showcasing their damage.
You just
early
ate a hot dog?
I love how
Bro, a
6
hot dog
stayed back
sounds
so their
fucking
team could push up
fire
to the
right
mission
now.
area. They're going to be able to get some good stance on the point here, but we'll see.
When I was a
if we
kid,
manage to find advantage
my dad would take me sometimes to this place.
Speaking of advantage,
Well, to be fair, it's a bit of a questionable place, but there's a place in Boston, in Mattapan, called Simcoe's by the Bridge. You get foot-long hot dogs there, and it was fire. So good. Not gonna lie, didn't understand why the windows of the place and the doors were all barred up, and it was you can only walk up to the window to order. And it's like a very small slit where they open the window and then hand you the food through it. There's like no indoor to get into. Didn't realize what that meant until I was much older, but it was really good. Food was fire.
To keep control of the point, build up percentage here. And do a lot of work.
Did I ever tell you guys about that? Did I ever tell you, like 4 or 5 years ago, I went back to like where I grew up, like my old house, because I just happened to drive through the area, and I wanted to stop this little Italian, this little Italian shop that I used to sometimes get food at, and I didn't realize that every single store within the little strip mall was like every door and every window was barred up. And I was like, oh.
And they find 6.
Ah, shit.
This is what you need.
It's like, oh, man.
This is how you make Ground Zero concede the point.
Yeah, Ground Zero very much feeling all the damage that is being dealt.
I don't remember it being like this. What does that mean? Well, if all the local businesses are all, their doors and windows have metal bars on them, it's typically because they get broken into a lot.
Ground Zero has managed to collect quite a lot of percentage for themselves.
I did not realize that growing up.
Fights in a row to be able to reach where Ground Zero left it.
That's right, have to see if they can reach for greater heights here, reach for more percentage. As Ground Zero have a lot of tools at their disposal as well. I have Agamotto online, Media M around the corner here. Really could be quite a treacherous path ahead. Speaking of,
come on, Bonald. Bonald. Oh wait, no, that's not Bonald.
That's
dude, the mag ults in this have been so insane.
great way to kick things off into the fight here. And we'll see if they can find more around the bend. Daxu so close to going down. Goodbye, says FMCL. And they're trying to get more. FMCL causing mayhem on this one.
I know our world is fucked right now, but
take control of the point
some of you are
again.
way too fucking comfortably
They do
be
take
just
control
racist as fuck.
Using quite a lot of their ultimates, but still keeping many in their pocket for this next fight. But 80%, out comes the TP from Donald. They're gonna try and split off the team.
I don't know what, who taught you? That was
be
cool, but that's fucking cringe.
Pushing out with a final judgment, being able to take down King Bob immediately, but they will be taken out in return by 6, who is also judging Kanga Esports. Donald getting taken slow, but will be able to stay alive just barely, as Maddie will be taken out from ground zero, now losing one of the strategists. It could be dangerous, but Skittles falls now as well, but the dodge of the butterflies is back online and in the hands of Daxu, and successfully.
No, it wasn't YouTube. It was a Twitch shatter. It was a drop shatter.
So well timed as well there. You saw 6 trying to backpedal into the turret setup so they can dish out more damage, but it just didn't work. So
tilt 3 times in one stream. It sounds racist like the Bloody Mary. That is crazy.
But, you know, it's time. It's time to slow down. It's portal time. They're looking for their primary target. You can see target acquired, and they're jumping into it. Bounce onto the point. It's time to get that damage dishing through. 6 trying to trickle it through with the turret there. Furikake going to be the first one to fall here. Kraken Impact coming out as well. Ooh, they're targeting down Chronix. Are they going to be able to get it? Yes, they will. Another Kraken Impact. And they look down another one.
Yeah, I think this one's GG'd.
Trouble for Kanga again.
Yeah, I think that's it for Kanga.
They still have a Vanguard around the corner. Here's Donald trying to get on
the front. Donald trying to touch.
Daxu holding on to it as well.
Oh, they do have a they have a.
Keep to flight a while longer, but is it too little, too late? The damage could outweigh their impact here. We are on the tiniest amount of OT, but they're still holding, still shooting, but no! Ground Zero, take control.
The mods do not care if you are a child. You will be trialed as an adult. Rip Bozo.
Ground Zero will be heading to the grand final tomorrow, and it's going to be exciting to see how Ground Zero take that, how they handle the grand finals tomorrow at 4:30 p.m.
This is where all the VTuber lovers want to hang out. Of course, we're chill. You know, I was talking to Ruben the other night, and he was like, "When am I gonna get you collab pilled?" And I was like, "What?"
Where they have to fight once
like,
more against
Ruben just like plays with like every VTuber known to man.
And try and get back into the grand finals. But yes, what a massive game from
fuck it, dude.
Absolutely
let me know.
Huge stuff coming out there. They lock it down. You know, Kanga take map 1, but Ground Zero managed to sweep it.
Just let me know when.
Back into the 3-1 scoreline there, and
I do not know.
It looks like our predictions have come true. You know, 3-1 to Ground Zero. So there you go. We got it right this time. Holy moly! And I gotta say, massive stuff are coming out from both.
All right, there should be one more set of matches after this. So
really great job from them managing to
probably about another hour.
Off Ground Zero. Finally,
another hour of farming.
They have a tainted record.
What's up, Jaden?
They do have a tainted record here. Finally, in the playoffs, they do lose a map. They didn't drop a single map in the group stage. But while they did have a map, I believe, dropped in the open qualifiers, this is the first time here on broadcast we have seen Ground Zero stumble. They are not undefeatable. They are not untouchable. They can, in fact, lose maps on stage, on broadcast here. And it's exciting to see Kanga Esports being the one to take this down.
They're rivals
taking
players
down
too.
Their fellow
you pretty much have to be to learn a lot of the stuff and figure out what's happening.
They were only able to take one map. So now Kanga Esports have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can
what's up,
in that lower bracket.
What's up, dude? Yeah, it was good.
That's
it was
right.
good.
They are going to be on the lower bracket run now.
I'm a little tired at this point,
but
going
to verse? Well, that's going to be dictated by our next matchup with the Vicious.
Pretty good.
On Bethany. So
the first game that wasn't a 2-0/3-0 that we've seen in a while, so
that Bethany can take at least
which is nice.
Map away in the rematch there, but
I have no idea.
They can surprise and take even more. You know, you never know what's going to be in store out of these matches here. But we have our first grand finalist locked in now. Ground Zero carving their way through the bracket, and they have locked in their place.
They have locked themselves in for tomorrow about 4:30 p.m. depending how long that lower bracket finals takes, of course. So excited to watch that one tomorrow between Kanga and whoever wins between the Vicious and Bethany later today. But excited to watch that one earlier in the day tomorrow at 1 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be exciting because, yeah, now Kanga Esports is going to have to cook. I've said this before, cook up something exciting. We've seen
I hope they keep and refine the Ultron game mode. I don't know if it's popular enough to do that.
We've seen them bring out the thing. But what else will they be bringing out?
I thought it was fun, so yeah, I can see it.
It's going to be their last chance to stay
in
the tournament tomorrow at 1 p.m.
That's right. You know, even if they did lose today, they still have.
My neighbors just slammed the door. Feels good.
A third match against Ground Zero. You know, we're going in for the 3-time on it.
You're playing the Ultron mode while waiting for the skin?
2 times so far against Kanga, and we'll see if they are going to face again for a 3rd time, depending on the outcome of today's match and tomorrow's match as well. You know, Bethany or the Vicious will
It'll probably be about 10 minutes till the next match starts, and then I'm assuming that'll probably be about an hour. That'll bring us to what, like 3-ish? Depending on how long it goes, maybe 3:30.
On the rest of the path forward here, all eyes front and center as to who might be meeting Ground Zero face to face.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
it could be
2 months
any
prime,
of
how
these
goes it,
3
streamer?
remaining teams. It could be Kanga, Bethany, or the Vicious. Now we've seen the Vicious and Kanga Esports
Yo, so grading the 2
play each
months.
other earlier. We saw that
I'm good,
yesterday.
just tired.
But we haven't seen Bethany and Kanga verse each other yet. But we have seen Vicious and Bethany once before in the group stage. So excited to see if anything changes, if the teams have gone back to the drawing board and brought out new strategies that they have been discovering in scrims to change I want to say change the script of what we saw in the group stage.
Yeah, I can definitely agree. You know, I think that reflecting on the matches so far is a great opportunity to try and change the script for a lot of our teams here, you know, because they can try and navigate their compositions a little differently. Like we've seen the triple strategists come out, you know, we might see something
Weren't signed in?
different.
That's
like,
tough,
I was really
DEFCON.
impressed how today we saw a lot more Hulk action.
Personally, I think vampires are cool.
Out a few times there, so it was great.
I think there hasn't been a good vampire movie or a good vampire game in a long time.
Their value, you know, I feel like if you think about a Vanguard, they're a big tier Vanguard, you know.
Oh, when I get off, I'm just gonna go straight to bed. I got a
down to the
long day tomorrow.
Hulk has a lot of potential with the right pieces around them, so it was great to see that one online. But obviously, it didn't work out.
Sinners was a pretty good
well
movie. What was Sinners?
But, you know, it's not the end of their story yet. It's just another chapter on its way through.
Exactly, another chapter, and that chapter will be continuing tomorrow. But we do have
When did that come out?
Other chapters to discuss today between the Bethany. I was going to say the Bethany and the Vicious.
Oh, it just came out?
Another rematch today.
Oh shit, I missed it then.
Today is just a series of rematches from the group
Oh.
stage. We saw
I had no
Granzo
idea.
and Kanga Esports
Whoops.
burst it off in the group stage between winning where Granzo won 2-0, and then Bethany.
When was the last good one before that then?
Vicious versed as well in group stage 2-0.
Absolutely keen to get stuck into.
I remember I had this exact take like 3 or 4 months ago on stream, and everyone was like, "Yeah, you're right. It's been a while." Twilight? Okay, that's a long time then. Am I excited for the new Overwatch season?
Zenstarry!
I don't know if I'm excited for it. I'm definitely gonna play it, but it didn't look like there was anything
You've
crazy.
been absolutely phenomenal. This match on, both Groot as well as Doctor Strange. Those portals, I'm glad we get to talk to you because I need to talk to you about how those portals they were absolutely crazy. Did you
Am I doing tomorrow?
portals where you were like dividing the team and the portal v portal?
No, I kind of feel like an asshole telling you guys stuff like that, and then I can't tell you why.
For such portal play.
There's still a lot of things I gotta get done.
That, especially on well, yesterday, Kanga and VC
Notes
they kind
for
of did it to each
two?
other, so it's like a really strong strat to like portal and try and kidnap one of their supports, or just like TP them off and create so much pressure, because then that means that both teams, they just don't have their TP for their basically the whole round. So it's a really good.
You almost forgot about the Emma drop?
Thing that we did that a lot.
Yeah, you just get the maggot. Jesus Christ. the magic drop,
with, how you
and then
matchup there. But I guess
then you can get the
moving
M1.
forward into the future, who do you think out of these teams might
Yeah, get the
be
maggot
facing you in
drop,
the
I
grand
guess.
final?
Look, Kanga, they were pretty strong today. They've improved a lot from the last week that we versed them. Look, I'm gonna be rooting for Bethany, but look, anything can happen. VC, they're a really strong team as well. So, and look, anything can happen, but I'll be rooting for Bethany. Hopefully they can pull it back.
Yeah, Bethany have versed the Vicious before in the group stage, and the Vicious did look that little bit stronger, but I'm sure they've had time to regroup and practice as well. You mentioned Kanga have improved a lot since last week, so I'm expecting the same from Bethany as well. It's exciting, a big banger game later on today. And yeah, so you're mentioning you're hoping to verse Bethany coming up. But how would you feel if it came down to another rematch playing against Kanga Esports 3 times in this tournament? Would you change your strategies again, or do you think you understand them well and truly by now?
Look, yeah, I've had to say that 100 times. Yeah, I know. Honestly, I'm glad that it's a kind of amazing. That was my first time I messed it up.
Strongest suit. So those type of like domination maps first, but look, they're gonna look at
Why am I not in this? Why am I not in the Oceania region tournament?
Do more bans and fix up
I don't know. Maybe I should just move to Australia.
So, if we verse Kanga in the grand final, it's gonna be a good game, but there's gonna be a lot on the line, and it'll be good seeing that, you know. No ego, but like 2 of the best teams in OC going off 3 times in a row, you know, it would be an absolute phenomenal game to watch.
Couldn't agree with you more there. It builds up for a great storyline, and it means we might get to hear from you again, you know, heading into the future weeks. But I guess thinking back on that last map there, you know, there's one moment that really stands
I streamed him today.
and it's when I think King Bob
It was off the rails for a little bit there.
On the point,
Around the time all the EU streamers got off, they all came running in here for a little bit, and just chat went off the rails for a while, and it was not a fun time. But then once the NA broadcast started up, it chilled out.
That was a win fighter. That was the fight, you know. That whole freeze clutched it because they were cap ulting into us. 9 times out of 10 we're probably going to be winning that, but that's an insane freeze from King Bob. Insane.
Well, very well played by all of you, working together as an amazing team. Your hard work has been showing in all of these gameplays, all these games that we've been watching on broadcast. So I'm sure you guys are very proud of yourselves. Congratulations on reaching top 2 so far in Marvel Rivals Ignite Oceania.
A lot of children.
You guys have a good
now that
rest
school's
tonight.
out, though.
Have a good meal and come prepared tomorrow for the grand
A
final.
lot of children.
Oh, we will. We
You can tell. It's actually blatantly obvious when you have like someone's fucking little rugrat running around.
The GOAT themselves, Zenstari, one of the Vanguard
Like, bro, just because your parents don't want to deal with you doesn't mean I want to.
You know, with how things are going at the moment, it might not be the last we're hearing from them. So great to get some insight into how the team is feeling, how they're feeling about the landscape of the tournament themselves. You know, I really liked how Zenstari was hopeful that Bethany would do well.
Match
like
should be
myself
somewhat
there, you know,
soon.
I'm rooting for the underdog, so hopeful that Bethany can make a big impact into our next series there as well, right?
Yeah, I'm very much hopeful as well. As we mentioned before, they went 2-0.
As a dad of 3, kids suck. So it's been hours now, so I can say this. Yo, who was here earlier for that absolute psycho in chat? Where I was like, kids are kids are annoying. Like I was like, listen, I don't want to have to deal with kids. Like I was like, if I streamed Rivals full time this entire summer, I feel like I'd go crazy because like today was a good example of, you know, school's out, so you see a lot of stupid shit, and I was just like, yeah, I don't think I'd want to deal with that. And this guy like lost his shit and was like, that's so cringe, how dare you, they're just kids. I'm like, so they're fucking annoying, like what's the problem? They're not. He's like, you want them to work around you. I'm like, no I didn't, I never said that, I just said they're fucking annoying.
Great
Like,
highlights
like,
coming out of that
there's a difference
matchup
between
there.
your
You know,
own
I'm glad
kids
that
and
Ground
other
Zero
people's
felt
kids.
just
Like, I don't
as
want
good
to
as
deal with
we
other
did
people's
about
kids.
that
Like, your
freeze
kids,
coming
hey,
through from
that's
Team
fucking
VODS.
awesome. I'm glad you have them.
Huge
But
stuff. You know, it's moments
you know,
like
if
that
you're on a
that you
fucking
can
plane
mark
and
on a
someone's
page of
rugrat
history
next to you is
there, just to test
screaming,
how well the
yeah, you're
team
not gonna get
went
mad at the
create
kid. And
their
you're not mad at the
tournament. So
parent. But
it's
like,
to look back on
do you
as
wish that kid wasn't fucking screaming? Yeah, they're annoying. Fuck that. I don't want to deal with it. I think for the Evans did. This guy was fucking so mad. He was fucking seething. He's like, you're gonna lose. You lost half your viewer base right now. I'm like, no, I didn't. I didn't lose shit. I'm like, this chat's old as fuck, dude. And then everyone starts saying their age in chat, and just like all like, there's like even a couple people that were like teenagers, but mostly obviously like much older. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, brother, I know my audience pretty well, and we're a bunch of old fucks, and we like, and I think most people understood what I meant, like, when I say that. I'm not saying like, oh, if you have kids, go fuck yourself, right? Like, it's like, no, kids are annoying, man. I'm like, yeah. What did I just see? Guru just DM'd me. Guru just DM'd me and goes, yo, end the stream. We need some viewers over here. I love that guy. Yes. Oh, no, that's crazy. Listen, I don't even think I'm gonna be on tomorrow. So I'm getting my 2 days of draw farming, alright? Tomorrow's up in the air. Let's see. Flats, I'm trying to riz up a girl. What do I say to her, please? First off, take a breath. Don't say riz up a girl. Second off, just be normal. Just be normal, dude. Like, if you treat her any different than you would treat any other person, it's gonna be weird. Just be normal are dangerous words. Normal might not be in their vocab. Well, I feel like I'm doing her a favor at that point, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would not say that. Good starting point is having at least one hobby in common that isn't just breathing. True, that is actually a good point. That's actually unironically good advice.
The person has recently broken up. Start with, do you like geometry?
Yeah, I need to refresh this. I don't know what the audio's going.
Your ex.
The audio on this thing is kind of cooked right now. I don't know what's going on. Whoops. I don't know why it's all that. Yeah, having a good starting hobby is good. Stuff to talk about. That's, I guess, what I mean by just being normal, dude. Be normal. You know? Like, don't try too hard. Don't... I guess the one thing I can tell you is, okay, this is gonna sound crazy. Don't... Oh god, I can't believe I'm giving a random Twitch chatter this. Don't put her on some insane pedestal, you know? Like, you treat her with respect, treat her well, but like, you gotta, like, she's a person, you're a person, you know? I don't know if that's gonna make sense to you through a Twitch chat screen, though. That might not make sense. I'm worried I just gave you that advice, but like, I promise you it makes sense, but it probably sounds terrible the way I worded it. Yo, Alexis, thank you for the gifted, by the way. And I peaked, thank you for the Prime. You just lived through your first tornado? I hope it was fun. Also, I don't know what happened to the audio on this stream, but it is cooked right now. Yeah, FlyQuest and Ego Death did play. FlyQuest fucking destroyed. I'm gonna turn the audio down until they fix it. It's gonna drive me insane. Ask you a question because I have nothing better to do. Well, I did see it. Did Ignite play today? Yeah. I mean, this is the OCE games, so like EU was earlier in the day, then NA was a little while ago. Austin, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you. I can hear it crunching. How long are these tournaments? Well, this is the Australia region one. I'm still awake because I'm farming droppers. Do I know any people playing? Some of them come to my chat sometimes, but not really. Like FMCL from the previous game was in here. Would you take a team as a sponsor? Like, I'm paying them for what? No, absolutely not. Running an org is just a literal money pit. Hell no. Check the chat. You see anything with the audio? I actually don't say anything with the audio. Surprised they didn't say anything. No one's complaining about the audio. Crazy. What if I turn off the compressor? If I turn off the compressor, it actually doesn't crunch anymore. Oh no, it does. I hear it. It's like skipping. The crunch is pissing me off. You just need 2 more hours. I don't think I'll be on for 2 more hours. Maybe 1. Imagine a streamer house with just Flats yelling at his wannabe rival pros to get off his lawn. I don't think I could live with like roommates or anything like that, or any kind of house like that ever again. I've lived on my own for 7 years now, and I don't think I could ever go back. Having my own space, you know, like if I make something dirty, I'll clean it. But like nothing's worse than like, you know, you got a bunch of roommates or whatever, and like the sink's full of dishes, and I don't know.
Here we go. We are back. We are so back. Here
Shit's like left gross.
Ignite Stage 1.
You know.
Oceania Playoffs.
New here? Something new here.
Day 2. First and foremost, we have our grand finalist locked in at ground 0, taking down Kanga. And next on the card, it is on the lower side of our bracket here, Bethany taking on the Vicious. Deja vu. I've been in this place before.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a deja vu. We saw them versus each other in group stage.
Oh, what's up, Parabolic? Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, dude.
I might say dominating fashion. So the
TNX for all the content
like
throughout the years.
The favorites,
I appreciate
the one that
you.
has to
Yo, I appreciate you. Thank you for 5 super chat. Much love, dude. Appreciate you.
Bethany, being the underdogs, have something they want to prove.
That they do, Bethany. We're gonna give it their all here. Show that they
I had a roommate who would leave
fighting
shit stains on the
force
toilet
to be
seat.
reckoned with, and
I left 1 month later. That sounds
what they are going to be able to achieve
horrendous.
I'm
going to raise you one.
You know,
I had a friend whose cousin's friend.
How much deeper?
But like, he was one of my, like, they were cousins that actually like hung out pretty often. And so it wasn't even my friend. It wasn't even my friend's cousin. It was my friend's cousin's friend. And I'm saying this in all truthfulness. Did not believe in wiping his ass.
Do you think, Bryce, that we might see some more creative picks come out from our rosters here as well?
I feel like Bethany has a history of being a bit more creative with their choices, with their compositions.
I was like 15, 16.
Well, but I feel like Bethany does that a little bit more. But that's just based on vibes. That's just based on group stage. Of course, what they've been doing in scrims and what they've been preparing for today, things could change. Well, remember, they versed each other in group stage.
And
so
I remember
they definitely have been.
I got asked to not say anything.
Considering how
and I was like, bro,
team again.
This is horrendous.
Yeah, and I guess that's
so whenever I knew that that guy was going to come hang out, I'd go home.
Even when your team might take a loss, I feel like taking a loss is also a victory in its own right, because you can just learn so much.
I wasn't even comfortable. Don't know.
You know, you
all I know
get the
is they were like 3 years older or 4 years older. So I think I was like 16 at the time or 15 at the time. And they got a job at the local grocery store and they fired him because of how bad he smelled.
Scrims and then putting it forward in execution in your officials like today, then you might be able to make a bit more of an impact going forward. So very eager to see how the rematch plays out. You know, we saw our first case of the rematch went 3-1 prediction achieved there.
There was one time we went to play basketball and my dad dropped me off and he was like, do you need a ride home? And they had told me that, like, nah, we'll give you a ride home. And I was like, all right, cool. So 2 or 3 hours later, we're like getting ready to the point where we're going to go home.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I'm very curious to see how
the way we were going to get home was this person.
In their hand, we did see Bethany
in their car.
Earlier
I walked.
Yesterday.
I walked home.
Yeah,
like
it
2 miles.
It was, yes. I was trying to remember. I'm sorry, my memory's a little bit stuffy.
The bus stop.
But yeah,
I took the bus home. And I walked another mile home.
I mean, we mentioned. We talked to Zenstari just like before the break, and he was talking about he saw them do a lot of these portal strategies, and Bethany really enjoyed doing these very interesting. I wouldn't even say unusual, just very like we weren't expecting these strategies, and it helped them quite a lot be able to put up quite a big, strong fight against Kanga. So I'm excited to see how they bring those very curious.
I mean, it could have been a mental condition, but we had no idea.
This game against the Vicious.
Yeah,
we had no idea.
You know, with the use of those portals, it does take the warfare on the maps to a whole nother level. You know, you think it's just like 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional even. Then we're breaking the 4th dimension with those portals.
I mean, I haven't seen this person in
trying to like stagger them out
10,
in their own spawn.
12
just
years
out
now, so.
entirely. Like it's crazy. The amount of impact they're able
Actually,
to bring
longer
out of
than
that
that.
one. I think even in one
I don't
instance
think-
in that last series, we saw a portal come through.
I don't
and
know.
They were able to
I honestly,
stagger
at
out
least
the
he was
opposing
kind.
streams
He was
to stop them
nice
from getting
though.
Their portal off entirely, which was crazy.
I had
to see
another
the
friend
timing on that one there. So
Who had a different?
definitely,
Actually,
from
wait a
more
minute.
of
Hold
those
up.
curious,
Forgot. Wait a minute. The
strange
funniest part of
even
this whole story
moments coming out
is
from, all
my
the
other
Nemesis
friend
here
was
today.
my other friend's brother.
Really
So like,
eager for
first
what
friend,
else could come out of
cousin,
the books,
right?
you know? What are these
Other
teams
friend,
cooking?
brothers with the
Are we
first
gonna
person.
Are we gonna see Black Panther
His
again?
cousin,
Come out
who
of
that
the,
he would
source
hang out
there?
with every
Would
once
be
in a
even
while,
more.
right? So same
There's a
cousins,
lot
same
in
family,
store for, all our
same
rosters
brothers,
here.
but my friend,
Nothing surprising
he's a flat
me
earther.
anymore out of the heroes that we could see.
Unironically, like a real flat earther.
Well, coming out of the mix today for a slight
I've
moment,
never
so
quite possibly
anything's
met
possible.
anyone
I want one
stupider
of the
in my
teams to
entire
hold on
life.
to the Spider-Man, though. You know, I want to see that spectacular spin again.
Like,
we've seen a lot of teams hover the Spider-Man. But
how do you
not
think I
bringing it
deal with
out.
drop
It's
chatters?
exciting that
You
we
know?
got to see a Neymar today between the match of Ground Zero and Kanga Esports. But yeah, yesterday we did see Bethany versus Ground Zero, and that was a very fascinating game to watch with the portal play as well as the Vicious and Kanga Esports also doing that portal play too. It's going to be exciting to see what happens here. We are going to, of course, start off with the domination as we usually do, where both teams are both attackers and defenders in their own right, and it's a bit of a clean slate.
That's right. Both get
Well-rounded story life, yeah. Seen some shit.
Being an attacker or a defender.
Seen some shit.
So definitely going to be proven.
How's my camera quality so good? It's probably because right now nothing's going on.
Who can play their role to a T.
It's the same camera I've had for years. It's a Sony A6000.
Very shortly here, everybody, and really curious what both these teams are going to be bringing out of the mix. You know, it could be anything coming out of this one. I'm very eager to find out which map we're going to start on. I think we'll be starting on domination if I'm not mistaken. So keen for that one. But a reminder again, this match is going to be our lower bracket side of things in the playoffs here. Bethany taking on the Vicious, the rematch of Group B.
I don't really like hang out with them anymore.
Here. And here we are. Domination on
The younger, the brother, the second one,
like what I'm
I was definitely
seeing
closer
here.
with
And let's
because
see what these bands look like.
they had lost their dad when he was young, so like he didn't really have like a dad around. His brothers weren't really like that much better, so like he was like almost like my little brother.
Well, today it looks like the
Until we got
want to
older.
ban out Emma Frost, and Bethany want to ban out Magneto. It really is just who wants to pick which
But
Vanguard to start
then
off.
like
And the
I don't
Vision
know.
will be protecting
Life happens. You don't see people as often
on
anymore.
Loki. We've seen this
People
so
move
many
away,
times,
do
and
other
it is
stuff.
just a very
You know.
popular ban.
Some
as
people
well.
don't do other
Not
stuff.
quite as
Some
popular
people
as the two Vanguards, Magneto and Emma,
just
but I mean,
do nothing
yeah,
eventually.
Loki's
You know.
such a popular ban.
What happened? Well, nothing happened. Just
Such a popular band indeed.
don't have
and
time.
They will
Do different things.
concede that
Friends with
one
different
through,
people.
but you know what else is breaking through? Bethany
Just
has
how it
managed
is,
to lock down
you
the
know?
Punisher, and we'll see what the next
I mean, like I have
band
like a couple friends that.
covering
Well,
Magneto there,
I'm using the word
Vicious.
friends, but like
Not keen
people that
to
we were
deal
once
with that
friends,
one,
right? Like we
so
were like
may
really
take
close
it
friends, but
one step away
like
here. Punisher
you know,
potentially looking to be locked
what do
out
you
as
do
well.
when
There we go. Both
you know
are
you get
locked
into
out
your
there. So Bethany
mid
take away the Punisher,
towards late
leave it for
20s, and
themselves, and the Vicious zone out Magneto.
they're
So
still in
no
college,
ERM on either
community
side of
college,
the scale
still
here,
don't have a
but
job,
Bethany,
still live at
eager for
home,
the
just smoke weed all
Mantis.
day.
So, looking a bit similar to how Kanga
You don't have much in
approached
common
things
no
in our
more,
last
you know?
series, putting a little priority around that.
You know, Nick eating the prime.
Strategist.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Mantis is a very
No
I would
life
say,
goals.
A strategist that's very exciting to watch and to have in the game, as well with the Punisher protect.
Not
It would
working
be
towards
exciting to
anything.
see
Can't
how
go
he
out
gets
anywhere.
used.
Can't go out
Notably,
to
Bethany
dinner.
is
Can't go
not
out to
banning
lunch.
any
Can't
of
go
the
out to the bar.
flying Heroes yet. No human.
Can't go
torch
hang out
ban
anywhere.
and no
You know?
Ultron ban. Of course, there is one more ban left.
Tough
so
at that point.
We'll have to see what they end up choosing. The Vicious is also going to be protecting Mantis, and they also haven't banned any flying heroes. So this may be them trying to counter.
Wow, double
a
Mantis
flying hero
save.
if there is
Crazy.
a possibility of having them here on Burn T'Challa.
Ooh, I think
There's everyone in the age of 18 still in high school. My dad told me that once you graduate, you won't talk to many of your friends again. I didn't believe him. Now at 26, I can say he was entirely right. That is pretty true, actually. My high school friends, we still talk in a group chat. We don't see each other very often though, but mostly because like multiple live in different parts of the country. One of them is married with a kid. The other is also married with a kid and a dog. Another one's a firefighter, but he's engaged too. And then like the 2 or 3 like single ones just like either work a fuck ton or have really well-off families, so they just travel all the time. So we see each other like once a year. Actually, I think I'm going to see them like in like 2 or 3 weeks from now.
These two teams, Bethany and the Vicious, verse off each other once again and see who will be finally claiming victory.
Because I think one of their birthdays is coming up, so we're probably going to do something.
Eliminated in 4th place in Marvel Rivals Ignite Oceania.
That's right, 4th place is going to be locked and loaded from this one, and we'll see who will be locked in the position there as the battle is about to begin.
Oh, I'll tell you something even funnier. So I was at a restaurant like a couple weeks ago.
33,333.
Disrupting for 2 months, appreciate. I was at a restaurant a couple weeks ago, and I completely forgot that this place was owned by someone I went to high school with, and I saw him, but I couldn't remember his name.
They are on top of the mission area. They have control of it so far, but I mean, it's not unlocking until 5 more seconds. But
so I didn't say anything. But I also look very different now. So
starting off with a very strong fight.
Yeah, starting off strong.
They kept staring at me, and like you could hear like their head was kept like cocked, like.
Bethany gonna have to hit the reset,
you know, like they just like kept like I kept catching them looking at me like they're trying to. I could tell they're trying to figure it out
because that locks down,
you know,
a lot of the points that they can attack into.
I was like, oh fuck, I got away before they figured it out.
Down some of those lines of sight for Bethany, but Bethany are all focused up high to the sky right now, and they're looking to see if they can zone things out with a path of.
That's when you say, "Hey, what's up, man?" Yeah, if he came over, that's what I was gonna do.
We do have some walls coming up from Soupy here, so at least they can block down some of those lines of sight.
Yeah, but then I also have friends that like I haven't talked to in like 9 months, who I could call tomorrow and they'd be like, "Yo, what's going on? How you been? Like, what do we like?" And we could just talk like everything's fine. Like we've been like nothing. Like no time has passed. Like really depends,
it's a
you know.
one-man show at the moment, and that show is in the name of Soup. Though now Potato stepping up, taking down Adam.
Like one of my friends actually popped in chat the other day, and he texted me after.
That's
like,
right. Now it's their time.
What have you been doing? And I saw our last text were October.
Be able to build up a good amount of
and I'm like,
on this one.
Told him some stuff I'm up to. He told me some stuff he's up to. I told him I sent him some stuff later, but I'm gonna be like super drop streaming for the next couple days. He's like, all right, let me know.
They have almost all
and that was
their
it.
ultimates online and ready to activate. So if they want to steal the point back, they can definitely do it. Here we go. Supernova going to activate in this close choke point here, but Eternal Bond coming out. It could be the saving grace for Bethany here. Speaking of, they're dishing out a lot of damage and consequence as well here. Holding back for a second, not swelling past, and I love the composure from the Vicious. They didn't dedicate all the ultimates, but now Psionic Seduction coming out. It's
well, they're typically playing Punisher because Punisher's really good.
So the strategists definitely
right now, they probably don't want to do Punisher. They probably don't want to do Storm Torch because Punisher being so good, double flyer hit scan, not that great. Torch just does a lot of spam damage, and then Psylocke can actually put pressure with the Captain America.
It's time for Leave to burn them alive with the Supernova. Dance of the Butterfly coming out from Revsy as well, though. Does take down Potato there on the KO. Looking to see if they can chop through some more, but the fight just keeps lighting up here. No one is getting on the better end of it. Everybody is trading blows right now, and all the meanwhile, Bethany is still building up percentage.
Yeah, Bethany's building up percentage 72%.
Wait, what is that camera? Look at the left. Holy shit, what is that camera? That's awesome. Wait, it's just a selfie. That's fire. That is so fucking good. Yo, I can't wait to see the NA cameras. They're gonna be so funny.
Does mean that if they get this point back, it could only be maybe 1 or 2 more fights for Bethany to take this point, but the Vicious No ultimates for them in sight, with only the Rib at 74% being the closest to getting any ultimate. Bethany, on the other hand, does have Eternal Bond online right now. 99%, there we go. Ticked over to being online. 81%, the Vicious are counting and about to get closer and closer to overtime. And
ooh, the 2K on both supports?
Holy moly, those KOs are coming through in waves right now. Dance of the Butterfly is online as well. They
Holy
will not
shit.
need to use it. Jag trying to hold back on the cap here, but they are not going to be able to do much more.
Vicious just
and
cleaned
like that,
up.
The Vicious gracefully pushed the first point.
Where'd all these easies coming from?
I
don't know.
Find their way on top of the hill in
Nope,
Warrior
this is not
Falls
live.
on
This is a
Bernard
pre-recorded
T'Challa.
stream.
So, we are going to be jumping in to the next point.
Unless you're talking
now.
about the
It's time
tournament,
to
then
go
yes,
to
the tournament's live.
Imperial Institute of Science. Will Bethany be able to find a comeback here? Will we be able to see the Vicious take complete control of map number 1 and stroll away? It all comes down to this.
It really does come down to this fight. And if we're looking at the stats here, we can see Revsy getting 14 knockouts. And they also do have the Dance of the Butterfly available for themselves too. This could go the way of the Vicious in the start of the fight, but not if Bubbles
Vance is just
has anything to
omnipresent.
say
Yep.
about it. They
I am
have
here.
Eternal
I am
Bond
eternal.
Online. The sustain is
I am
available
forever.
for the Bethany,
That's
for the
spoken.
hands of the strategists. So whether or not they can time it perfectly to be able to keep the team alive so that Revsy does
So
not
Tommy.
take them out, it's all in the hands of Bubble.
That's right.
How was
all
my
in the
day?
hands of
It
Bubble.
was good.
Hopefully they don't
We
pop,
did some
otherwise
serious farming.
Could be in a bit of trouble there. And
We
luckily for them, you know, they got a bit of reinforcement.
Well, it was a little
with the,
rough for a
Eternal
couple
Bond
hours
online, so
when all the
everything may
EU
be
streamers
okay.
got off, and we had a surge of
Mission area unlocking in
rage
just
bait
under 10 seconds
children.
now. Bethany
But
holding
after
the
we got
side of
that
the point
figured
here.
out,
We'll
it was a good
see
day.
if they can activate gracefully into this one, because the Vicious
Nope.
have
I have no
offensive
desire to do any
ultimates
spectating
online
for a
their
while.
duelists right now. There it is. Supernova going to be locked down, targeting the Punisher there. Good night, Potato, looking to see if they can crash into anyone else as well. And they're trying to take down the opposing Torch here. Proving to be an issue.
Switch from YouTube for the drops. YouTube makes it seem like you stopped streaming an hour ago. Well, yeah, I had to end the stream for YouTube and restart it because YouTube has a hard limit of 12 hours for VODs, and I was live already at that point for 11.5 hours. So because I was gonna keep streaming, I had to restart it. Doesn't this kind of spectating Pro though? I guess, but not in the same way. I'm not like spectating like
I love
talking about it and stuff.
annoyed when dealing with rivals, because that's when you give the best advice, because there is no sugarcoating it.
Well, the Vicious
Few
are
months.
able to
Shit, dude.
cap that point.
Yeah, but
from
that
a
gets me in the most
massive
trouble.
winning fight that they just had against
That always gets
Bethany.
me in the most
Both
trouble. Yeah, you get
strategists
someone who
almost
gets really
had
angry that I
beat all
didn't
four of them from both teams.
tell them what they wanted to
So
hear,
now
or I
coming into
wasn't
this fight,
super
it might be time to
coddling
lean
about it,
on
and
that
they get
human
mad and they're
force.
like, "Oh
And
my
Renzi
god, that guy
on
sucks."
Psylocke to shine, and
Well,
now here it goes. Outstarts the ensemble.
my
and
bad for
the
answering.
Renzi not able to find anyone as they are walled off by the group, by Sophie. And now Jag with the ensemble has been able to make quite a lot of room for themselves for Bethany, but no, they're still stuck in the spawn as Renzi takes down
Ooh.
Bubble.
Both supports explode.
Sophie, they're all falling to the hands of the Vicious.
Holy shit, that photo is fire.
All fallen down. Liam going to be shut out, imprisoned in spawn there, and we'll see if they are going to be able to boost themselves back up.
That
onto the
photo is
point. You know,
actually fire.
One thing I think of as a potential solution right now, if they wanted to try and get some presence back, is honestly potentially a strange portal. You know, that could be something to elevate them back onto the point there, but they might not be considering it as yet. As the Supernova comes up, they are trying to burn things down. Potato on the final judgment as well, trying to see if they can push some damage through, but none of the Vicious are in sight. This final judgment could just run down as duration. Ooh, they're getting some damage, but there you go. The Vicious doing a great job to navigate the landscape and dodge that damage entirely.
Yeah, 100
but
Thieves is
Potato
still in.
with the shotgun does find the impact in the end there, doubling down onto it, looking to see if they're good for 3 as well. The walls are proving to be their friend and foe in this one, and it's Psionic Seduction coming out from Adam right now. Fate of both worlds from Oink there. Liam trying to burn things with Supernova. Invisible Boundary coming up. Strangling Prison. Everything is coming up. There it is. It looks like the Vicious maybe were listening there and got that portal up. Trying to keep this percentage alive. But Bethany will get it over the line. Good fine strike from Soupy in the end there.
The pitch black camera, pitch black room with a slightly glowing face from the camera. Fire.
It was interesting you pointing out that we're just trying to avoid it, and they were able to keep both strategists.
Am I hanging in there? I'm hanging. Also, I should restart the TikTok stream. I think I swore too many times again. Brittling the Prime. Alright, I'm gonna restart it now. Be right back, TikTok.
Went through that portal that Lumi created, popped the ultimate there last second too, so now no strategist ultimate for this fight, but Lumi doesn't care, taking down Potato with a big dive. Jag now popping in Sambo and Bubble.
Shadow, Bingo Prime.
Trying to keep the team alive to build up that percentage on the point, 33%. Remember, the Vicious is on 99%. Now with Adam taking out Jag, this could be Vicious turning the point into their favor and potentially taking the entire map.
Dude, the cams are so good. I cannot wait for NA cameras.
Oh, Lumi does find Bubble there, looking out for Soupy. Say goodbye. They are pushing them back quick as lightning here. Bethany struggling to stay on the mission area.
Swearing into TikTok rules?
Down. It's awful and
yeah, if you swear too much, it'll...
to find someone in the back line. They're keeping this
it gets mad. It'll pull you out of the algorithm.
Too little, too late.
You won't get banned or anything like that, but it just pulls you out of the For You page.
Good KO coming through. And that's
same thing if you like
Vicious,
spam other platforms too much.
Institute of Science is going to be claimed by them. So, one down and potentially many more to go here, Rice. Rib on the MVP though.
Yeah, Rib on that Human Torch. We did see a lot of the picks and bans for tags lean towards both of these two teams wanting to play that flying heroes, flying meta, you know, being able to ban out all of
What's up, Decify? Thanks.
Banning out Mantis, banning out Punisher as well, and that did mean that Liam and Rib were able to play that Human Torch.
Am I still going?
But look at
I mean, it's easier to stream super long when you're like just watching something. Like we're just watching the tournament stuff, so like low energy, low effort. Don't have to do a whole lot.
There, you know, you saw the impact of the supernovas coming out. Like Rib, Liam doing work for their teams there. They really managed to keep them up, keep them elevated time and time again there. And it goes to show the importance of that Human Torch pick and potentially why it was banned out all the time in the last series there. You know, they don't want to deal with the supernova. The heat gets a little bit too hot. They don't have anything to freeze it away. Maybe.
All right, chat. I'm gonna get up and stretch. Go to the bathroom. Take a piss. Go pee. Stretch. Everybody get up. Stretch. Do what you gotta do.
Number one there on domination. A great start from them. You know,
take a minute. Stretch.
Get
get some water. Do whatever you gotta do.
In history for them from their matchup in the group stage. But Bethany, this is their time to prove themselves. And let's take a look at some of those highlights from Bennett T'Challa.
Bennett T'Challa was such a fun map with the Vicious taking that first fight with a massive start. And now Potato here with the rest of the team of Bethany were able to turn it back a little bit and were able to win a couple of fights. But yeah, the Vicious felt like they were in control fairly often in this map. But of course, Bethany able to do quite a lot still. Excited to see what they end up banning and protecting next map after this rematch of the Vicious goes once again to the Vicious.
That's right, we'll see what is going to be coming through as our highlights come to their conclusion there, and Rib is the one to burn through. So really great impacts coming out on the Vicious in map number one there. Excited to see what our second one could be too. You know, is it going to be Convoy Convergence? I don't know what's going to be on the table, but the teams certainly have the decision in their hands, and I am going to be excited no matter where it lands. You know, I love to see it, but you know, we're going to find out all the answers right after we get back from a break. We will see you very, very soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but
Okay. Oh. My song so good? Which one is this one? Is this the Luna one? No, it's the Rivals theme song. Brysa, do you recommend any other games? I've been playing Terraria this week. It's actually been fire. What's up, Sam? Springtrap, what is that? What's FNAF?
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with the Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 Oceania Playoffs, day number 2 here. We are on the lower end of the bracket right now, seeing Bethany
wait, did I miss it,
take
Sam?
on the
Yo, thank you for
Vicious
47
in a
months.
repeat of our group
I
stage here.
appreciate
it's time to get engaged and get fired up because the Vicious
What's up, Claire?
have already taken map number 1, but
I'm gonna need that FNAF playthrough, King. Hand the VOD over carefully.
And bring it
Brother,
all the way back in map 2, Ricey.
Well,
I've actually watched a good amount of the new FNAF game because I was curious on what it looked like because I've never seen any FNAF stuff.
We've seen these games before, and we have been Bethany and the Vicious versus each other earlier in the group stage last week, and it was a 2-0 victory for the Vicious. But of course, Bethany have had a week to reflect and to think about how they want to change things up, what strategies they want to do.
Any movie recs?
You know, maybe
I haven't watched any
balance
movies
of
recently.
a little bit. Now coming into this next map,
Or any
will be able to
new
choose
movies
what
recently.
they want to do, and it's looking like a convergence map, potentially
Yeah, I'm
Central
still up.
Park.
I'm just farming
so if this is the
Twitch
map
droppers.
that Bethany picks, I'm excited to see what strategies come with it.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see how it's gonna go down.
I'm farming
this
Twitch
one.
droppers.
We've been here before, and we are so back. So definitely excited.
It was me? What did I do?
How things will be engaged into this next one. You know, I think we got Ratatoska, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of this one. So we'll love to see all the unique mission vehicles. You know, we got Herbie, we got Ratatoska, I think we got Arako as well. So,
Yep.
Love to see it, and keen to see more.
Yeah, keen to see more maps and more Marvel lore coming into Marvel Rivals. It's exciting to see things. I love the Marvel universe, so it's exciting to see them all come
What is
together.
going on? $3 million Ignite tournament. It's the OCE
game of
matches.
Marvel Rivals, but we're about to have a very fun game ourselves here, Maddie, between Bethany and the Vicious.
Oh yeah, we are. We're gonna be getting straight into the mix here, into the thick of it. It's gonna be map 2 coming here live. Bethany taking on the Vicious here in this best of 5. Central Park on Convergence going to be the second map, and we're already locking down some of our bands. Protects, it's going to be Emma Frost banned out by the Vicious there. Magneto going to be banned out by Bethany with another follow-up with the Loki going goodbye. But the Protect
Do we know how
is
the prize
going
money
to
gets
be
split?
Magneto
No.
for Bethany and Emma Frost for the Vicious. So they're trading vanguards here.
Yeah, they are trading with the Protect coming out from the Vicious on.
I'm not really doom scrolling. I'm more trying to just catch up on stuff. Because when you do super long streams like this over the last couple days, like you just kind of fall behind on news.
More for Emma Frost or Magneto. I do remember seeing Magneto, I think, in the hands of Adam earlier in the group stage, and it was a little bit scary. So that could be a very respectful
Yeah, you might be right,
ban,
Chloe,
of course,
actually.
for Vanguards on both teams.
Oh yeah, I forgot, Chloe. This is like normal time
Now
for you.
seeing a Punisher ban from the Vicious onto Bethany.
This
as
is like
well
normal,
as a Lunar
normal day.
Snow ban from Bethany onto the Vicious.
Oh yeah, definitely changing things
It's
up
4
here,
p.m.
you know.
Hop
I
on
like to
over.
see
It's
all the
2:34 in the
different
morning for me.
landscapes that both teams choose to take. Lunar Snow being banned out does mean there's no Fate of both worlds, but seeing the Ultron left open is
No longer than your
pretty
stream has
scary,
been? Whoa,
especially
what were you
in
doing
the
all day?
hands of the Vicious.
You working
now
for me?
getting that on the Protect, not having the Punisher available.
Never seen the esports team for this game. Explain how it works. So you see those bans on the screen? You ban for the enemy team. So the bottom team is banning for the top team. The top team is banning for the bottom team. The shields are protects, so they can't get banned.
But Lunar Snow is saved by Bethany here. So they're going to be able to access that Fate of both worlds, keep themselves alive a while longer with that strategist available.
No, I will not be streaming another 6 hours.
strategist
I'm going to stream to the end of this series,
Lunar Snow,
and
but
I'm
looks
going
like
to
the Vicious
bed.
do not want them to play Ultron, but they want Ultron for themselves. Ultron has been a very interesting pick so far in this tournament in Ignite, where it can be one of the sort of pseudo anchors for a flying composition. And it looks like the Vicious do not want to verse that sort of composition from Bethany, but we do still see Liam on the Human Torch.
Oh yeah, we are still going to be seeing that Human Torch come through from Bethany there. So Supernova.
No, I don't think you'll see any Spidey.
Extinguished in its entirety. At least one team going to be bringing that
You look
one
exhausted.
out.
I mean, I've been
Very
up for
excited
like
to see
I've been
how they
streaming
can
for like
play this one
14,
out, as a
15
matter of
hours.
fact,
So
as we are going to be jumping in to the fray. Central Park, it's time to get into the thick of it. Time to bring out your very
who I got
best.
winning?
And very curious
I forget.
to see.
I gotta see the names again.
They're going to hold on to the Rocket Raccoon there. Nope, it's going to be Jeff time. It's Jeff time. We love that.
Honestly, Ultron doesn't get played very much in these.
Cloak and
So
Dagger. They always like to, you know, tease us in the.
I think people just wanted to play him in
initial phase
base game.
They definitely do. They like to discuss things, maybe use some of these benefits to help them get out faster
Starp.
to where they need to go.
Yeah,
But
ranked
this is a
Goblin, pretty much.
Beautiful place for some skills to live.
The Vicious
But
team
of course, it's
seems
gonna
pretty
be
kind of
them.
insane.
It's going to be Bethany trying to attack onto the Vicious, who are trying to stop
This is like the-
Ratatoska from being stolen.
That they are, but Bethany already have used the portal to their advantage. Going to be getting the vantage point behind them here, and we'll see if they are going to be able to get into high gear on this one. As they hold back a second longer here, Jag and Co. looking to flow their way down, but have opponents they have to be wary of here. Liam getting a bit of damage through there. KO could be coming out onto Psylocke, but not quite yet.
I commend something, friend. Appreciate it. No, I'm not taking any more caffeine. I want to go to sleep after these games.
Bethany doing a good job to stay around the sides of the map here. Stay in those close
I drink
quarters.
water.
Don't give Ultron a way to take them down.
Yeah, Revsy on Ultron already having 60% of their ultimate. I believe, yeah, that is the closest one.
Oh, there actually is an Ultron. I just talked about how there's no Ultron in.
With a massive shot from the skies, Ribbles and taking down Jag, Bethany falling apart.
Dude, the face cams are so good. They're actually peak.
Of the point. While Bethany was so
This is peak gaming right here.
That first tick, they will not be able to, as the Vicious hold the door.
Hold the door and hold it tightly shut. We'll see if they are going to be able to keep it shut, though. We could have the side of Bethany trying to ram their way through. Potato switching out to Hela, the goddess of hell.
I literally fell asleep on this stream, woke up and had all the magic drops. Thank you for using Flats drop services for all your drop needs. Please consider using us again in the future.
Damage onto this one. I might just find the KO. There we go. Bubblecar going to be taken down on the Cloak and Dagger. That's a strategist down. Following suit, it's Lumi out of town now on the cap. So they're trading blows again here. We've been a bit sneaky with the KO on the Lima as well. No one able to elevate themselves over the line here, and the Vicious are doing a great job at holding them on this choke point.
They are doing a good job, and out comes the dance of the butterfly from Rib, but it is countered by Oink with Fate of both boats. But both strategies also being used by Bethany as Cloak and Daggers. Eternal Bond is now on the point, but there is still Atlas's Eternal Bond, which is being used right now, and Rib taking advantage of takes down Bubble, takes down Potato, Oink as well. There are no strategists out for Bethany, no sustain, while the Vicious
kind of rolling.
Ashes in hand.
Yeah, poor Rib wasn't able to get the impact they wanted out of the Dance of the Butterfly, but it didn't matter because them and their team managed to redeem themselves in the aftermath there. But speaking of the aftermath,
I just read some crazy shit.
3 ults online on both sides. Who will be able to find the better end of it? That's going to be the big decider, the big question. They're hunting them down, and here comes the Freedom Charge. Lumi diving in on those strategists there, trying to see if they can shut them down hastily here. Oink, almost out of it. There we go. Do find it. The KO doubling down from both Vanguards here.
No, this is on the previous patch.
Doing a grand job to keep them as
Oh yeah, the
far
same
away
patch as the
from
previous one, not the new one.
as possible.
Yeah, the Vicious are very aggressive here on the defense. If you didn't know they were in defense, you'd be thinking that they are on the attack with how far towards the enemy. They are how far away from the point. They are playing Rib still in the back line, in the middle of everything, taking out Potato and going for more. Now Asher also using the ultimate, but what is this? It may be a little bit of a back cap, but only Revsy is going to have a look at what's going on.
He went for the back cap play, but then rammed.
To find much out of it, it's going to be 10 seconds to go right now. Bethany trying to go for their final push, final hurdle here. They have plenty ultimates online. Speaking of ultimates,
dude, they're kind of getting fucking rolled right now. They didn't even touch.
It doesn't matter. Bethany
Chat, we might get to go to bed before 4 a.m.
No one was able to tap the point in time, so the side switch is going to come out. Bethany are going to have to play the game of their lives right now.
Might be a big ol' yippee.
Come out on top on the defense.
Much longer it drops up? Like
Bethany's
2 or 3 weeks.
Bestopia is a draw
But
on this
you know
map.
how it is,
If
though.
they're able
The
to
first
full
couple
power
days
the
are always the
Vicious like they
big
did to them,
drop days.
they may be able to still
And it's already had a
get
pretty
that
decent
draw
fall off
into
since
their
yesterday.
hands. But if not, the
Which I
Vicious
didn't plan
are
on
looking
streaming it
very
tomorrow,
well
but
primed and
I feel like I should.
prepped to
I don't know.
take this map for
I don't
themselves,
want to,
bring
though.
them up to
I'm already
match
mentally
points,
cooked.
and potentially versing Kanga tomorrow.
I'm so mentally cooked at this point.
But I mean, Bethany, they're gonna have to
But
do a big fight here. They are
it is
on
nice
the
to watch the funny number go up.
Ooh, the stats do not tell a good story for themselves.
No, the stats are not.
The funny number goes up,
great
though.
At the moment, you know, there's 0 casualties on a lot of the Vicious members right now, with only Revsy and Lumi being taken down there thus far. So Bethany,
Think of all the ads being watched right now.
Here to try and see if they can hold them off for dear life here. It's going to be
The button glows before you.
Especially after the way that the
I pushed it.
first half went there, but we'll see if they are going to be able to find a new strategy. Engaging in to the next sector now as we dive straight into it. All hands on deck here. It's time to play. It's time to take it away.
I pushed it.
Yeah, Bethany playing with also a Psylocke in the hands of Potato. It's going to be exciting to see if Psylocke is able to get any of those angles that Rib was able to get and is trying to get right now as well on attack. CP on the grid. Has to try.
Damn, that's crazy. I'm suddenly being paywalled by the guy that pays me. I know you get a Prime sub. Fork it over. Fork it over, buddy.
Which means Rib does get that clone, does get that extra team up ability, and using it, they're able to do a little bit more damage, a little bit more.
Rolling the Prime.
Things in the back line now. Rib takes down Jag. Soupy falls.
You unsubbed from Amazon? Honestly, kind of based. I respect that. Damn, they got pushed off point. Damn, this isn't even close. Unlucky. Fiendish in the Prime.
That they will. So, a very dominating approach.
Mugging
there,
people for primes is crazy. Yo, Awesomeness Girl, thank you for gifting Chloe a sub. I appreciate it.
You know, they played
And Destern, like the
on that
Prime.
Psylocke. I was impressed with how they managed to navigate playing the flanking.
I almost forgot to
Roll on the
pay
duels
Chloe
there.
this month.
Definitely looking solid and really.
Maybe if he was subbed, I would have paid him on time.
Unfortunate, Bethany weren't able.
Unlucky.
really navigate things as well as they would have liked there. You know, we saw some potential come through from them, but alas, it was dismantled in almost its entirety.
Dude, it's hard. It's hard because we gotta do fucking math and shit.
Able to take away almost a clean run on that
We gotta
one,
fucking do
and
conversion rates and currency
They
conversions.
are indeed at series point. They're one map away from meeting Kanga in that lower bracket finals tomorrow. I'm sure they're excited for that rematch. They did play Kanga.
Do you think
earlier
Rivals is
yesterday,
dying?
where
I
they
think.
did
Well,
lose to Kanga, who,
I mean,
Kanga was
objectively,
pushing down
yes.
into the lower
Dying is a
bracket.
strong
But
word,
we
though.
can't count Bethany out just
It's
yet, of
definitely
course. But
declined
while it does
significantly.
look a bit of a dive
Is
for
it
them, I'm sure they
dying?
have that
No.
fire, that
Is it
burning
declining
desire in them to
significantly
still take
and
the next
still
map
on the
and
downhill
potentially get
slide
us to the
currently?
rest.
Yes. Could that be stopped? For sure.
I would love to see it, you know.
Do I think
I'm
it's
always
we've hit the
rooting for
bottom yet of the
underdog.
decline?
Was
Nope.
rooting for a pig team in Group A. Now I'm rooting for
We'll see.
Bethany out of Group B right now. Definitely eager to see if they are going to
I
be
watched
able
the
to
stream
bring
before I went to
back
bed,
and take at
and you're
least
still here
one
again
map
after
out of
waking
this,
up. Yep.
As we have
I'm
our
here
eyes
to
on the prize, the highlights right now.
here to
I'm
farm.
really impressed with the confidence on Illumi and Adam, especially in this moment. Playing those
How many
main
matches?
guards,
If they
managed to lock down a
lose
lot
the
of
next,
KOs
if they win,
because they've
if the
just
team
got
that won
in
this one
their
wins
face,
another one,
not
that'll be the
allowing
this will be the
those
last
strategists
map.
any flexibility to safely heal
I'd
up
argue
their
this
team
game is more
at
live than
all, and it was
Overwatch.
just
That is not a high bar.
chaos on the server in that one, Rise.
Yeah,
This game was a literal global phenomenon 6 months ago.
that we just had between these two teams, between Bethany and the Vicious. But we
Overwatch,
do
if anything,
have
is
at least
rebounding.
one more map coming up.
Overwatch
It is going to
Overwatch is
be
on the floor.
a
It can only
big
go up.
fight
Rivals
for
is at the
Bethany
top.
to
It can
try
only
and
go
take
down.
this back into their hands, but it
Think
really
about
is
it.
in the hands of the Vicious to close it out. We'll see you guys after this short break.
Game is definitely not bigger than Overwatch right now. Well, globally, maybe not, because like Overwatch is huge in China and Korea, and this game is nothing in China and Korea. But if we're talking NA and EU, I think that this game is definitely still much more popular. But if we're talking total players, like globally, it's probably actually pretty similar. But we don't know what the player number is for Overwatch anyway, so that's all speculation. True, if this game ran better, you're right, actually. Honestly, the game being so shit, performance-wise, really is what killed it globally. Because, like, people in NA and EU are the people who had the better computers. Like, they just, like, you know what I mean? Like, stronger hardware. More well-off countries. In countries where they don't have as, like, good of PCs or old gen consoles and stuff like that, they're just couldn't run the game because it was so unoptimized. Why do people care about how many people play a game? I think it's something to take note of, because if like people are saying they're not having fun and they're leaving in droves, and like there's an issue, and it's like, whoa, why are they leaving? Or what's causing them to leave? You know, what are they not having fun with? As a TF2 player, I'll tell you, never underestimate the power of making your game easy to run. Yeah. I think I'm a first-time chatter. Hello, first-time chatter. I do read TikTok, but I get fucking tired of reading every 10 messages someone complaining who's like, you don't read my messages on TikTok, brother. I don't read every message that comes in any chat. So at some point I just say fuck it, I'm just not responding. So the way the drops work is you get drops for magic first, and then when the magic drop's complete, Emma kicks back on. Matchmaking gets addressed. What's the problem with matchmaking?
welcome back, everybody. We are back with Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 1 Oceania Playoffs. Day number 2 here. We are on the lower side of the bracket right now, and we are cooking up a storm in this one. The Vicious have been absolutely popping off.
They have indeed been popping off with them taking both the first 2 maps.
The actual problem with Overwatch Owls is they focus on a competitive player base instead of a good middle between casual and quick play. I mean, this is with all due respect, that is just not correct. Because it doesn't matter what you actually end up doing. The other group thinks you're not catering to them at all. And then they get mad. So actually, Overwatch historically, back in the day, was more casual focused, and they could not figure out how to deal with break. They could not do it, and they refused to actually address the issue. But meanwhile, the casual player thought that they were hardcore catering to pro players in Overwatch League. They blamed each other.
They definitely have to have that hope, those dreams, those
and pro players blamed casuals for not getting balanced around broken characters.
Things do look a little die with the fact that
so it doesn't matter.
Able to get not even 1 tick on that first point on convergence.
Overwatch Went patch notes were so tiny they never changed anything. Yep.
Were able to full hold it and be able to take that first tick with under less than.
That's the true answer.
1 minute. So fantastic work from Bethany, and fantastic work from the Vicious in that first map. And now it's Bethany who has to try and pick 1 more map and maybe start a reverse sweep story.
Better to cater to one group. It's the casual. That's the majority. No, it's not. Sorry, let me rephrase. Yes, it is. But they don't know what they want. They have no clue what they want, actually. Not even the smallest clue. They don't even have a small clue of what they want. Real talk. And you know what, though? Your hardcore casual play or committed players are the people that play every day. They spend money. They're there. You cater to the people that come to your game every once in a while and leave. They're going to come show up and try the new stuff and leave regardless. Also, with any competitive game, you have to reward people for their time, right? Why should they play your game? And one of the big ways that competitive games reward you is by climbing the ladder. Feeling of improvement, right? So if you feel like you're improving and you're climbing the ladder and you're getting better at the game, you're going to keep playing. If you feel like you don't need to do that because you can just pick some Mickey Mouse character and just cheese everything and then climb a ton, and then when that gets eventually changed and you can't do it anymore, right? Then what do? You're stuck at a rank where you can't get away with the Mickey Mouse thing you got away with before. You lose a bunch of games, you have a bad time, and you quit. Because you didn't actually climb. You abused some Mickey Mouse mechanic until people got tired of it, casuals and competitive players. And then it got nerfed. You're in a rank you don't belong in, and you just feel like the game has bad matchmaking. You feel like the balance is bad, and you stop playing.
Hey, Flats. In moments like that, then Wolverine with the last stand ultimate there.
Nigel think the 8 months.
They are going to be bringing it in to
yeah,
this one.
You can kind of look at the season 1. Like, go look at like Cloak and Dagger, right? Cloak and Dagger was insane. You could turn your brain off and like walk in a straight line, and you climb really hard on that character. Then it got nerfed a bunch. Dive became meta, and watch what happened.
Strong as they get themselves amped up.
People went ballistic.
Potential last map.
You know?
Exactly. I mean, the Vicious looking so strong. We even saw them bring out 4 strategists there at the end, bringing out a little bit of a cheeky Jeff alongside Ultron and the 2 mainstay support strategists, and they still looked really showing so much damage output coming out from them.
My friend is going through that right now. Climbed with Mr. Fantastic. Now they can only complain when they play anything else.
Yep. In this next map, where they're going to be cooking up something very different and strange as well, or they're going to be playing something more mainstream and give us a final big show.
Yeah, we'll see, huh? We'll see if it's going to be something strange or whether it could be something fantastic.
They're okay. I'm honestly just really tired at this point.
Brainiac bounce come out. I want to see Mr. Fantastic. Come on, they got to show us. Surely we see Mr. Fantastic come out of one of these endeavors. Surely today's the day. Maybe not. Maybe not. But I can dream. We can dream. And we'll see if our dreams come true once we do get into our third and potentially a final matchup here. It's gonna be exciting times ahead for both of our squadrons. I am absolutely certain. And you know, thinking
My instant RE9?
big ban, protect phase there. I'm
sure.
curious what is going to be able to be allowed through for one thing, but what are we shut out? You know, are we going to see Ultron shut out entirely? Are we going to see things let through again? It's all up for questioning here.
Definitely all up for questioning. It is a very exciting time. We may be able to see something unusual. You know, Bethany pulling up some last ditch effort.
Yeah, the 9 just got announced recently with the trailer.
Or we might see, you know, the Vicious cook up something exciting too. So yeah, we're in it and gonna have a look at all these picks, bans, protects.
Let's see what they can do here. Ooh.
Yo, Bean Goblin, leaving 2 months.
Hey Flats, been loving the variety content.
Taking out.
Thanks for being such an amazing streamer.
Well
Appreciate you.
I'm
not going to do monetary because I haven't even finished the base game yet.
Could be protected for Bethany there. High impact duelist if they lock it down.
Was
I do
Village
like how they're hovering
8?
over
Yes.
some of the niche picks there, like the Black
8
Widow
was
and the
Village.
Spider-Man, by the way. Like they
Alright,
always do
Smirchins, have a good night.
you know? Yeah,
Yeah, this is going to be my
Mr.
last
Fantastic.
map.
Rib,
Last
maybe
map. Last.
hearing me,
If they win last map,
maybe
I'm going to go to bed
bring it
anyway,
out,
so.
but Loki is not going to be brought out.
Yeah, Loki banned by both teams. We never really see Loki. We haven't seen Loki at all in these two teams, and it's just Loki is such a strong pick here in Oceania, so no surprise on that. Of course, Magneto, Emma Frost, very similar bans. Both Magneto and Emma Frost has been banned by the Vicious, so Bethany are not able to play either of those
Play Sanaka too.
and
Yep.
so
Me and
that
Emong
has
have
forced
already
Bethany's
talked
hand
about playing
into
it.
protecting Doctor
Because
Strange.
you can play with people in it.
Let's see if that is going to make a big impact for them. We did see Portal Warfare earlier. We could see it all over again right now as well. Lunar Snow. Ooh, that could be a big one to take away there. Fate of Both Worlds, definitely a high impact strategist ultimate, and neither side is going to use it now. So, one more protect to come through from the Vicious. Who are they going to lock in? Soul Resurgence on Mantis. Going to be prioritized here, as well as the Sedate there. So, we'll see if they can find some use from that strategist here. And what aren't they going to be able to use? That is up to Bethany. Psylocke definitely made a big impact into the last map there on Central Park. So, curious to see if they do lock that one down. There we go.
Yep.
It's locked in when we're going to be into the map.
Psylocke ban coming out from Bethany makes a lot of sense. We saw Lumi on Bethany on the Psylocke being absolutely frustrating and annoying. So I can see that ban being a very strong ban for them. But yeah, interesting to look at what they're hovering right now. I don't know if this is true or if this is going to be staying in place, but both Jeffs potentially. Nope, of course, that was just a tease, a bit of a tease for us.
Team specific bans would be so crazy. What do you mean?
They always do this.
Yo, Malware.
Always
Give the 2-1.
it's like that,
Shade, dude.
you know. It's sad times, but it's happy times in
We're watching the Australia
I'd love to
portion
see
of
if
the
Supi
$3 million
stays on the
Ignite
Jeff for
tournament.
This one. I think this map definitely has some great potential for the It's Jeff ultimate there. So curious to see if they are going to be able to use it here. I like this triple strategist setup around that as well. You know, they've got more supportive endeavors there with their strategists lined up. But alas, Supi ain't playing Jeff. Ain't going to happen. So we will see Bubblecar and Oink take up the mantle.
Team up fans? What does that mean?
I wanted to see the Jeff vault, you know, I wanted to see him take him off the map. That would be huge. But maybe later. They're saving it.
Maybe
Bowls games
later.
interested in the future?
But
Oh,
I'm excited to see, it's like, maybe
Ghost
we
of
do
Tsushima
this
or Dark Souls 3. Oh my goodness. Holy shit, that man just got kidnapped.
What a kidnap coming up from
Oh my god, that guy
Now,
literally
Supi's
just
coming
got
out
fucking
straight away.
kidnapped.
Bethany on defense here, forced to back away with one less Vanguard. And oh, the damage coming up from the Vicious. It's quite intense. And so,
Holy
well,
shit,
Bethany,
that is crazy.
potentially switching to Jeff here.
Ooh. Okay. They must be listening in or something. This is crazy. You know, they're hearing me. Supi, shout out to you for bringing that one out. We'll see if it does find the impact that needs. Rib gonna be holding on right now. KO
Dude,
comes through on a potato.
this game
there,
is
doubling
not even
down on
close
it, looking to
for
see
like
if
a
they can knock down
finals.
Supi here as well. Not gonna be able to do it.
Holy
Good retreat,
shit.
tactical retreat even coming out from Bethany, but all the meanwhile, Soupy still
Yo,
being
malware zip.
They will be able to slip away in the end. The Vicious, though, they get it over the line.
The 5 gifted. Appreciate the big 5 gifted subbies. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, thank you.
But also the ultimates are being built up. Revsy has 95%.
Much love, man. Thank you for the tier 1 and the 5 gifted. Appreciate you.
Bethany, though, don't have anything just
Holy
yet.
shit, that camera. What in the world? Actual flashbang.
Lots of damage onto that poor Ultron in the sky, but I don't know if we should say poor because look at the distance that
the flashbang. Holy shit.
Less than 5 minutes remaining. That is still so much time. Now Asher popping there, ultimate to keep the team alive. So does Oink. Out comes Invisible Boundary, but River's going Supernova inside that boundary.
Dude, I can't wait for NA cameras. It's gonna be so fucking funny.
Taken out, when in doubt, taken out, and there's going to be more of that. Asher chimes in, a goodbye Potato, and we'll see who else is going to be joining the roster there as a lot of damage is trickling through, and Jag is gone. A good KO from Atlas there on the Cloak and Dagger, and the mission vehicle continues to progress forward halfway towards the second stage here, and Bethany need to find a way to engage onto this one, but you know, the big potential here is
who's spamming.
Could see the Jeff Nader come out for the first time
here.
Here we go, Omega Hurricane coming out there. Soupy ready, Jeff Nader time! Woo-hoo! We do see the KO come through of that one. Asher,
we got
the first
one,
ball, but they're trading back already onto Jag.
I don't know if that was worth it.
Is so unfortunate for Team Bethany.
They used a full team up combo ult for 1 kill. And Jeff is just not useful in the downtime.
Look a little bit lost. Jag and Potato, they both have their ultimates.
Am I ready to sleep? Yep.
Trying to do some last fights here,
right when this series is over.
So
that's when I go veg.
So much time on the board. Revsy does have their Rage of Ultron online once again, but so does Lumi as well. We could see the Star-Lord take to the skies with Revsy and do so much damage. Now Revsy with the Rage of Ultron, and now Potato trying to take him down with a final punishment. Revsy, Lumi, they are falling. Bethany are standing there.
Finally, they actually stopped him.
Standing strong, standing tall, refusing to fall here, and they need to do exactly that, especially
stagger the
at this
Emma.
stage. I love how they delayed the KO onto Adam there as well. Want to stagger them out, nullify some of that Vanguard impact here, and eager to see if they're going to hold on a while longer in this one, as they've still got a lot more gas in the tank, still have
Dude, the
more
squeaky shark.
Did
you hear the squeaky?
Here. But we'll
little
see
squeaky toy fish.
As the Vicious
little squeaky toy fish.
Up.
It's so
Ultron
funny.
Trickling out the damage. Here's the Galactic Legend. It's time, Rice.
It is time for Lumi, but Lumi gets dangerously low, has to go back into safety, and now it's Rip's turn to go Supernova, going and aiming for many members of Bethany, but somehow Bubble stays alive, Oink stays alive just barely, but no, they finally get taken down by Lumi and Rib. The Jewelers from the Vicious are going crazy onto Bethany.
Holy shit.
That they are going absolutely wild and styling on it. You'll love to see it, and they have imprisoned them into spawn. Now Omega Hurricane coming out, a last-ditch effort from Liam here, trying to find the impact. Oh, we go!
Oh, they got two.
Down. They managed to get onto the convoy just in time. 2.36 meters there. The Vicious.
They actually got two. That's crazy.
Away. Luckily, Bethany had other members focused up on the back line there. Otherwise, the Vicious could have swept it away.
What?
But the Vicious still want to sweep things away as out comes the Eternal Bond from Atlas. Revsy now with the Rage of Ultron doing an aggressive fight. Taking down 2, 3, a triple KO for Revsy. But no,
the 4K.
The entire team of Bethany have been wiped out. The Vicious finish this attack with well over 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this might be over.
Oh my gosh, can you believe it? They are gonna be straight on track there. 2 minutes of 40 time left. So if it does push into the overtime sector, they have a plentiful amount of flexibility here, and we'll see what they are going to be able to bring now, as Bethany going to have to try their best to launch the attack of a lifetime here. And the Vicious are already changing up the landscape. You know, Lumi hovering over the Black Widow. Don't think we're going to see it, but maybe. Maybe we could. You know, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Black Widow here to try and shut down some of these attacks. But, you know, anything's possible. And let's take a look at the stats here.
Well, the stats are definitely, of course, looking in the favor of the Vicious. Rib 19 and 0. Of course, Atlas as well on the strategist. Also 0 casualties. These players are looking so strong. And Bethany are not able to touch them at all.
Yeah, having such a tough time trying to get close to their opponents there. You know,
They could see the team's hero selections.
But
No.
we'll see if they are going to be able to find the impact.
It's like what you would see in a normal game.
I like how Lumi is on the cap right now. Freedom Charge are definitely going to allow them a lot more time on defense towards the convoy there. And curious to see how it plays out as we jump towards the point once again. Jeff NATO potential is online here, so Bethany could use that to elevate themselves, but the Vicious might be anticipating it, you know, might be looking to hold back a second. Here we go, Adam. Taking a lot of damage there. Good to keep the shielding up for their team on the Vanguard there. Lumi need to pounce around as well, and it's Asher dealing damage from afar. The strategist got a bit of bite in them too, and they are trying to force them all the way back to spawn. See you later. Rip is just locking down these targets right now. This is tough.
Yeah, Rib definitely from the skies doing so much damage. Rain from above. We have Potato on the Punisher to try and punish any of these fly heroes. You know, Rebsy and Rib are both controlling the skies, and they are looking good.
Yeah, they're getting a little cooked right now.
Able to use all the protection from the buildings. It makes it extremely hard to target. And now Potato is getting also harassed by Lumi, but takes Lumi down. That is one knockout in favor of Bethany. So Bethany is slowly moving the convoy, moving the goats of Asgard around that corner. But with 2 minutes 46 remaining, they will likely be able to push it quite much further here, but the Vicious still have plenty of time and plenty of ultimates about to be to their disposal.
That's right.
You're Bethany coach, what would you change? I would not run Jeff.
Could be coming through as
well. We've not seen a single team win with Jeff.
Jumping into it with the Rage of Ultron there. Adam,
it's just a waste of a character in the neutral.
Could push them back into the fray as well there. There we go. Potato on for the KO there. And they are not activating any more ultimates. Really smart from the Vicious there. You know, they want to hold on to as many ultimates as they can and not use them wastefully. This is going to be a great way to manage their ult economy with an Eye of Agamotto close by as well.
Even the Jeff NATO just isn't really worth it right now.
Hands of the Vicious, including, of course, the Eye of Agamotto. But Potato is going to be using the first one, the Final Judgment, as well as the Eternal Bond from Bubble. Going to be trying to sustaining themselves and pushing the cart further.
Right, they used Punisher and they used Cloakle, and they got no value.
The Vicious do not want to bite. They are just waiting around the corner. Ludi getting a little bit harassed in the back line, but Jack goes in with the Eye of Agamotto.
Oh, that's a big strange ult. Oh, that was juicy. Oh, that was juicy.
To cap this first point, and they're looking good doing it. 1 minute, 26 seconds. They may be able to get lots of time making themselves for the second point, but no, Lumi is here.
Wait, how did he just come? Wait,
Good
what?
timing on that one too. Does delay them a little bit.
Wait, he didn't even portal back. He just walked. He was still alive the entire time. Wait, how? Where's the rest of the team gonna come from?
At least they are.
Wait, they have. Oh my god. No, there's no way they're gonna do that. That's just disrespectful, right? Oh my god, they're gonna do it.
The Cloak and Dagger bringing out the Eternal Bond as well. It's great, but Revsy going down. Not going to be so great here. Potato fighting a lot. There's the Jeff.
All right, they used the Jeff NATO and they got multiple kills. They should be fine.
Getting some impact out of this one, but the Vicious are still online. They're still on the point right now. Like Lumi bringing out the Venom. You can tell they are just trying to bounce around this point and stall out time as long as possible.
Holy shit.
Eventually, that time must come to an end, and they will get it past the first phase.
They do.
Oh, they don't want to play Strange anymore. They're swapping to the cap.
First checkpoint is very important. Now with less than 3 minutes remaining, they have to try and get through this next one and then the next one. But remember, the Vicious have 2 minutes 40 for their entire time bank and making it to the end. And now Bethany are only just reaching 240 themselves. It may be a bit struggle for them to have that same amount of time bank. Now we have.
I think Vicious needs to tighten it up a little bit. I think they're getting a little too cocky. They're kind of just running it down right now.
Anger down from the skies, but Bubble using the Eternal Bond gives them a little bit of space. Bethany,
I think they're trolling a little bit because they think they're gonna win and they're just a better team.
That's it, Convoy on the move, and they're gonna be groovy with it. Psionic Seduction coming out from Adam right now, getting a KO is Bubblecar. Nice stuff from the Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, big Strangel. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Strangel.
Their team pulls through as well. That is gonna spell more progression towards the second checkpoint here.
Oof.
The Vicious locked out of this one, and they may have to run it back into the third and final checkpoint. Look at them, they're trying to storm out, but it looks like they have conceded.
Yeah, it's a rerun of my nuts.
They will have to try and hold them back into the next one instead. But Bethany, they are pumping themselves up right now. This is amazing to see the comeback potential from them here.
Comeback potential, especially with this final judgment coming out. But out comes Ashen's strategist ultimate as well to keep everyone sustained.
Oh my god, are they gonna live?
Negated, but not negated enough.
Okay, they only lost one person. That's kind of crazy.
To the other Punisher. But Potato has to back off a little bit as there's a lot of damage coming out from the Vicious, especially.
Wow, they're actually pushing with the the cap bolt.
The Vicious now have to try and be careful of this Sharknado combination from Lehman Soupy. And it gets one, it gets two. Double KO for them. But in the meantime, the Vicious have taken multiple of Bethany, including Jeff, including Soupy, Potato, and Oink. Jag falls now too, but Lehman's still in the skies trying to do as much as they can. But they fall as well. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. It's now
I thought they were going to flip that with the Jeff Nato, but they didn't.
Still gonna
no,
be
Jeff
a
Nato cannot
potential
eat
for the
teammates.
OC here, though. We'll see if Bethany can get that mission vehicle on the move here. As they do have some big pieces to deal with. You know, they've got the Eternal Bond online, sure, but aggressive ultimates from the duelists here, Revsy and Rib, could be staggering indeed as they are holding back. Here we go.
Wait,
Final
what are you talking
judgment
about,
is
Malware?
time.
I don't remember.
Let's cook.
They are cooking indeed. 1, 2, a double KO.
Destiny reactivated on
But of course,
+2.
Lehman also
But
has
how
stolen from Bethany.
incentive slash
And now
pay?
Oink falls. With now 2 remaining members, Bethany do have to respect
You doing
it.
event slash drops? Wait, what do you mean?
They are terrified of the Vicious.
I don't remember that video.
In their boots there, they are going to be held back at the spawn point. Supernova going to be online as well. You know, we'll see. Here we go. It's going to be locked in. A Bubblecar trying to keep their team alive with the Eternal Bond there. And they do find Adam. Good double down on it. We'll see if they are going to be able to pressure them even more, as they will be able to push the mission vehicle. Finally, at last, it will slip around the bend here. But little do they realize, maybe they do.
I don't know if Jeff Nato is really worth running. I feel like people have figured out how to play against it a little bit better. And in this level of play, like this level of pro play, I don't think so. Oh, you're saying during events slash drop times you'd slam stream until you drop? Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah, so you're seeing it. Although I don't do it nearly as hard as I used to. Like I would probably do this for like the next like 5 or 6 or 7 days straight, but I'm probably gonna do like today or at the very most one more day.
35 seconds left remaining for Bethany to push this final.
And that's only because like the drops have actually held really hard.
They're gonna try their best, but Lumi now assembling the team of the Vicious towards himself, towards the team of Bethany. I am going to be used as well. I don't believe it finds anyone as Jagna gets stunned out. And now the team of the Vicious are cleaning up. 15 seconds left on the clock, and Bethany retouch in time.
Oh, they're going to be trying to test it here, but it may not be
Damn.
the way. 5 seconds
I think
to
that's
go.
it.
They're
I think that's all she wrote.
Venom trying to dive onto the point. It just ain't happening.
That's all
just
she wrote.
Like that, everybody. It is going to be
That's all she
the
wrote.
Vicious taking it away in a 3-0 clean sweep there. Say goodbye to Bethany as they will be closed out into 4th place. And now the Vicious
That's all she wrote.
lock in their chance to face off against a Kanga into the lower bracket tomorrow.
How do you get the previous ammo skin? You have to finish the magic
exactly
drops.
How I wanted to say it, Matsy. The fact is now Bethany has now been locked into 4th place. They'll be walking around.
All right, I'm gonna get ready to hop off and go to bed. If you're on the TikTok side, maybe follow the stream or do whatever you want, but I gotta hop off. Consider coming to YouTube or Twitch in the future.
It is, of course, going to be the Vicious heading over through the lower brackets and going to be versing off Kanga for a rematch
But yeah,
tomorrow
so
at 1
appreciate you
p.m.
guys. I will see you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah,
Bye bye.
It's gonna be a big one. It's gonna be the rematch coming out between the Vicious and Kanga. Cannot believe what we are going to be seeing before our eyes tomorrow. We've got, you know, our last match in the lower bracket and our grand final. And we've got our top 3 teams, you know. Top 4 going to be locked in there with Bethany. And we get to find out who will be placed in what position in the top 3 by the conclusion of tomorrow. But I got to say, big shout out to Bethany for making it as far as they have in the tournament. You know, managing to push through into the playoffs and giving it their all. Really big props to them as a team.
Yeah, Bethany performed extremely well in the group stage. Unfortunately, we don't get to see them much more, but hopefully we get to see them in future tournaments as well. It would be great to have them come back, of course, but, well, I'm excited to see this rematch between the Vicious and Kanga. It's once again a rematch of the ages, where we got to see the Vicious, who used to be known as Platinum Star.
Chat. Appreciate you guys for hanging. Thanks for spending your time. YouTube, you're gonna go down first. I will see you again. Maybe tomorrow. I have some things I gotta get done tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna stream. I feel like I should for the last round, for this round of drops, because it's been going so hard. I should just keep farming. But I'm also just mentally cooked, so I don't know. But anyways, YouTube, I'll see you later. Have a good night. Bye-bye. And now, Twitch chat. I'm going to send you guys off to Flats 2, which you will not get drops on Flats 2. It's my 24/7 channel. I always rate it after streams. So if you're looking for drops, I'll be back again probably tomorrow, or you can go to another stream for drops. But yeah, I got to sleep. So have a good night. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you as always. I will see you again. Probably, potentially tomorrow. If not tomorrow, I'll see you Monday. Sorry, Sunday. All right. See you later. Bye.